All of the following stories are from the Ask Reddit post, "What's your creepiest real life story?" A link to this post is in the description below. Number 15. In a cold winter night in a remote village from Quebec, Canada, me and my two brothers were asleep. We were 1, 3, and 6 years old. In the middle of the night, someone entered our house without knocking, walked around, and was talking to himself. Our house is 2 miles from the village in a rural area. My father woke up, went to the living room, and there the guy was. He had a car accident 1 mile from our house with his buddy who instantly died, and his scalp fell in front of his face. He was drunk and his body was frozen. He was speaking to himself, "I'm gonna die." The fact that his face was partially frozen might have saved his life, preventing him from losing too much blood. My father took him to the hospital that was 25 kilometers from our house by car. He did survive. To this day, my father is still blessed the fact that we never woke up during that night with all the noise. Number 14. Last year, a guy came to my door at 9 o'clock at night. He knocked and I got my mom and she went out to see what was up. By the way, we live in a very rural area, so visits that late are extremely uncommon and strange. The guy talked to my mom about how he was opening a business, asked whether she liked American-made products, then handed her a Clorox container as a sample. He went back to his minivan and opened it to get a vacuum cleaner when my mom saw 5 other men sitting inside. She told me to run and get the police since we didn't have a landline. I couldn't find it, so I got my knife and stood around the corner. She threw the container outside and told them to get the hell off her property. They peeled out of the driveway and we never saw the car again. 2 months later, my mom found a single bearded guy putting filled garbage bags by the back door. She asked him what the hell he was doing and he responded by saying, "This is for your little girl." Again, she told him to get the hell out. Then we went through the bags. They were filled with garbage, dirty clothes, and empty tampon containers. Number 13. When I was a kid, I was always the last kid picked up by the bus driver to go to school. One day I was waiting for the bus by myself and a bus with no kids pulled up. The bus driver smiled and told me to hop on. I just had a bad feeling. I said, "Where are the other kids?" He said, "We will go get them now. Just get on." He got more and more pushy but didn't do anything crazy. I kept just saying no and he shrugged and left. The real bus pulled up a few minutes later. I went to school and my parents didn't know until I mentioned it that night. Looking back, they were pretty worried. I remember them scrambling to make a few phone calls. Number 12. It was very early morning or late at night, whatever you want to call it. Around 5 a.m., still dark, my dad and brother and I were in the car driving to the mosque. On the way there, there's a dimly lit road with a forest on both sides and a bend that makes it difficult to see. Bear in mind this isn't a residential area. There isn't even a sidewalk, and the nearest intersection is a good kilometer either way. So we're driving, we get to this bend, and just before it, we see a figure sort of waving us down. They were dressed kinda odd, but I figured it was some sort of running outfit. I don't want to say it was glowing or reflective because I don't fully remember, but it just made me assume that it was some sort of running outfit. Couldn't make out his face or anything about him other than his clothing. So he's waving us down dramatically. My dad slows down but doesn't really think anything of it. As we turn along the road, we see a car like right freaking there. It was just out of view before the curve in the road, so we would have definitely hit it if my dad didn't slow down. Dad stops, quickly checks on the driver of the car to make sure he's okay, then doubles back for some reason, maybe to thank the guy on the road who warned us. He drove back quite a ways, no one on either side of the road. It was about 60 seconds from initially seeing the guy to turning around to where he was, so no time for him to really go anywhere. Number 11. I lived in a small college town and my apartment complex was walking distance from the bar downtown area. One weekday night, I stepped out on my front porch to smoke a cigarette or two. I brought my textbook with me and sat down on the stairs while I smoked. A girl who I'd never met but who lived one apartment over but down on the ground floor came home from downtown. She was by herself and you could tell from her walk that she had been drinking. She got in her apartment and barely closed the door before some guy who came out of nowhere knocked on her door. She opened it and I noticed he introduced himself, which was kind of weird because it was 2:30 a.m. Who comes to a strange girl's apartment at that time? So I decided to stay outside and pay attention. They ended up talking for over 10 minutes. She acknowledged how weird the situation was but didn't know how to end the conversation. He would do the creepiest things like how he reached up and stroked her hair at least 3 times and would try and slowly inch his way closer to her and the door. I made a point of being loud with my textbook so he would know I was there, and he had disappeared as eerily as he had come. We called the cops and days later they had the girl and me sit with a sketch artist. As soon as the sketch was made public, floods of calls came in. Guy turned out to be a serial rapist who had followed lone girls home from bars and pretended to be a cab offering them rides. This girl got lucky just because she lived so close to the bar and he didn't have a chance to pull the cab routine. Number 10. Went camping with some friends on a hill a few kilometers out in the woods from one of the guy's houses. There's a few hiking / four-wheeling trails in the area that lead up to the hill, so it's known by the locals. It was about midnight, we had a fire going and was just sitting around having a good time. Then the guy, sitting opposite of me, yells, "Who are you?" I turn around and there's this man about 6 feet tall staring at us from the edge of the woods with a big rock in his hand. One guy knocked an arrow in the composite bow we had. The guy across from me grabbed the hatchet and I pulled a knife off my belt. We had no clue what we were doing, but the guy wouldn't say anything to us. He eventually just backed into the woods. No sleep was had that night and we kept a very large fire going. Number 9. I was in Minot, North Dakota with my old band. Our tour van blew a head gasket and we were stuck there for a few days. Everyone was tired on day 2, but I was wide awake. I walk for a bit and make it to some scummy bar. I'm obviously not from around there and no one is saying a word to me. After 2 beers I start to get a tad nauseous and dizzy. I put my head on my hand and try to let it pass, but it keeps getting worse. Suddenly a voice says, "You'll feel pain tonight." I jump and look up and a tall, roughly 40-year-old man is walking to the bathroom, turns back and glances at me. I call my friends and get the fuck out of there. I slept for 12 to 13 hours and felt awful and loopy the next day. I was roofied. Number 8. This is the first of 2 instances. First, I was alone in the basement playing GTA 4 with my friends on my PC. It gets to about 1 a.m. and we're having a blast, shooting RPGs and throwing grenades willy-nilly. Then I hear a sound that doesn't really fit with GTA. I figure it's not coming from my headset, so I take it off. The sound that's being made is coming from an old music box that we have. The last time it was used was probably 10 years ago, and this thing is just full-on blaring its song. I start chanting "no, no, 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 no" and book it upstairs, leaving my friend on Skype pretty confused. My mom and dad are coming down from their room. My dad is equipped with a baseball bat, and as you can imagine, it's hard to explain to him that it was not an intruder. My second instance was in the same basement. Now my basement has a main area, which most of our furnishings are. Then there's this unfinished part of the basement where I'm sure the spirits dwell, but I digress. Anyway, this time I'm playing GTA 4 again with the same friend. It's about 1 a.m. and we decide to call it a night. It's at that point that I hear "da da da da" in a little girl's voice from the bowels of the unfinished part of the basement. Now it's pitch black around me except for my island of salvation at my computer. At this point I'm so fucking done with the ghost that I say fuck it, fine, have the basement, and go upstairs and go to bed. There's a couple more instances of spooky ghosts, but not as scary as these 2. Number 7. I live in Sydney, Australia, and this was probably just over a year ago. I was driving with my girlfriend back to my home after going out for dinner at a friend's house, which is about 15 minutes away from my area called Watson's Bay. To get back to my place, you need to drive down into the valley near the harbor down a long winding main road that progressively takes you down to the water. It's about 1:30 or 2 a.m. and we're making our ways down the road and not really paying much attention. And she suddenly grabs my arm and gasps, which freaks me out already. As I'm looking around to see what the fuck is going on, we approach the roundabout and there's a man in medical looking attire next to a woman in what looks like white pajamas with blood covering a lot of her clothing. Now obviously my balls drop and instincts kick in as I speed up. It's quite a small roundabout, so you need to either slow down enough to turn left or speed up and get the fuck straight out of there. I go straight, and as we pass, the woman attempts to launch herself at my car as the man looks like he was trying to stop her. We get home about 3 or 4 minutes later and we're both shaken and basically scared shitless. Called the police to inform them of what we saw and just got a call back the next morning explaining how a woman had somehow run away from a mental home and was attempting to commit suicide using sharp objects and running onto main roads. The man was one of the first workers who knew her on the scene, and apparently they managed to bring her back to where she lived. Heard nothing more after that. Number 6. We were partying at a usual party spot by the river and some dude came out of the woods. He just kept saying weird shit like you gotta watch yourself down there. There's some really bad folks around here. When we asked who he was, he just said I'm nobody. We're all a little sketched out and basically told the guy to fuck off. A couple of days later, a girl went off the rope swing there and got really fucked up. Someone put fish hooks all over the bottom of the rope swing and it took chunks of flesh out of her leg. Later we found out that the dude was just a guy who lived nearby, and although it was a creepy drunk, he was totally harmless. There was a fucked up, probably inbred family that lived up the road that he would warn people about. About 5 years later, last year, they beat up some kid with a log and then kidnapped some girl at gunpoint and took her on a joyride. Number 5. When I was about 10, me and my family of 6 lived in an extremely small apartment, 2-bedroom upstairs and then the living room. When I was tired of my siblings, I would sleep downstairs. One night I'm lying on the couch facing the front door and watching the sky through the window by the door when a face shows up in the window illuminated by a lighter. I'm pretty relieved, thinking it was maybe one of our druggy neighbors seeing if my parents were still awake when it showed up again. I try to scream, but when I do, nothing comes out, not a sound. The person then kicks in the door and walks in the room. He sees me, smiles, goes towards the kitchen. As he comes out of the kitchen with a knife, my dad makes it down the stairs and the guy books it out of there. I can't sleep easily on couches to this day. Number 4. I was 6 or 7 years old in my parents' apartment and heading towards the kitchen. So I go towards the kitchen where my mom is talking on the phone. At the end of the corridor in front of me, I see the front door opening and halting because of the door chain holding it. I thought it was my dad. It was about 11 in the morning. So I think my dad will close the door and ring the doorbell for my mom to open up the chain. It was weird because I hadn't heard the key turning, except that nobody rings the door and an enormous hairy hand that definitely doesn't belong to my father tries to pull on the chain. Immediately, I understand it's a burglar. I rush to slam shut the door with my entire body while I whine a little no. So there's me slamming against the door with all my 7-year-old strength, panicked out of my mind, and then putting all my weight against the infernal piece of wood, with a huge burglar on the other side trying to keep the door open so he can pull the chain off. Fingers trying to grasp the end of the chain, and my mother completely oblivious about 12 feet away in the next room. I tried to scream at my mother. I remember yelling muffled pieces of "Mom, Mom," but she thinks I'm horsing around and pays no attention. It's after my 7th or 8th scream when I was about to give up all hope when I heard my mom that she'll call her back because I've done something and she needed to check on me. The burglar heard her and let me close the door. My mom arrives and demands to know what I'm doing. I'm crying at that point, not being able to utter a coherent sentence, trying to point at the door saying only "burglar out" or something to that effect. My mother, not getting the hint, comes over and tries to open the door to see what the fuss is all about, with me still pushing against it. As soon as I realized what she was about to do, I tried to push her away, crying, sobbing at her, "Don't open the door, there's a burglar outside." I had to fall on my ass, then on my knees, and beg her against trying to push me aside before she decided to change her mind and see through the peephole instead of opening the door. So she looks through it in a hurry and starts saying, "See, there's no one and I see her very annoyed face turning pale as a sheet all of a sudden. She grabs me and pushes me aside from the door and tells me to go get her phone. I rush to the kitchen. I heard her yell through the door, "I can see you crouching, you're behind the door. I'm not gonna open, and I'm calling the police right this minute." The bastard was still behind the door, crouching as low as he could, not making a sound, so my mom would think no one was outside as she opened the door and he'd rush inside. My mom called the police, and after 5 minutes of my mom issuing threats through the door, we heard someone creeping away from the hallway and down the building entrance and outside the building door. My mom was white as a sheet, not making a sound or expressing any emotion throughout the whole ordeal. After about half an hour later, my father arrived, oblivious to the whole thing. When my mom told him about what happened, he went and got a new lock and a better door chain. The police arrived that afternoon, a full 5 hours later. Even though the police station is a 10-minute drive from our house, I don't think the burglar was ever caught. Number 3. My mom had been calling a lot. It was my first semester away at college, and her husband had gone batshit insane. He hit her for the first time 4 nights before I moved out. She locked him out of the house and he banged on the doors. In the middle of the night, he had driven away and hadn't seen him since. When I answered, she said she had gotten a phone call while she was watching TV. The person on the other end of the line said he had been hired to kill her and her kids, but if she could make him a better offer, he wouldn't do it. He told her what TV show she was watching. He told her what dorm I lived in. He told her that my brother was upstairs playing video games when he was supposed to be asleep. She ran upstairs. My little brother was playing video games in his room. She yelled at him to pack a bag. The person on the phone had hung up. She called me. I waited for 45 minutes before leaving, hoping my roommates would show up and help me figure out what to do. I said I'd call the police, but my mom said no. She said please come help her. My roommates didn't come home. The RA was gone. I got into my truck and made a 45-minute drive in 20 minutes. The highway was nearly deserted. I hoped a police officer would pull me over. They'd know what to do and I'd be able to say I hadn't called the cops. I accidentally missed my turn when my mother called me 3 times in a row. I accidentally ran a red light when I answered. A cop was right there. He didn't pull me over. When I got to our neighborhood, I parked 2 streets away and used my ROTC tactical movements to go through the alleys to our backyard. I tried to call my mother 3 times, but she didn't answer. I put my phone on vibrate. The gate was closed, but when I opened it, I saw a back door standing open. No one was out there. I hesitated and went in, calling out softly for our dogs. They weren't there. Those dogs bark at everything. They were either not in the house or they were dead. I got a knife from the kitchen and started a room-by-room search. Kitchen and laundry room were clear. I refused to check the garage. Dining room clear. Living room clear. But oh fuck, there's a broken vase. Downstairs bathroom clear. I didn't go into the master bedroom because I fully expected to find my mother dead. I needed to get upstairs to the second bedroom on the right, my bedroom, to get my rifle, the only gun in the house, but no one was downstairs and the upstairs was completely dark. There was a blind corner right at the top of the stairs, anyone could be hiding there. I was 100% freaking the fuck out as I climbed the stairs. I got almost halfway up when someone started banging on the front door, which is right in front of the stairs. I froze, I turned halfway so no one could surprise me from the second floor. "Who's there?" I screamed. My cover was blown anyway. If anyone was in the house, they knew I was there. Whoever was outside could see me through the glass at the top of the door, but it was too dark for me to see them. No one answered, but they kept pounding on the door. "Who the fuck is it?" I screamed. Now at the base of the steps, they kept banging on the door. "I'll kill you, motherfucker," I screamed as I flung open the door to see my mother standing there with the dogs in her arms. "Why didn't you answer?" I asked. She said she wasn't sure if it was me or not. And if it hadn't been me, what were you gonna do? Throw the dogs at them? She hadn't thought that far ahead. I told her the back door had been open, but she said it had been locked when she left. I said I checked most of the downstairs and was going upstairs for the gun. She said go up and get it, so I went up with my knife and checked the upstairs while I was at it. Then I checked the rest of the downstairs. She had taken my brother to a friend's house, which is why she hadn't answered the phone when I called. She'd been driving. I spent the night barricading the doors and windows and begging her to leave. Just leave. She baked me some cookies. Her face was blue and purple from her husband's last visit. She said my brother had tried to protect her and he didn't look so great either. I said I'd kill her husband. She said she knew and so did he, which is why he left when they called me. I feel like I should mention I'm a chick and he was a good foot taller than me and easily 50 pounds heavier, but I would have killed him. In the morning I had to leave early to be at PT for ROTC at 5:30 a.m. I had maybe 45 minutes of sleep where my mom had asked me to stay on the living room floor outside the master bedroom. I lost it at PT and then again in my weekly meeting with my athletics advisor. My ROTC instructors and my athletic advisor were horrified. We got a restraining order that day against my mom's husband. He couldn't come on campus. I wasn't allowed to walk on campus alone. My roommates got extra security. A few weeks later, my mom's husband tried to kill her on my 19th birthday. He was in his car and he'd thrown her a phone, which she was using to dial 911 on the passenger seat. She'd reached in to get it and he grabbed her arm and held her while he reversed out of the driveway and dragged her down the alley. He let go and her head slammed against the ground. She had a concussion. He tried to back over her, but she screamed and rolled away. He ran over her foot and hand. Our neighbor came out of the house and screamed, which scared him away. My mother and brother went into hiding that night. Being on those stairs, certain my family was dead and I was also about to die, was the scariest moment of my life. And having someone bang on the door and not answer when I'm screaming at them, having to open it thinking it was a killer on the other side, creepiest thing ever. Number 2. I was born and raised in North Dakota. Back when I was in high school, a group of us would research murders that occurred out in the country. We would then go out and find the scenes and film the exploration at night. This was about 2 years before the Blair Witch. It was something to do while we got wasted on shitty beer and teenage bullshit. Eventually we ran out of places to go and got really good at finding abandoned rural farmsteads by driving dirt roads and looking for the signs. Rut roads, deliberate tree groves, and old mailbox posts were common markers. We were out looking when we spotted a tree grove that was out of place and drove through the field and discovered an old house. It had padlocks on the outside doors that were knocked off pretty easily. We dispatched of them and entered the kitchen. There were 6 of us, all with flashlights, and we lit up the kitchen dining area fairly easy. The table was the initial thing you noticed, and it was strange because of how normal it looked. It was set for a meal and not a bowl was out of place. Only thing was, we'd been in dozens of these houses and place settings were a first, especially on broken ones. As we investigated the area, we found the fridge had the disgusting remnants of a full stock and the cupboards were full of canned and dry foods. This was also a first. One guy found mail on the counter from early June 1978 and the other found a creepy ass TV guide in the living room with UFOs on the cover. All the family photos were hanging up. Mom, dad, bro, and sis in their 1970s glory. Furniture was dusty but in good condition. Closets were full. Everything was totally normal, which was super abnormal. As we dug around the house, we started to realize that the house had not been moved out of. It has been straight up abandoned. Imagine locking the door to your house and never coming back. That's the state this house was in. Complete unplanned departure. We went upstairs and split into 3 pairs to check out the 3 rooms. Ours was the closest, and obviously it was the younger boys' room. I can't describe what it looked like too well because almost right away from the hall, we heard the most fucking terrifying scream I'd ever had the misfortune of hearing. We went running into the hallway and we were all yelling questions at each other at the same time. After a few seconds, the two screamers caught their breath and said, "You have to go in and see." Walking down the hall and through the doorway, I prayed I wouldn't act like a pussy in front of my friends. I shouldn't have been concerned because the others were just as scared as I was. The room itself opened to the left of the door frame, and centered on the right side of the room was a queenish sized bed, propped up on pillows with all the blankets drawn to the waist, arms on the top of the blanket, and worst of all, head turned slightly so it was looking at you straight in the eyes when you entered the room, was a life-size porcelain doll. Snow white skin, jet black hair, cold dead eyes. The dead eyes lit up with our flashlights, like she was waiting for us. If the head hadn't been turned, I could excuse it, but it was turned, ready for when we walked in, ready for 20 years. Hasty fucking exits were made as we moved down the stairs and got into the car. It was during the ride we started to get even more creeped out when we realized that even though the house had been abandoned, someone had taken the time to set up that goddamn doll. Not packing food, clothes, or family photos, setting up the doll was one of the last things done in this house. We researched their names but got nothing. No tragic car accident, no grisly massacre, no extended family, just a tacky time capsule in the middle of nowhere. We found out that the county had taken possession of the land for non-payment of taxes, explaining the locks, but never tracked down any more information on what happened to them, or why they left that fucking doll. Number 1. A few years back, I rented an apartment from a friend of mine. He had recently bought it and had it completely renovated. He put it up for sale but couldn't find a buyer, so I offered to rent it in the meantime. After moving in, I realized that there was something wrong with the lady next door. She was about 45 but looked much older. She would sit up all night listening to Christian radio shows and talking loudly to someone. It got to the point where I couldn't sleep, so I went over to her place and asked her to keep it down. She opened the door and I got a quick peek. Her walls had crosses painted all over them in different colors, and words like Jesus and angel scribbled everywhere. The windows were painted black, letting no light in at all. It was damp, yellow-stained 50-year-old carpets, dog shit and cockroaches everywhere. No dog though. I asked her to keep it down. She just looked at me and shut the door, then she turned up the radio even louder. The next night I had my girlfriend staying over. I wake up in the middle of the night and see a shadow of a person next to the bed looking at us sleeping. I think I'm hallucinating this, as I usually do in the dark when I'm sleepy, but then the shadow starts talking. It's my neighbor and she's holding something in her hand. She broke in during the night and who knows how long she stood there. "You should lock your doors at night," she said, and walks out. The next morning I hear someone making strange noises below my bedroom window. It's my neighbor talking to herself in tongue. She has a plastic bag in her hand with a rotting dead dog inside. It's hot as hell outside and I can smell death from the bag. At this point I'm scared shitless. She's obviously very insane. I go upstairs and knock on another person's door and ask what the hell is going on. The guy's just as scared as me. Apparently she broke into the apartment one evening as well while he was watching TV with his kids. He got up from the couch to get a snack, only to find her behind the couch staring at him holding a power drill. Now I know what was in her hand. At this stage, I'm basically pooping myself. I call the cops and they know about her. Apparently she is a violent schizophrenic and she hasn't taken her meds, but they can't force her or enter her apartment without her permission because she owns it. The only thing they can do is get her when she goes outside. I sit up for the next 2 days waiting for her to run out of cigarettes. When I hear her leave at 2 a.m. to go across the road to the 7-Eleven, I call the cops. They have 3 cars in a special van over in less than 2 minutes. They restrain her, throw her in the van, and drive off to some institution, and in less than a minute it's like she was never there. I never see her again. Still have nightmares about her looking at me in my sleep. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching. Number 15. My friend and I were going to a party a few hours out of town, so we decided to stay at her family's holiday house about an hour south of the party. We arrived around mid-afternoon, and it was winter in a holiday town, so the area was completely empty. No other cars on the street. When we left for the party, I spent a moment deciding whether to pull the gate all the way closed. I had some trouble opening it when we arrived, and if we were getting home late at night, I didn't want to be stuck outside. I decided to shut it for security. Party was great. We got back to the house around 12:30 and the gate was open. I immediately felt on edge because not only did I know I'd locked it, but I knew it couldn't just blow open in the wind. But I didn't want to make a big deal, so I was vague when my friend asked if I shut it. We went inside and decided to make a snack. I was wandering through the house when suddenly my friend raced from the kitchen into the hallway and virtually tackled me to the ground. She was convinced she heard someone walking around outside. We tried to calm ourselves down, but we had no cell reception and there was no one else around. Over the next half an hour or so, we sat in the hallway paralyzed with fear. We heard footsteps outside and the back door being jimmied. We decided we had to leave, so we gathered everything and got ready to make a break for the car. Just as we were at the front door ready to leave, there was a huge bang in the backyard, and suddenly what sounded like hundreds of birds started screaming. We legged it to the car, ended up starting it with all of our stuff still on our laps. We hadn't even bothered to put it in the back seat. As we reversed out of the driveway, we saw someone running up the side of the house towards us. Sped the entire way home, and even once we got back to my place, didn't sleep at all that night. Number 14. When I was younger, my family was extremely poor and lived in a very old mobile home on some land my grandpa owned. This piece of land was in a very small town out in the middle of nowhere, Texas, and covered in woods. The town itself was your typical small country town where football was king and there was nothing to do but get drunk or high on the weekend. It was also the type of town, along with it being the early 90s, where one didn't typically have to worry about too much about locking their doors or setting an alarm. Now our trailer was a 2-bedroom, and my parents, always putting us kids ahead of themselves, slept in the living room on a fold-out couch. My room was directly connected to it, and my sister's was down a hallway past the kitchen and bathroom at the other end of the trailer. One night after everyone had gone to bed, my dad was woken up by the feeling that there was someone in the room. He looked around a bit and sees a large male figure sitting in the easy chair just feet from my bed. My dad quickly flipped on the light switch next to his bed and saw it was a neighbor from down the road named Carter. Carter was known to be a frequent drug user and was often in trouble with the law because of this. My dad asked him what the fuck he was doing here and told him to get out of the house. He responded, "I can't get out. The demons are chasing me and your house is the only safe one." My dad, who I should say is a fairly large and terrifying person, responded that if he didn't get out and get out quickly, that the house would be a lot less safe for him. "If I leave, they'll get me. They've been chasing me all night. If they catch me, I'm dead." My dad's response was there was no demons, but that if he didn't get the fuck out of the house, he'd be dead. From what I've been told since I was asleep for this part, my mom also hurled a few threats, and while she may not be big, she was equally as terrifying. I believe it was her anger that finally scared him off. My dad got up and locked the door and watched through the blinds as Carter decided, since he couldn't outrun the demons, he'd steal our old beater Suburban that my dad always left the keys in. He drove around for about an hour. We called the police, and it took him about that long to get to us since the closest police station was about 20 or 30 minutes away. He finally brought it back and was arrested and taken to jail. He was deemed crazy and ended up locked in a mental institution. The scarier part is, for years after this, we'd get phone calls where all we'd hear is music lyrics that would always have lyrics like, "I'm going to fucking kill you." These calls lasted for years and followed us from house to house, even though we had always had different numbers and would even be in different states. We always thought it was him sending us a message. The calls stopped when I was about 12. I later found out it was around that time that Carter thought the best thing he could do for himself was soak himself in gasoline and set himself on fire. Number 13. When I was younger, I had an imaginary friend who lived in this massive antique dresser. We'd chill out, and I vividly remember him telling me stories, although I have absolutely no recollection about what they actually were. I remember one day talking to my parents about it. Dad traveled quite a bit, so he wasn't up to date with what I was into, and I started telling him about my dresser buddy. He wanted to know his name. It was something innocent like Peter or Patrick, but I can still see him going white in the face. I drew Peter or Patrick out for him, and the very next day, him and my uncle took that dresser and burned it. It wasn't until a few years later that I found out my dad's little brother, my uncle, also had the same friend with the same name who lived in the same antique dresser. After a few months of typical imaginary friend shit, my uncle started having night terrors and couldn't sleep because of Peter or Patrick. It got so bad they had to move him out of his room before he managed to get back to normal. Number 12. I was visiting family for winter break in Los Angeles. This was about 5 years ago. I was heading to the bathroom on the second floor of my aunt's house when I saw my cousin April on the stairs. April was 4 and very animated. She was busy making funny faces while sitting on the stairs. I asked her what she was doing. She said, "I'm copying the lady with the braid." I looked around. There was no one else but us. I asked, "Where is the lady, April?" She pointed to a beam running parallel to the stairwell. I asked April, "What is the lady doing?" She said, "Making funny faces." I smiled and started walking up the stairs again when April said something that stopped me in my tracks. Her braids is around her neck. I turned back and asked April to repeat herself. April pointed, "The lady is hanging by her braid. She's making funny faces." Then April started making a face when I realized it was someone gasping for air. Number 11. I once worked on an Indian reservation, and it's late at night in South Dakota. Some friends and I are driving. One of them is native, and we are discussing folktales of the area. Suddenly, I see a white light running towards the road across the plains, and my friend steps on the brakes. "You're doing that because you saw it too, right?" "Yup." We pull up to the area, and there is nothing there. I have goosebumps all the way back to where I'm staying. That night, I have awful dreams about native warriors trying to destroy New York City, and then I wake up with something breathing in my ear, whispering to me. I scream my friend's name, and he looks over at me and tells me it's okay. I fall back into the same dream over and over again. I keep trying to change the outcome. The next day, my friend told me when he woke up and saw me screaming, a massive shadow was above me. The tall man, not Slenderman. This guy is different. My friend didn't want to tell me he saw it because he knew it would freak me out even more. Was afraid to sleep for weeks, smudged the crap out of my room, put sage on the window still, and hung up mad dream catchers. Shit was scary but also kind of funny. I think they had fun messing with the white girl. Number 10. This happened to a friend of mine. She told me about it a year or so ago. We'll call her Minji. Minji is in her late 20s and works as an English tutor in South Korea. One evening a few years ago, she was tutoring a high school boy. They were up studying pretty late and the buses stopped running. Being a long way from his house, the boy asked if he could crash on her floor overnight and get the first bus the next morning. Minji was very reluctant because inviting a teenage male student to stay the night didn't sound like a great idea, but he was begging her and eventually she got relented. They went back to her one-room apartment and she got into the bed while he laid a blanket out on the floor and they both fell asleep. A few hours later, at maybe 2 a.m., the boy wakes Minji up. "I'm really hungry," he says. "Let's go get some food." Minji opens her eyes and looks up at him in disbelief. "Food? Now? It's 2 a.m., go back to bed." But the student insists. "No, I'm so hungry. Let's eat something now." She tells them that there's some ramen in the kitchen and he can fix himself some. This doesn't satisfy him. He doesn't want ramen. There's a 24-hour place just down the road. Let's go there. Eventually, after several minutes of persuasion, the boy gets Minji to come with him to the restaurant. They leave the apartment and head out, and as soon as they're on the street, the boy turns to Minji and says, "I'm not hungry. I woke up in the middle of the night and looked under your bed. There's a man sleeping there." They call the police and discover that a homeless man had been living in Minji's apartment, sleeping under her bed for over 2 months. The boy only saw him because he was lying on her floor, so had a clear view under the bed. The police arrested the man, and thankfully there were no other issues, but that's by far the creepiest thing that's ever happened to anyone I know. Number 9. When I was a child, we would frequently get calls for a woman named Tanya. Didn't seem like a big deal. She had the same last name as us, although it's quite a common one around here. When we moved across the city and phone books stopped being the go-to for finding someone's number, the calls for Tanya gradually stopped. Those days seemed to have ended and we carried on forgetting about the mysterious Tanya. It was about 4 years ago that she popped up in our lives again. I was driving home from work one afternoon and was greeted by a pretty grisly car wreck that turned to my house. 2 cars had collided and one had wrapped itself around the signage pole that had house numbers and directions on it, one of which was my house number. Several days later we get a call from the police. They asked if Tanya was at this residence. Her car was found wrapped around a pole down the street from my house and she was nowhere to be found at the accident site. Haven't heard anything about her since. Number 8. My mom had 3 kids. There's me, the youngest, and my older brother. But before either of us were born, there was Jonathan. He was a sweet little boy, big blue eyes, known for accidentally repeating dad's swears in church. Wholesome kid, great in school, active outside. When he was almost 6, he was riding his bike and fell and hit his head on a rock. He got up and said he felt fine. My mom found him the next morning in his bed when she tried to wake him up to get to kindergarten. One pupil dilated and the other not. She got him airlifted to the nearest hospital. During this time, Jonathan's best friend Nick was sitting at the breakfast table eating cereal. Nick suddenly gets up from the table and goes to the door. When his mom asks him what's up, Nick says Johnny was calling for him. You see, Nick and Johnny lived on separate blocks, but they weren't allowed to cross the street without a parent yet because they were still fairly young. But they lived close enough to call to one another to come out to talk at their respective street corners. So Nick goes to the street corner while his mother receives a call from mine that Johnny was declared dead in the hospital. Idle brain aneurysm that was triggered by the fall. Nick's mom can hardly handle the news and is now wondering where her son went. But Nick comes back a few minutes later and says that he heard Johnny calling to him, but he wasn't at the street corner when he looked, then sits down to continue to eat his cereal. When his mom asks Nick what Johnny was saying, Nick says he had to come say goodbye. Number 7. Before my family and I moved to another state, my father went and visited the area to check on the progress of our new house, which was still being built. My father was there for a few days and was staying at some crappy Motel 6 in a shady area of town. His room was the last room at the end of the hallway on the top floor. In the middle of the night, on the last night he was in town, he was woken by the phone ringing in his room. He groggily answers. It was the front desk and they say something along the lines of, "Sorry to wake you, but we've been receiving a couple of reports about rooms being broken into and some stuff being stolen. We are calling to make sure you lock your doors and are safe." My father replies that he is fine and hangs up. He decides to go double check that he locked the door. As he sits up in bed, he notices that the door to his room is ajar. Being spooked, he continuously checks the room and finds out that nothing is missing and no one else is in the room. He creeps to the door and peeks out. Sitting right outside his room on the windowsill of the hallway window is his shaving kit. Creeped out of his mind, he quickly grabs it and locks the door. After he calms down a bit, he calls the front desk and says, "Hey, you just called me about the break-ins around the hotel, and I just wanted to report that my room was just broken into when I was sleeping. Nothing is stolen and I am fine. Figured you would like to know." The front desk replies, "You must have been mistaken. We never called your room and we haven't received any reports of break-ins." Number 6. My wife's mother passed away in 2003 from cancer. After the funeral, family and friends gathered at her house for a final celebration of her life. The gathering went late into the evening. My son, 3 at the time, needed to go to bed at that point. I walked him up the stairs to where he would sleep. The room that my mother-in-law passed away in was upstairs, and straight down the hallway as you reach the top of the landing. My son and I walked upstairs together with me holding his hand. As we nearly reached the top of the stairs, my son stopped and wouldn't move, at the point which he could just see down the hallway. He was staring down the hall. I looked at him, then down the hall to an open doorway to a completely dark bedroom. He just stared and would not move any further. I asked him, "Buddy, are you okay?" His response was, "Daddy, the light. The light scares me." I looked again down the hallway where he was staring into darkness. "Buddy, you see a light?" "Yes, Daddy, it scares me." I promptly picked him up and went back downstairs. To this day, the hairs stand on the back of my neck when I think about it. Number 5. A few years ago, my brother would get a call on his cell phone around 2 to 3 a.m. every night. He would answer, and it was this hellish sounding noise, like static mixed with screams. He changed his cell number after a month of this and it stopped. Then after a week or so, it began again. The exact same noise, exact same time. Finally, one day he decided to back dial the call. It was an old man that had no clue what he was talking about. Still the calls persisted. If he didn't answer, it would call a few more times. No messages were left. He decided to say screw it, ended his contract with his phone company, switched to a new one, and then got a new number. You guessed it, the screaming static calls continued after a short delay. By this time, he was terrified every night, unsure why this was happening. He backdialed the number again and got a different person. Around this time, he lost his job and his phone. The call stopped, of course. His phone was disconnected now. So one day, my mom asked me to listen to this weird message she got on her home phone. It was the static screaming. We showed my brother and he was freaking out. He backdialed the number again and it said the number was disconnected this time. Never heard from it again after that. Number 4. My grandfather told me this story about how one time he was sitting in a chair in front of the house when he heard his wife repeatedly calling him from inside the house. The thing is, my grandmother passed away a few years ago before that, but he told me the voice was so pressing that he actually got up to look inside the house. And as soon as he got inside, he heard a loud crash behind him and turned around to see that the chair he was sitting on moments ago had been crushed by a cast iron gutter that fell on it. If he didn't come inside the house, he probably would have been seriously injured. Number 3. Before I was born, my father and mother had a small apartment together. My mother told me once she went in the basement and saw a woman standing at the base of the steps, just staring up at her, and then she just vanished. Then my father was in the shower, one with a sliding glass door that you can barely make out what's on the other side, when a large figure walked up to the other side of the glass and banged on it, making it blow out. My mother found him in the fetal position in the shower, covered in glass, and no one was around. The last one made them move out. He confirmed it happened but doesn't like to talk about it. He's a relatively tough dude, so for something to scare him that much means a lot. Somewhere in between those two occurrences, they came home to find absolutely everything moved over about an inch. They realized this because they're not very good at dusting. Number 2. Around the time I was 19, I was deployed to Iraq. My unit worked with bombs, and honestly, I didn't know how I made it home intact. About halfway through my tour, the Red Cross notified my unit that my father was terminally ill. Within a week, I was on a plane to the States. Now, my dad being ill was something I had grown used to. He was strong though, and I never expected to actually lose him. I lost my mother when I was 7, and my father's lungs had collapsed shortly before then. He was on oxygen and needed a wheelchair to go anywhere. Medication by the handfuls were needed every few hours. He gained weight from limited movement, developed diabetes, and had already beaten cancer once. I never expected to lose him and wasn't the type to ever give up. I arrive home, head to the hospital, and he assures me he's fine and they're overreacting. I visit him every day I'm there, but he tells me he'll be fine by the time I get home for good. I reluctantly go back overseas. I call the hospital whenever I have a few minutes of free time and we're near a call center. My deployment finishes and he kept his promise. He comes home from the hospital because he says he doesn't want to die there. He gets worse and goes back. The family all visits, but we know he isn't improving. One day, I'm at home and the phone rings. It's an unknown number, so I don't answer. It goes to the answering machine, and a very raspy voice mumbles, "Call the hospital." It's my dad. I grab the phone, but he had already hung up. So I call. They tell me he's been intubated for the past couple hours, and he's starting to go into cardiac arrest. He's non-responsive, and we need to come to say our goodbyes. I argue that he just called me, and she says that's not possible. They've been working on him for some time now. I hung up and told my family the news. My sister and I stared at the answering machine. We played the tape again and again. This was the last time I heard my father's voice. I'm a skeptic. I don't believe in the paranormal or ghosts, and I cannot come up with any logical explanation. I still get watery-eyed thinking about it. Number 1. It was near Halloween time when my friends and I were telling ghost stories. My friend said she was going to tell a story about her parents' first date. She said she didn't like telling the story since it was actually true, but we prodded her on. To cut to the chase, the parents had spent a nice, if awkward, first date, and around the time they would have said goodnight, the male in the situation, my friend's dad, suggested they go for a midnight hike up Provo Canyon. He apparently knew the place since he had done a fair amount of rock climbing in the area. So the two drove up the mountain of the canyon, got out of their cars, and started hiking under just the light of the stars since it was a new moon. At some point, the male starts getting a bad feeling since the pathway ahead, which would pass under some trees, would be dark, and because it was getting to be quite late, he ignores the feeling and presses on. In later rehearsings of the story, the female would say that she had the same feeling at what was probably the same time, though she didn't know the trail like he did. A minute later, the feeling comes back to the male. He ignored it again and started walking a bit of the way into the trees when his foot hit something soft in the middle of the path. Under the trees, it was too dark to see what the soft thing was, and the feeling came back stronger than ever. Instead of finding out what his foot had bumped into, he and the female both agreed to hightail it out of there. Years later, after being married for some time, they were watching an interview with serial killer Ted Bundy. In response to a question asking him to describe the time he felt the closest to being caught, he explained about the night he lured a girl into Provo Canyon and had just killed her when he heard some people coming up the trail. He explained how he just hid in the trees just in time, only to watch some guy walk right into the body and for some reason just to turn around and walk away. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching. Number 15. I moved to my dad's when I was 10 and didn't know anyone in the area except for the family my dad was friends with. Single mom with 3 kids. Luckily there was a girl a couple years older than me, 12 at the time I met her, and we got to know each other a little over a couple years. We weren't close, but we ended up having the same friends. One night, my friend Rob was hanging out with her and her younger brother. They happened to be in the house alone because my friend's mom was at work, which is where this gets terrifying and sad. Her mother had been helping this one lady through her work and got to know her fairly well. She found out her sister was in a mental institution and was let out recently. The night Rob is hanging out with my friend, they get a knock on the door. My friend thought it was just her mom. She knocks a certain way when coming in and answered it without thinking. Rob wasn't supposed to be there, and he took off through the window to his house down the road. He never thought twice about it. Wasn't her mom. It was the sister of the lady her mom was helping, and she figured out through talking to the sister where her family lived and her mom's working schedule. She came in, and this is where I don't know details, and I'm glad I don't. My friend's younger brother got away to the neighbors to call the police. The lady brutally murdered my friend a week from Christmas, decapitated her and left her body naked in a bathtub, hid her head. They had to look through the presents, and I don't know where they found it, but they did. I wasn't allowed to go to her funeral. Number 14. I have a few paranormal events that happened all throughout my life. Most of them are pretty tame, but there is one that got to me and still sticks with me today. About 4 years ago, I was ending my freshman year at college. I had lived in the dorms with a kick-ass roommate and pretty much had a great experience altogether. Towards the end of my last semester, something seemed different in the hallway of the dorms. We were all still our lively selves, but just walking into the dorms would give you this massive feeling of dread. We all wrote it off as the stress of the finals approaching, but it just felt off. Well, one night after studying, I decided to hit the shower so I can just wake up and make my way to class in a few hours. I'm all alone in the bathroom gearing up to go shower. I throw my change of clothes on the right side sink so that way I can reach around the stall and grab them. Once I set my stuff down, I happen to look up into the mirror and I can see in the distance something shimmering inside the shower stall. As I look at it, I notice that it gets slowly closer, like it's jumping from the furthermost layer to the next layer closer. I'm kind of unsettled, but I don't think much of it other than me coming down from a massive Red Bull and caffeine kick. But it starts transitioning faster. As it gets closer, I can start making out details, but nothing vivid or striking. It's just a dark mass that looks like it's covered in hair. It's just a dark mass that looks like it's covered in hair. At this point, I'm freaking out hardcore since this thing is getting closer in the mirror, and I'm pretty much frozen to this one spot. As it gets to the fourth layer, I get the closest look at this thing I'll ever get, and I regret every minute of it. It wasn't hair, but some kind of long flowing veil. You could see through it partially, but from the torso down it was just solid black, and the face, I can't describe it. It was clearly human, but at the same time it was so far removed. There were eyes. They were black but definitely glowing somehow. I only saw this for maybe a second at the most, but it's burned into my mind forever. Then the lights cut out, and I hear the door slam. It's pitch black in the bathroom, so I can't see this thing anymore. I go to open the door, but it won't budge. And then this intense smell of blood hits me out of nowhere, and that's all I remember. I woke up later in the hospital. From what my RA claims, he was on his way to use the bathroom sometime after this happened, where he found me in the shower stall with my shirt covered in blood from a massive nosebleed. He tried asking me what happened, and according to him, all I could respond with was "it saw me," and I started freaking out. So he calls an ambulance and they get me to a hospital. All the while, I'm apparently freaking out, so they sedate me to calm me down. I'm coming to around the time my parents show up, worried sick of course. I asked them what happened, and according to doctors, they believe I had a seizure. However, they ran CAT scans soon after I was cooperative enough to do so, and found no sign of any seizure occurring. Not to mention epilepsy does not run in my family at all. To this day, I still can't bring myself to look into a mirror for more than a minute, and just being stuck in a room with one for an extended period of time will cause me to break down. I've been to therapy going on 3 years because of this, and I've talked to countless religious leaders who, besides giving me the general, "well, you should turn to God in times like these" talks, don't recognize that kind of pattern as anything demonic or evil. And the strangest thing is that before the accident, there were no actual claims of activity in those dorms, and since I left, there hasn't been any either. It was just this one isolated incident. Number 13. I was once featured in a St. Jude's survival newsletter when I was about 5 years old in the early 90s. This newsletter went out across the country and apparently into Canada. There was this guy named Mitchell that called my family up out of the blue because he had read my cancer survival story. He lived somewhere in Canada and claimed to be this big-time Christian and wanted to talk to me about God in prayer. My mom let him talk to me for whatever reason, and the guy actually just wanted to talk to me about Elf. This Canadian dude named Mitchell was obsessed with Elf and somehow got a hold of our mailing address and sent me tons of Elf merchandise, coloring books, pencils, Elf everything. For some reason, my parents let him talk to me whenever he would call because they bought into his God stuff and liked how he sent me Elf crap. This went on and off for about a year until he asked me if I had ever heard of John Wayne Gacy, the serial killer who dressed as Pogo the Clown and lured boys to his house where they were tortured before being murdered and buried in his crawl space. He told me who he was and that he had escaped him when Gacy tried kidnapping him when he was a kid. He told me I should tell my parents that they shouldn't trust strangers because you never know who they could really be talking to. I remember he didn't sound menacing when he said it, just matter of fact. Of course my parents freaked when I told them, and they changed numbers and called the police. They never really did anything since the guy did live in Canada by all accounts and hadn't really threatened me. Also keep in mind Mitchell somehow had our mailing address and knew exactly where we lived. We had plans on moving soon anyway though. Fast forward 10 years to about 2001. We live in a new house, a new state, everything unlisted. I'm now 15. What did we get in the mail? Yep, you guessed it, a fucking Elf coloring book. Number 12. When I was 9, my parents split up, and my dad rented a house in a pretty isolated part of town. Surrounded by woods, couldn't see any neighbors. It was in a nice area, especially for kids. An old friend of his lived in the basement apartment. He was kind of a weird guy, super neckbeard, into mystic shit, and hit on my mom constantly when she and my dad were still together. Upstairs, my dad lived with Big Frank, a big teddy bear Viking guy who loved me and my little brother, and Barney, a very religious stagehand who also liked my brother and me a lot. For a while, when my brother and I came to visit, everything was cool. We'd run around into the woods and play games and stay up late and eat junk food. Slowly, I started to feel more and more creeped out whenever we were there. I'd run to my bed after turning the lights out, because every child knows the bed is the only place where you're safe. I constantly felt like there was something there. One night, my brother told me his closet door opened in the middle of the night. We didn't tell Dad, probably because he wasn't very good at listening to us back then, and we knew he couldn't take us seriously. Instead, we told Barney. Barney said he'd felt something evil in the house and he'd do something about it. When everyone else left the house, Barney sprinkled some holy water around, lit some candles, and said a few prayers. The house felt much less scary when we got back that evening, but it went right back to being creepy and awful by the next weekend. Until Dad moved out 5 years later, we just put up with it and pretended not to be scared. It's easy enough to put up with something creepy for a couple days at a time as long as nothing actually happens. A couple summers ago, I moved in with Dad and Stepmom. He got married a year after moving out of the house. One beautiful evening, we were sitting around playing a game and having a few beers when my stepmom brought up that house and how filthy it was because a bunch of bachelors lived there. We all laughed and talked about the old roommates and wacky things that happened while they lived there. Then I said, Bro and I were sure that place was haunted or something. He says his closet door opened in the middle of the night. I never saw anything weird, but God, that place was creepy. My dad nodded and said, Yeah, there was some kind of evil presence there. I never told you kids this, but I was pushed down the stairs a few times while going to the basement for laundry. And there was this one time I went into the kitchen and all our knives were stuck in the ceiling. Number 11. This is the late 80s, early 90s. I was around 6 or 7 years old. I am at home with my sister who is 14 or 15 at the time. We grew up in a small Texas town. Everyone knows everybody. We are home alone this particular night, and my folks let my sister babysit me frequently. We always got along due to our age gap. Anyway, it's about 8 p.m. in the winter. Deserts get pretty damn cold. So it is dark and we are in the common room since that is where the TV was. Watching 60 Minutes or 48 Hours or hard copy or some shit. Those 1-hour news pieces on CBS that chronicle large crimes in depth. Trafficking, murders, kidnapping, and the like. Basically a gritty Lifetime special. This one was a typical story. Guy next door that was quiet went on a rampage in his next door neighbor's house, mutilating them and kidnapping their young daughter. Well, the thing about our house common room is the door leading to the backyard was a large glass door on a wall of floor to ceiling windows. Nothing but blackness beyond it unless you have the backlight on. We did not. The front door is on the other side of the room with a small entryway. This is a solid door, so you cannot see what is beyond it, with a glass storm door on the outside of it. About 45 minutes into the show, they're talking about the ongoing manhunt for this crazy guy, and bam, 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 front door bangs like crazy. We jump the fuck up and scream like banshees. Dead silence now. The only lights on in the house are the kitchen down the hall from the common room we are in, and the light from the TV. We start thinking something on the porch, we had planters and a rocking chair out there, had simply blown against the door. This was West Texas, crazy strong winds out that way. Well, a minute of silence and us holding each other post-adrenaline overdose passes. Just when we're about to declare everything is safe, we hear the storm door on the outside of our front door close. Fuck. Someone had to open that door to be able to bang on the front door like that. We were both frozen in the middle of the room on the floor where we had been watching TV. My sister crawls over to the TV and turns it off. It was an old TV, so you had to turn that metal dial to switch it off, which made a mildly loud thunk. Now it's just us in a room dimly lit by the kitchen light down the hall. I do not remember how much time passed with me frozen and my sister still crouched by the now off TV. but we kept making eye contact and then looking at the front door. I remember this part vividly. We hear and I see the back door knob turn. It was locked on the knob, but not deadbolted. It rattles slightly as if someone is gently trying the handle. Neither of us make a sound. We even held our breath. Then bam, 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 bam! Loud as hell, someone is trying to force the door open just by jerking it back and forth. The whole wall of windows is vibrating violently. My sister flips her shit and screams bloody murder. I'm still frozen on the floor. She gets up and basically drags me into her bedroom, slams the door, throws her mattress and anything she can in front of it. Thankfully, she had remembered the phone. One of those ungodly heavy, beige, plastic, long metal antenna portable phones. We still had to direct dial the sheriff there, and in her panic didn't remember the number. She just hit redial on the phone. It was one of her friends, and she tells them in broken gasps that someone is trying to get into our house and needs to get there right fucking now. The profanity sticks out here more than anything else. Who knows? Young brain. I am curled up on the floor and cannot stop shaking. We don't hear anything else until we see the headlights of my sister's friends and her parents driving up to the house. We did not find out who was at the door or why. There were no signs of anything happening, but a couple of scuff marks on the bottom of the back door that we could not remember if they were there beforehand or not. Nothing like this has happened to me or her since, but for damn sure we never forgot to lock the door after that. Number 10. About 4 years ago, I was sleeping and woke up randomly to see a person standing next to my bed. This person was clearly female, but very petite, perhaps a teenager or just tiny in stature. She was facing away from me and had her shoulder cocked up to her cheek, like the way you sometimes see people holding phones. Her hair was in a low ponytail. There was nothing surreal or ghostly about her. She appeared exactly as you would imagine a person would if you were to waken in a dark room, somewhat illuminated by moonlight. There was no mistaking the fact that someone was standing only a couple of feet away from my bed. I jolted upright immediately. Shock is putting it mildly. I remember my heart was pounding, pounding, pounding. The worst part about it was, she heard me sit up and reacted, turning her crooked head around to face me, as if equally surprised to see me as I was her. I was so scared I actually closed my eyes, like they do in movies, thinking that when I opened them, she'd be gone and I would chalk it up to some kind of half-dreaming state. Nope. She was still there, staring at me. I started to fumble for the lamp on my nightstand. It felt like goddamn forever. I couldn't take my eyes off of her. I was so nervous that the noise would further prompt her to come towards me or something. When I finally switched it on, she was gone. Number 9. Me and my friends were driving home from a show we all went to. This was about 7 years ago or so in the Cerritos area. There's an elementary school there, I think on 186th. I forgot what it's called. Anyway, we drove by a local elementary school, all of us joking and laughing or whatever 16-year-olds do, and my friend's girlfriend looks over at the playground in the school, screamed, and refused to talk to anyone for a few hours. We asked her what was wrong, what she saw, what happened, but nothing would make her tell us. We all thought she saw someone on the playground or a dead body or something. All of us knew that she was seriously spooked. As backstory, I should add that she's sensitive to paranormal happenings. I should also add that I don't really believe in ghosts or the like, but whatever. She would have doors fly open at her old house, clothes hangers fly off the rail, cups fall over and then right themselves multiple times. Just crazy shit. Anyway, she eventually told her boyfriend what she had seen. She said she had briefly seen a bunch of blood-covered people walking around the playground aimlessly. I immediately started blaming exhaustion, as it was around 2 a.m. when we drove by. We looked it up later, and it turns out a plane had crashed into the school in the late 80s, and a lot of people had died. Number 8. I worked in a nursing home as an aide in the hospice unit. One night, I had 3 patients trying to die, and my job was to ensure that they were comfortable. The girls that worked the floor with me at night were awesome. We would always try to make each other laugh and get through the night as best as we could. I was known for scaring girls, Sometimes I'd hide in the closet of a room where someone had recently died. Their bodies and belongings were long gone in the empty room, and I'd press the call light and wait. The girls would come in and hastily shut it off, but I'd always jump out and scare the shit out of them. One night, I was in the nurse's station filling out a report since I had to give a patient some narcotics when an aide rushed in. She swore that she saw my shadow on the wall as if I was hiding, trying to scare her, but then she heard me laugh in the nurse's station. I decided to check it out since there wasn't supposed to be anyone on that floor. As I walked over to the wall, I stood where the light would have created my shadow, and there was nothing. I laughed it off until the CNA started shrieking, and I turned around and a shadow seamlessly rose up to the wall from the ground out of nothing. I just stared at it and said, "Oh, for heaven's sakes, is that the best you got?" and walked back to the nursing station. A while later, I had to do rounds. As I walked towards a patient's room, I heard 3 knocks on the door that led outside to the patio by their room, and I saw an older gentleman dressed in all black. I couldn't let him in because I didn't have the access code, so I told him to hold on for a moment and I would get the nurse to let him in. When she and I returned to the door, he was gone. She went outside and we couldn't find him, so I continued to the patient's room to check on him. Blood everywhere, and the patient is on the floor bleeding. He had tried to get up, it appears, and flopped around a bit in his blood trying to get up. The nurse lifted him back into the bed and we cleaned him up. There was nothing else we could do as he was DNR besides make sure he was comfortable. I went to my next patient's room and bam, dead. He had suddenly stopped breathing. I rushed to get the nurse and pulled his file. DNR also. We called the morgue and his family while I cleaned his body with an aide. I go to check on the patient that fell. Vitals every 15 minutes for a non-witness fall, and he's dead. I get the nurse. She's frustrated because this takes 2 aides off her floor to care for the deceased and lots of paperwork for her. As I'm walking down the hall for linens, I see the old man I originally saw outside walking past the nurse's station, and he whispered, "One more, Jack Maya, then I'm done for the night. Just one more." I jumped because his whispers were so eerie, and I run to the direction he was going. A patient's room door slammed shut. When I ran in, she looked directly at me and took her last breath and died, her eyes still staring directly at me. For some reason, I remember her window being opened and how odd it was. I ran to the window and didn't see anything and slammed it shut. Checked the woman for a pulse and found nothing. The nurse had followed me and saw exactly what I saw and heard the voice whisper as I did. She was coming around the corner and swore she saw the man, then me jump up and run after him, and like me, saw the patient's room door slam shut before I could get in there. When I had turned around, I saw the nurse standing in the door, and she could only say, "I fucking saw it too. Oh my god, I fucking saw it too." Click here to watch part 2. The link is also in the description below. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching. Number 7. I have a 2-year-old. He always asks my wife, "What other lady doing?" My wife is always asking him what he's talking about, and he usually answers. The first time he replied, "Oh, she just playing." Second time he replied, "She making dinner." Third time he replied, "She here to play with me." He's 2, so imagine really erratic toddler speech patterns going on here. So my wife is telling me this story about how this is kinda creeping her out. Apparently after he said this, she had to go make lunch and he went and played in the corner where the woman always is. And he was having a fucking fantastic time, laughing, giggling, playing cars, etc. So he tears ass around the corner and exclaims to my wife, "Lady say I'm zoo bear." And he fucking stops, looks at the corner, and corrects himself. "Exuberant. Mean I am happy." And my wife was out the fucking door in 5 seconds flat with him. Fast forward maybe a month and he still hasn't mentioned it since. Though earlier this week we realized that when he comes up with crazy stuff, he now says that the man in yellow hat taught him on TV. He likes Curious George. We finally realized this was weird, because he told us that the man in the yellow hat is his other mommy. and that they like to sing songs about Jesus. So I asked him who Jesus was. He's 2, we've never brought up religion with him. And he goes, "Mommy in yellow hat say, what, mommy?" Then he looks at the fucking corner of the room and says, "He Lord and Savior." So fuck it. We've been in a hotel room for the last week as we look for a new apartment. I should also mention that anytime we talk about it or bring it up when he's asleep, he starts to scream. He literally just started crying about a second ago. Number 6. I was about 4 or 5 years old and my parents had just separated. My mom was living in a 2-bedroom apartment. I had my own room, but I preferred to sleep in her bed whenever I was staying with her. Our 2 bedrooms were at the end of a hallway, directly across from each other. Our apartment was on the first floor, and I had remembered that it was in the middle of the summer, and my mom had her window open in her room, which was directly behind the bed, above the headboard. Anyway, I woke up in the middle of the night and remember sitting up and seeing that our cat was sitting in the door frame of my mom's room. Her door was open and you could partially see into my bedroom. This was strange because our cat was typically always in bed with us. As I was watching him, he walked into my bedroom and meowed. I turned to face my mom and wake her up. In 3 to 4 seconds, it took her to wake up and ask me what was wrong. We both looked back in the door frame and there was a man standing by my open door, making his way out of my bedroom. I still don't know how she managed to do it so quickly, but my mother proceeded to pick me up and literally throw me out the window. Again, we were on the first floor and it was maybe a 3-foot drop to the ground. She quickly followed and we were able to start screaming for help and someone called 911. The police came but didn't see any signs of forced entry, only that our front door was unlocked, which led him to believe that the man must have exited that way. The strange thing was that my mom swore up and down that she had locked the door that night with the deadbolt and chain lock. About a week later, she was cleaning the kitchen and opened our water heater closet and found a notebook with names and drawings, as well as a pair of gloves and some gum wrappers. The police were called again, but all they could do was speculate that the man had been in our house and hid until we were asleep. Number 5. When I was a teenager, I was big into skateboarding and building ramps and shit. There was a neighborhood being built behind mine, and I'd go over there on the weekends and get scrap wood and bring it to my house. You had to go through a little bit of woods and cross a creek to get there. I went one day by myself, and when I crossed the creek and started walking through the woods to the construction site, I could hear a man talking. I stood still to try to hear what he was saying. It was getting louder, as if he was coming through the woods towards me, and I finally heard what he was saying, and he made a little jingle singing, "I'm gonna get you." I couldn't hear any leaves crunching, and I never saw anyone. I ran like hell and was slipping while I was trying to climb up the muddy bank in the creek. I don't believe in ghosts or anything, but that's one thing that stuck with me that I can't explain. Number 4. My former teacher was home alone when she was a child at some point in the early 70s probably. A man knocked on her door and she opened her main door but kept her screen door locked. He said he was from the gas company and wanted to talk to her parents. She told them they weren't home, and he, without missing a beat, tried to start forcing his way into the home. When he found the screen door to be locked, he pulled out a fucking box cutter and started cutting through the screen. My teacher ran to hide in a clothes hamper in her parents' closet. She said she sat there for about 10 minutes before the police arrived. Thank God a neighbor saw everything and called the police, or she probably would be dead. Also, to put the cherry on the freaking creepy sundae, they found the intruder hiding in the attic. She told us this as a cautionary tale to lock all doors and windows when being home alone. Of course, naturally, I would go home from school to be alone for hours. Number 3. Background info. My sister and her now husband are house sitting for my brother-in-law's uncle. The uncle is old and starting to lose it. He rents out a basement suite and a nice lady lives downstairs. She cleans the house when she's there, but he wanted my brother-in-law to come check on things and feed his old cat once in a while. Okay, so first day they go to house sit. They get in but can't find the cat to make sure it's okay. My sister has cats and know they like to hide when they are dying, so they're worried and looking everywhere for this cat. In all rooms, under the beds and everything. Even check with the lady downstairs, she hasn't seen it. So my sister opens up the closet in the spare bedroom and is looking around the stuff on the floor, moves a couple of things, and sees a set of feet on the ground in the closet, with clothes blocking anything above the feet. The feet have nicely painted toenails and look human, but she assumes it's just a doll or something. They look in a few more places, and all of a sudden the cat is in the middle of the living room just hanging out. So they lock the deadbolt and leave. Sister and her boyfriend go out for dinner and a movie, and she can't stop thinking about the feet and how real they looked. My sister had started dating her boyfriend fairly recently and didn't want to seem crazy, so she didn't bring it up. But a few hours into the night she decided she needed to tell him. He decides that it's probably a doll, but he offers to go back and check anyway. When they arrive, my sister will only stay on the patio because she's scared, which makes him realize that this must be something serious. They go to get in the door, but the deadbolt is now unlocked and the handle is locked. Now he thinks there must be someone in there. At the door there is a fireplace, so once he is in there, he grabs the sharp pointer stick from the fireplace tools and starts to sneak towards the closet. He opens the closet and sees the same set of feet with painted toenails on the floor. He pokes it lightly with the fire stick and the toes scrunch up. He proceeds to smack the foot as hard as he can with the sharp stick and yells, "Get out of there!" Out comes a lady in her mid-30s holding the cat and a can of Coke. Turns out she was friends with the basement tenant. When she became homeless, the friend let her stay with her until she found out she was addicted to crack. Started leaving drugs around the house, and she had shady people coming into the house, so she kicked her out. Somehow she got a key to upstairs and had been staying there while the uncle was gone. Police were called and she was arrested. Number 2. This didn't actually happen to me, but it happened to my mom when she was a teenager. My mom is now in her mid-60s. She's not an overly religious woman. She doesn't read the Bible regularly, rarely goes to church, but she prays every night because that is what gives her comfort. I'll have to side note with this. I watch normal horror movies with her so often. Nothing too crazy or gory, but spooky if you will sort of stuff. Well, I asked if she wanted to watch The Exorcist, and she flat out 100% refused. She said there is absolutely no way she will ever watch anything related to possession or exorcisms. I should also note, my mother will refuse and kick you out of her house if you even think about bringing a Ouija board into the house. She'll yell, scream, and cuss until you drop the subject, and that's it. This is important. Alright, so that little backstory is out of the way. I ended up asking her why exactly she refuses to watch those sort of movies. Well, she tells me when she was a teenager at a sleepover at a friend's house, they were up playing games. The parents watching TV. Her friends and herself are on the floor playing a board game, a game my mom has never played before. We'll come to find out it's a Ouija board and she doesn't know what it does. Well, they start playing, asking a bunch of questions. They end up finding out that there is a spirit in the house, so they ask it to show itself. Nothing happens. They demand it to show itself. This was her first indication something wasn't right, because the lights all around the house, every single room went off immediately, including the TV, and then snapped right back on. Spooky, huh? Nah, just a fluke. They asked the next question, "Who are you?" The piece moves around the board in big circles with their hands on it and stops at the letter D, moves to the letter E, then to the letter V, I, L. Wow, someone must be really messing with it. This can't be real. So they ask, "If you are the devil, then show yourself." Nothing happens for a while, and then suddenly the TV goes out. Well, in the reflection in the TV sitting in the living room next to my mom and her friends, even her parents could make out the shape of something terrifying just sitting there next to them. The house got extremely cold. Suddenly loud noises could be heard from the kitchen, stuff flying off the top of the refrigerator, and cupboards opening and closing. They immediately stop the game, close it up, and throw it in the trash, never to play one again. Later that night, my mom is sound asleep and is awoken by something loud and clanging on the roof. She listens intently, and she can hear what sounds like chains and dogs up there on the roof. Well, that's not possible. It must be outside somewhere. She wakes up the next morning and goes and talks to her friend's parents, asks them if any of their neighbors have any dogs. They all tell her no, and they tell her they also heard the dogs and chains up on the roof last night. So that's the story of why my mom refuses to watch anything that involves exorcisms. She truly believes that the devil was there with them that night, sitting next to them. And the messed up thing is, every time she tells me that story, I get this cold shiver down my spine that there is no way she could be making this up. Number 1. When I was 2 years old, my uncle committed a double murder and suicide. He was a meth head and had been taking money from my grandmother, and finally one day she told him no more. That just happened to be the day I was at their house. He went to his room and brought out a shotgun. He shot my grandfather in the face. My grandmother ran and grabbed me. He shot her in the back. She dropped me and rolled over. He then turned his attention to me. I remember this vividly. I was crying and he picked me up, rocking me for a minute, and sat me in my swing. He then pointed the shotgun right at my face. Then all of a sudden he just stopped, like something was fighting with him, like physically prevented him from blowing me into a million parts. Next thing I know, the gun is in his mouth, and bang, that's all I remember. My parents never told me a single thing about it. Up until a year ago, they didn't even know I knew about it. When I told my dad, he starts crying and tells me how I was just swinging in my swinger like someone was pushing me. I had forgotten about it until I was like 13, and all of a sudden I remembered. It fucked with my head for a while. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching. Number 15. My now ex-wife and I had just gotten married and moved into a new neighborhood. We moved in the winter, and as spring came, we noticed there were multiple dead animals, birds, squirrels, and raccoons in the yard. We cleaned them all up and started to do improvements to the outside of the house and painting on the inside. I started to notice strange things going on. Keys not where I left them, stuff like that, small. I thought I was just being forgetful. Then things slowly started to escalate. Well in bed, I could swear I could hear a barely audible conversation, like a radio in a far room. As soon as I would try to focus on it, it would go away. I started to hear footsteps at the other end of the house. One night, while laying in bed, I heard a huge crash which woke me up out of dead sleep. I went into the kitchen and saw my kid's hamster cage on the floor about 15 feet from where it was. We put it on the fridge at night because we had a cat and didn't want it getting to it. Now I know what you are thinking, cat knocked it off, but this cage had to fly over a breakfast bar and a kitchen table to get to its resting place. Then things got ugly. I would be sitting at home watching TV and I would have this uncontrollable thought. What would it be like to be possessed? Or, I want to be possessed. I couldn't get this thought out of my head. Couldn't concentrate on anything but that. I would literally have to say in my head, I love God, I love Jesus, over and over to get this original thought out of my head. I need to add that I am not a religious person. As soon as I would leave the house, I would be fine. Not one thought. But as soon as I pulled in the driveway, it would start up again, uncontrollably. I thought I was going crazy. I sat down with my wife and looked her dead in the eyes and said, I think I am going crazy. I've been having weird thoughts. She turned white, and before I could say anything more, she said, that you want to be possessed? Come to find out, for the past month, she's been having the exact same thoughts. Then we started to compare stories. She told me that she was laying in bed without me. I worked nights at the time, and she could hear a man whispering through the baby monitor while our child was fussing. Needless to say, we moved out within the month. Her oldest daughter was still in school, and we had moved across town. I had to pick her up at that house on my days off when she got dropped off by the bus. As soon as I turned the corner, I would get those thoughts.
I would sit in my car in the driveway and not even go inside and wait. Number 14. My friend's dad is an ex-Marine. He has been a paramedic, firefighter, and security guard, so there's practically nothing on earth that can frighten this motherfucker. His family used to live in a very old house built in the 1800s. One day, my friend's dad was at home alone, waiting for the rest of the family to get back with dinner. Now this man is the most honest man that I have ever met. There would be no reason to lie about this. He was sitting on the couch downstairs when he says he heard footsteps coming from upstairs. He walks down the main hallway and looks up to the banister for the upstairs hallway. He then said that there was a shadowy figure that glided across the upstairs railing from one side to the other until it was out of view. Right after he saw the supposed apparition, he heard the loudest, most blood-curdling scream he had ever heard in his life. Immediately after the scream, all of the lights in the house went out and he found himself standing in the pitch black. He then ran out to the front porch and waited for the rest of the family to return. My buddy said that when they got back, he remembers the horrified look on his dad's face. He said he had never seen that look on him and has never seen it since. Number 13. My nephew lives with me in an old farmhouse built in the 1840s. When he was about 4, maybe 5, he told me that there was a little boy named Charlie who lived in our house. He said Charlie had never heard of video games and that Charlie's dad left him home all by himself. This was around the same time he had an imaginary friend named Mr. Cat, so I wrote it off. A couple of weeks later, I was shaving with the bathroom door open and thought I could see my nephew kind of looking in at me out of the corner of my eye. I stuck my head around and could see him from behind messing with an old china cabinet we keep important stuff in, and just as I walked into the room, I could see my nephew sitting in the living room watching TV. He couldn't have crossed that much distance that fast or silently. I asked him about it and he said, "Oh yeah, that was Charlie." He said there's a really super book in there from when you were a little boy. And at the bottom of the stack of old documents and stuff in the china cabinet is a book I got as a gift when I was a kid. I didn't know it was there. It was under 2 boxes of documents and couldn't be seen until the boxes were lifted out. The little boy wasn't transparent, he didn't float, he didn't look spooky, he just looked like a kid. Number 12. My dad once told me a story about one of his cousins. The cousin used to live with his family in an apartment building. On the floor above them lived an old widowed woman whose young son, around 24 or 25, served in the Indian Army and had died during a bomb attack somewhere in North India. A few weeks after the funeral, my uncle started having dreams about the son who had died. He would tell my dad and his mom that the son keeps knocking on the door in the dream and just stands there once the door is opened. He had the same dream for 2 weeks straight until one night before dinner, he opened his front door to go down to the lobby and saw the son standing in front of him. He quickly shut the door, freaked out for a few minutes behind the door, and opened it to still find the son standing there. I'm not sure what happened right after, but my uncle then started seeing the sun inside his apartment, and then one day it just stopped. Number 11. I have a coworker, male, aged 45, who is a no-nonsense sort of fellow. He doesn't hold much with silliness and doesn't believe in ghosts. So he and I both work at a very fancy antique business. Our boss is a 3rd-generation dealer. His personal collection rivals the best in the world. Because of this, when he goes away, he doesn't just have a security system, but a house sitter as well. The job of house sitter almost always falls to my coworker. The house is located in rural Connecticut. It is a circa 1780 center chimney colonial. It was originally built by a prominent and wealthy family in this corner of the state. The house has a couple dark and ominous, fully substantiated stories attached to it. The one that is most relevant to this story, however, relates to a young son of the family who lived in this house circa 1820. During his late teens, he developed a mental illness. Based on the stories surrounding him, one could assume it might have been schizophrenia. Anyway, the family, not knowing what to do with their violent and unpredictable son, locked him in an upstairs bedroom and fed him through a hole that was cut in the wall. The patched hole is still clearly visible, as are the deep gouges in the wood paneling of the room, supposedly the result of his assaults on his surroundings. After a few years, the son managed to hang himself in the room. Last winter, when my coworker was house sitting at night, he came into the shop one morning as white as a sheet, clearly shaken up and exhausted. He proceeded to relate to me his experiences from the previous evening. He had been sitting downstairs in the keeping room at about 10 p.m. watching TV. He started hearing strange sounds coming from upstairs, movement and shuffling. He turned the TV off so he could listen better. The movements continued for about 30 seconds while he listened. He decided a bat must have gotten into the house, not uncommon in an 18th century building. As he climbed the back staircase to investigate, he distinctly heard a man's laughter coming from the bedroom at the top left of the staircase, the bedroom where the son had been imprisoned and committed suicide. He said all the hairs stood up on the backs of his arms. He describes the laugh as not good, not happy. At this point, he lost all desire to investigate further, scurried back down the stairs, and poured himself a tequila and water, which he slowly sipped while listening to the occasional shuffle or bump from the bedroom. He slept downstairs on the couch that night. Number 10. My grandpa on my mom's side died way before I was born. At the time of his death, my parents had 3 children. A night soon after the death of my grandpa, my mom and dad were in their room lying in bed, and she was crying to him when she said, "Who's gonna take Dustin, my oldest brother, fishing now?" Immediately after this happened, they heard a sound of glass breaking coming from outside their bedroom door. My dad grabs his shotgun and leaves the bedroom to check things out. When he steps out of his room, he notices a picture frame lying face down on the floor. This picture frame was supposed to be above the fireplace about 20 feet away from his bedroom door. He picks it up and it's a picture of my brother and my grandpa fishing. He put the house up for sale the next day. Number 9. My dad's side has stories. He used to tell me stories of his old house where he grew up. There are a couple of stories he told me, and they were also backed up by his mom and brothers when I asked them about it. Apparently, stuff happened to them too. Story goes that he was around 10 and home by himself reading comics in his room. As he was reading, he started to hear footsteps coming from the kitchen area. He was about to go and see if it was his brothers or parents coming home, but he got stopped dead in his tracks when he got an overwhelming sense of fear. As he was debating on whether or not to go, he started hearing what sounded like large, heavy coins dropping into a bucket full of more coins. This went on for less than a minute. He was torn between wanting to go out and see what the sound was, and between being scared to shit. He ended up sitting in his room until he heard his dad drive up. There were a couple other stories they told me about the house. Strange noises, dishes falling out of cupboards, shadows running around outside, a lot of crazy other stories. I never was allowed to stay with my grandma at the house by myself, and always got a really weird feeling when I would be by myself in their back room. Always got a feeling like there was someone there with me. Supposedly it was haunted. The man who lived there before had been in World War II, and upon his return committed suicide in one of the rooms. My grandfather, strangely enough, committed suicide in the backyard of the same house. My mom lived in the same house with my dad when they were first married. At the time, my dad's brother and mom still lived there as well. My mom told me how one time she was sitting in my dad's old room and heard my dad's brother drive up the driveway, open the front door, and head into his room to start lifting weights. She heard the weights clank together for a good couple of minutes before she decided to go outside. Everyone else was out of the house at the time and she thought he was the first to come back home. But once she opened the door, the weight stopped. She went to talk to my dad's brother, but there was no one in the room and no car in the driveway. As she was standing there trying to figure out what she had heard, she said she saw my uncle's car drive up. The other was again when my dad was a kid. He was laying in bed sleeping when he saw his other door open and a figure that looked like his mother come in and sat on the bed with him. It was pretty dark, so he could only make out the outline of the body. He fell back asleep. In the morning, he asked his mom why she came in like that. She told him that she didn't go into his room. The creepier part to this story is fast forwarding to when I was young. My brother got up one morning to get some water. When he walked out to the kitchen, he saw what looked like my mom sitting at the kitchen table drinking coffee. He went and sat at the table too in the dark and started talking to my mom. She did not reply. This goes on for another minute or so, and my brother decides that he's tired and that her mom is still half asleep as well. So he starts to go back to his room, and as he does, our parents' bedroom opens and my mom walks out. Now my brother, creeped out as fuck, turns back to look at the table and does not see anyone there anymore. After that, he refused to get up by himself, never told our parents why. Oh, and to add to the weirdness, my dad committed suicide around 8 years back as well, shot himself under a bridge. Number 8. I had a good friend die when I was 10. We'll call him John. He died pretty tragically too. He was hit by a car literally right in front of my house when he was chasing down a ball that bounced into the road. Fast forward 7 years, I'm babysitting my little sister and she is playing outside. I'm on the porch swing reading and she's shooting hoops on her little Tykes hoop. The ball bounces onto the road and I look up to see her yell, "Don't go after that ball, John." Freaked the shit out of me. She never knew about John. I asked her who John was and she said it was a kid that would play with her sometimes outside. Number 7. When I was a kid, I did yard work for this incredibly lovely old couple. They told me that when they moved into their house, they had to empty out a few of the rooms and closets of the previous owner's stuff. After that, they heard bumping sounds like someone wandering around the house in the dark. They called the previous owners to ask if the sounds were a normal thing. "Oh, you emptied out the upstairs closet, didn't you? Just put the cane back in the closet so he can see where he's going. Without it, he just stumbles around bumping into things and making noise." They put the cane back and the noises stopped. They left it in that closet for over 30 years until they moved out. I was helping them clear the house when I saw this cane. It was a pretty normal wooden cane with a rubber knot on it, but it had these scorch marks on the end like someone used it to poke out a fire. Then they gave me it. Number 6. Okay, let me start by saying I've never experienced a single paranormal experience in all my 28 years but this one. It happened last year and it still haunts me. The fact it is so incredibly intense and real makes it so much more crazy. I literally start shaking when I think of it. I've only told 3 or 4 people. Here it goes. Was sleeping next to my girlfriend, now wife. She gets up and starts walking around the room with the lights off. About 5 minutes later, she gets back in bed. A few minutes later, I feel strange and look over at my wife. She's sitting straight up. I turn on the light and ask her what's wrong. I get no answer, no acknowledgement, except she starts to kind of breathe loudly. I say her name a few more times and get very little back from her. I start to shake her. I'm really scared she's having a stroke or something, and say her name over and over and over. She finally looks at me and gets a sneer on her face that really freaks me the fuck out. This is the point where I really start to feel like something is really off. I start to say, "What's your name?" as though I'm talking to someone who just hit their head. In other words, I'm trying to ask her to remember her name to try to draw her out of whatever has her head in the fog. I ask her a few more times, looking in her eyes, when all of a sudden her pupils dilate to the point where they are black. I mean fast too, like from normal to black in a split second. Right after this happens, she says, "The devil." It comes out of her in this voice that is not hers. I freak the fuck out, grab her and start praying, like really praying, commanding God to get whatever the fuck has just taken over my wife to get out. About 15 seconds or so, my wife starts crying. I pull back a little, and she just says my name in this terrified, confused little animal voice. I hold her for a few minutes, then we talk for a few minutes. She basically says she just felt blackness for a while. She remembers coming to in my arms, that's it. So I'm not even that spiritual of a person, or at least I wasn't until that clusterfuck of a mind-altering night. It all happened so fast. I still don't know what really happened, but not a single part of me thinks there's some non-spiritual explanation for it. My wife has never had another experience like that, and I've never had another paranormal experience of any kind. My brother thinks that she just had a mini stroke or something, and from the outside I would surely say the same thing. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well for a while, but as nothing has happened since, my life is entirely back to normal. Number 5. My parents were on their honeymoon to Key West. When they arrived at the hotel to check in, they were told that their room would be non-smoking. With my dad being a smoker, they requested a different room. They got the room switch and went to their room. As they got off the elevator, the smell of fresh paint was overwhelming. Down the hall, there was a painter with all of the necessary supplies laid out around him and was painting the wall. As my parents walked past him, they casually greeted him, and the painter had absolutely no acknowledgement of their presence. Whatever. When they got to their room, the smell of paint was even worse in there. So bad it wasn't even bearable, so they decided to go to the front desk to change rooms. When they explained the situation, the attendant looked very confused and informed them that there wasn't a scheduled paint job on that floor for the day, but agreed to change their room. My parents go back to their floor to grab their luggage, and the painter is completely gone. All supplies cleaned up and gone within 10 minutes, and the smell of paint was completely gone too. At this point, my parents were really freaked out, but didn't think much of it and went to their new room. The next morning, on their way to breakfast, they overhear a tour guide talking to a group. My parents tuned in when the guide mentioned the floor they were originally supposed to stay on. Apparently, a long time ago, there was a painter on that floor painting and fell down the elevator shaft to his death. Now, my parents don't normally believe in the paranormal, but after an event like this, they had no explanation for it, and it freaked them out for a good bit. Number 4. When I was 17, I went to my mate's house for some beers on his birthday. I probably only had about 5 drinks. Come the early hours of the morning, probably around 2 or 3 a.m., I head out to the kitchen for a drink. I pour a drink of water and turn around and take a big sip. As I'm swallowing, I swear I hear footsteps. The ground in the entire room is all made up of tiles, so I hold my drink down and listen for a few seconds. Next thing I know, I hear fast footsteps in front of me, running towards me, and suddenly a huge cold breeze blew right through me. At that point, I just freaked out and ran back for the bedroom. I ended up waking my friend up and telling him what happened, and we listened and we could hear odd bangs and bumps from out there, but nothing out of the ordinary after that ever happened. I still always remember it though. Gives me goosebumps telling this. Number 3. My brother was getting to sleep one night when he was about 13 or 14. The lights were off, doors closed. He was settled with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, he gets that feeling that he's being watched by someone. The feeling becomes stronger and stronger, so he pulls the covers over his head, curls into a ball, trying not to freak out. He even starts saying the Our Father prayer when a few lines in, he hears a voice right next to his ear say, "That's not gonna help you." He bolted out of the bed, down to the hallway, turned on all the lights, and sat on the stairs for the entire night. Number 2. This was the early 80s, and my sister lived in Toronto. One day, she decided to come down and see some old friends and visit with our parents, who live in a rural area. She stayed late and left around 9 p.m. This was late fall, so it was nearly pitch black. But about 8 miles into the drive back to town, the car she borrowed broke down. Luckily, she broke down in front of a house. They let her use their phone to call Dad to come pick her up. After he came down, the people let her park her car in the driveway until the next day. It was about 10 p.m. when they started driving back to my parents. She decided to stay the night after this. They went through a wooded area, trees as far as the eye could see on both sides, when suddenly they hear this incredibly loud, inhuman scream. That was louder than the car, even louder than the fucking radio. Dad slams on the brakes, and they were like, "What the fuck was that?" When suddenly something appeared on the side of the road. It was a fucking coyote, only it was 6 feet tall and walking upright on its hind legs. It crosses in front of the car and went to the other side of the road, and that same scream happened again, only 10 times louder than before. Dad slammed on the accelerator and got the fuck out of there. He only told me this once, but the look on his face when he told me, and knowing the kind of guy he is, I believe him. Number 1. It started when I got my Ouija board and I never read the rules. My friends were too chicken shit, so I did it alone. I talked to 2 people that day by myself. One was a little boy named Tim, who was disowned by his parents and died in the forest. The other presence was much darker, and for 2 questions I asked, it would reply death, which was not a valid answer. I got angry with the second one and yelled at it to prove its malicious nature to me. Nothing happened. I packed the board away, feeling as if maybe it was me the whole time, which is the common notion for disbelievers. But then the next 2 months happened. Between 3 and 4 a.m., I consistently woke up with terror sweats and felt as if I was being watched. About 50 days in, I awoke to the most horrid screaming, and a thud so loud I thought someone was breaking in. I jumped up and felt again like someone was in front of me wanting me to die, and yet no sounds from my upstairs housemates. I got so scared that I quit sleeping at night. I would stay up until 6 a.m. at least to make sure that the ghost hour wouldn't affect me, but it came anyways. I'll always remember what happened at 2 months. I was playing COD, as typical for the past 2 weeks, and all of a sudden, I got this cold chill on my back, and it went to my left shoulder, and then also onto the left side of my head. And I shit you not, I heard breathing in my ear. The pressure on my upper left side was as if someone or something was leaning its head onto my shoulder. I was frightened to death, but I decided fuck this. I got up, swung my fist, and screamed, "Fuck off and go away." And after that night, it seemed to stay away. I don't know how all this happened, especially when I was such a non-believer. Those months felt like a dream, but I do believe now that certain energies do manifest us, and it's best to stay away from the evil, hurtful ones. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching. Number 15. My friend had mentioned that she had one, so I asked her to pull the board out so I could check it out. At first, she said no, but then agreed to do it as long as she didn't have to participate. After she had the board set up, I asked, "Is there anyone in here?" Nothing. So being a dumb teenager, I said, "If anything is in here and not talking, you're a coward." The board was put away after that. Fast forward about a week later and have me sleeping upstairs on my couch. I wake up on a stereotypical stormy night, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, the works. I look around to see why I woke up and couldn't see a thing, and decided to try to fall back asleep. After laying there for about 30 seconds, I can hear from downstairs, "Get the boy," in a very raspy, wispy voice. I open my eyes and listen. Nothing. Start to go back to sleep. "Get the boy!" It was much louder this time. Then my downstairs door slammed shut. I freaked the fuck out because no one slept down there and we had no drafts. Number 14. My great aunt has never married, and when I asked why, my dad told me the story. Apparently, when she was 16, she had a pretty serious boyfriend. When she used a board, she asked if they would get married, and it said no. She asked if they would break up. No. Asked if one of them would die, and it said yes. And when she asked which of them, it said goodbye. A week later, he was in a wood chipper accident at the mill where he worked. Number 13. I have no evidence, and I don't care if you don't believe me. I used a board with results and let something into my home and have been physically assaulted by this entity. It started out with that feeling like you're being watched and doors closing and footsteps on the hardwood when you're home alone, and it progressed slowly into being kept awake by something shaking the bed or pulling off your covers, sometimes even whispering your name. The board would disappear for days on end, then show up in places you would never have put it. I became obsessed with it. Then it was a black mass in the center of the room, or the silhouette of a man watching you from the doorway. After that, it escalated pretty quickly. I had my hair pulled, fingers pricked, scratched, choked, held down in bed while this thing whispered in my ear in what could have only been Latin. We had our house blessed, and the bad thing hasn't shown back up. Just the normal occurrences now, but I will never again play with one of those boards. Number 12. I always thought these things were BS. However, years ago this changed when I did it once with some random people at a get-together. We were talking to all sorts of different spirits, and I wasn't taking any of it seriously. Then I thought of a way to put it to the test. I'm Kuwaiti American and was born in Kuwait, so I know Arabic and knew of a friend of my brother that passed away recently, so I asked to speak with him. Now, only one person knew me at the get-together, and even then didn't know that much about me. I was definitely the only one there that could speak Arabic. I was in Oklahoma at the time, so I asked in Arabic how he died. The board spelled out car crash. I was a bit shocked but didn't buy it completely, so I asked a more detailed question. I asked in Arabic how old he was when he died. It pointed to 1 and then 3. That's when I started really freaking out. No one would have known those details, let alone what I was asking. I asked for more details on the crash. He flew out of the sunroof, and after that I stopped. Haven't touched a Ouija board since. Number 11. On a trip back to the islands for my grandpa's funeral, a pregnant cousin of mine, my older brother and sister, and I decided to talk to our recently passed grandfather. Now, everyone back in the islands are very superstitious, so there are no Ouija boards available there, so we had to make one out of cardboard and a magnifying glass. We waited till the night after the funeral and headed down to the beach behind our grandma's house and started summoning the spirits. All of us never really believed in spirits, so we started off just fucking around and asking if Elvis or Michael Jackson could speak to us. But when we finally did ask for my grandpa, everything started feeling eerie as fuck. The magnifying glass started to move, and it moved to the letters before my grandma came running down the hill yelling at us, "What have you done? What have you done?" And then started hitting us. None of us really thought anything of it until the next night my cousin had a miscarriage. I'm not sure if it's a coincidence or not, but I don't fuck around with Ouija boards anymore.
Number 10. My mom has warned me against using them due to her own experience. She used one at a friend's house when she was young. None of the consequences happened during the use of the board, yet she noted that whatever ghost they were chatting with seemed to be violent and have it in for her. She shrugged it off and left in her car. On the way home, she hit and gruesomely killed a horse, which appeared out of nowhere, running at her car in the middle of a city in the afternoon. Number 9. My girlfriend told me this story about an experience she had with a Ouija board while in high school sometime in 1986. She had a friend named Johnny who was suffering from some debilitating illness, who had been recently hospitalized as a result. Both she and her friend Shelly visited Johnny regularly in hopes of keeping his spirits up for a quick recovery. One night, after visiting Johnny, they were at Shelly's when they decided to try out the Ouija board. After a while, they started communicating with a spirit who seemed to know a lot more than it really should. After some banal questions about boys and general questions one would expect teenage girls to ask, my girlfriend decided to ask about Johnny and his condition. The board quickly spelt out 24 June 1987. Johnny won't have to worry anymore, and then went to goodbye. My girlfriend and Shelly were so convinced that the board was giving them a date for recovery that they actually wrote the message down and sealed it in an envelope. The following year, on June 24th, it turned out Johnny indeed no longer needed to worry about his condition. It was the day he died. Number 8. My friend and I were about 14 or 15. She had a Ouija board that we used quite often. I always thought she was pushing it for the fun factor, so I never took it too seriously. One night we started, and it was about 9 p.m. We started getting very strange sayings. None of them I can remember 27 years later, and we got a name. Although the name I've forgotten over the years, it said he was from Malaysia. He was here to protect us. The next thing we know, at 7 a.m., it was like we blinked and the sun was up. It was very freaky. We lost 10 hours of our life. Neither of us remember anything about it. We were just sitting there at the table staring at each other like, what the fuck happened? Too bad we didn't have a third person there to tell us. She would never use it again. I did, but I never had that happen again. Number 7. My wife and I had some unexplained things go on in the house we were renting, so we got a board so we could try to figure out what we were dealing with. Bad idea. The board was just a standard plain board. We used it one night to speak with hopefully our spirit. What we didn't realize is that Ouija boards open the door for anything to come through and speak. The looking piece flew off the board near the end of our session, and we had no real answers to anything. We were speaking with something, but it was very evasive with its answers. Things got worse in the house, and we eventually broke our lease and moved. Radios and TVs going on by themselves, water running. After the board though, things got bad. Voices, moving objects, and my wife says I got possessed one night, but I can't validate that as I was asleep. Number 6. A girl bought her authentic Ouija board made out of maple straight from Salem. Ironically, she was very Catholic but loved her board and was a very interesting few nights in the dorm with it. I think the second night we were playing with it and it was going slow, not much movement. I had my hand off the planchette because I wasn't so sure about this thing. Suddenly, it was like cold fingers grabbed onto my shoulders ever so slightly, and this terrible feeling in the back of my mind just came to the surface. I looked to the board and the planchette started moving in a demonic pattern. I think figure eights this time. I looked at the girl and said, I have a bad feeling about that. In time for her to realize what was happening, she stopped the movement and bid the spirit goodbye. And that moment, the icy grip loosened and all was well. Everyone was like, whoa, when the girl explained that the figure 8 means that something was trying to get out of the board. Number 5. We all asked it a question that only the person asking would know the answer to. It would answer all the questions. One question that someone asked was, what was the name of the boat I went on a cruise on when I was 6? It answered. We played with this thing forever.
We had cold spot experiences and would place a candle where the cold spot was, and the candle would burn sideways, not straight up and down. One night, we all asked it how long we had left to live, and this is where it gets scary. Everyone asked, and they all had 50 or 60 plus years left. I go to ask, and it says 10. I asked 10 years, and it says days. I pretty much shit a brick at this point. It said I was gonna be killed in a car accident by a girl named Emma. We would ask it 3 days later, and it would say I had 7 days left. Ask it 2 days later, and it would say I had 5 days left, and so on. I'm freaking out at this point, carrying a Bible in my pocket and wearing a big cross. I finally tell my dad, and he doesn't believe me, so I made one out of a piece of paper and used a CD to show him. It worked, and he flipped out and told me I didn't have to go to school the day I was supposed to die. I didn't go to school, and nothing happened. Number 4. I was about 12 or 13, spending the night at a friend's house, goofing around with the Ouija board with him and his sister, and we were getting all sorts of gibberish plus words spelt out. Just kind of scarring ourselves for fun, not taking it very seriously when we got the message, "I can see you through the window," and then, "I can see you through his eyes," or something like that. There was just a small window in the basement room where we were, and just the backyard and woods past the driveway visible through that window. We asked it more questions, and it said, "I'm under the car," so we somehow got up the nerve to go check it out with a flashlight and peer under the car, where we saw a huge black stray cat which was hissing. We ran inside freaking out, and at that exact moment the power failed and all the lights in the house went out. We just about actually shit ourselves. A few minutes later the power came back, and we all sat up till dawn that night, scared, and never played with the board again. Number 3. When I was 14 or 15, my best friend and I got a Ouija board. We started talking to a spirit who introduced herself as Mama. Mama answered all of our silly questions for a while. After a while, I guess Mama got bored and called us bitch, which was really profoundly upsetting because we were Mormons at the time. She then started figure eighting like crazy, and we put her away. After that, whenever we pulled out the old Ouija board, we would start out speaking with some random spirit, and it would be very mundane, until Mama would butt in, saying its name over and over again, figure eighting, quickly going from the sun to the moon, and calling us all sorts of colorful words. This had been happening for ages, and we decided to do something about it. We read online about exorcising evil spirits from Ouija boards. It called for all sorts of things, including Jupiter candles. We settled for Bath and Body Works fruity something or other, as it was what we had on hand. We also collected a few Bibles and a Book of Mormons, and a framed picture of the Mormon prophet at the time for good measure. We set everything up with the board propped a few inches above the ground over a Bible, fruity candles twinkling, Prophet Gordon B. Hinckley watching over solemnly. We started by reading some silly incarnation that I'm 100% sure looking back was just silly mumbo jumbo or not anything of worth. Our setup, well, honestly quite useless against an irritable demon, proved at least annoying. Mama was pissed from the get-go. She started by furiously saying her name over and over again that almost threw the planchette off the board. Then she started cursing, upping the ante with fucks and cunts, which up until this point hadn't been used. Then she started spiraling the planchette in wild circles, as if she was trying to dig her way out. Looking back, everything so far would be something I could attribute to two silly teens, impressionable and scared, and letting themselves be caught up in the moment. But then the light bulb exploded. I have no explanation for why that board was peppered with glass at the exact moment the planchette stopped its fervent dance. Maybe it was faulty wiring, an electrical surge. I haven't touched a Ouija board since. Number 2. These are photos of what happened to me after using a homemade Ouija board tonight. We asked a variety of questions, asking the spirit if it was the one who scratched my chest, which had been done prior to using the board. It replied yes, and it was here for me, and that it was not gonna leave. I pray that it will. Number 1. I get a call from my cousin who said that he, his brother, his dad, and his best friend were using a Ouija board in their basement. Prior to starting, they took a large porcelain doll out of the room because it was creepy and placed it in an adjacent room face down on a pile of towels. My cousin took a short break because the board was just spouting nonsense and he went to the bathroom. His dad and brother and friend start asking the board questions without him. One of the questions was, who is in the other room? It just started spouting random numbers, and when my cousin came back into the room, his brother said that it wasn't working and they were gonna put it away, and he showed him the answer to the last question he asked, and he said, dude, that's my social security number. Then they started to talk to whatever started spewing answers out. It told my cousin he would die in the Air Force. At this point, they tell the entity they're communicating with to prove itself. It then spelled out the word doll, and they were like, what the fuck? They opened the door to check on the porcelain doll they had laid in the other room. When they opened the door, and the doll was standing right in front of the door staring at them, everyone freaked out and ran out of the house. His best friend burned the Ouija board, and I think he temporarily went nuts for a few months. My cousin for some reason then joined the Air Force, and he is on base in Europe now. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching. Number 15. My girlfriend had always told me her house was haunted. I'd always hear creaks and stuff upstairs and the occasional footstep, but I always played it off as normal house noises until one night in August of this year. We were downstairs watching TV like usual, about to go to bed, when we both got a really weird feeling almost simultaneously. She gave me a weird look, and I didn't think anything of it, so we went to bed. After a few minutes of her on Twitter and me on Reddit, we put our phones down and roll over to go to sleep. Then we both heard the words, "good night," in a child's voice. Doesn't seem too strange, right? Well, considering that there were no children in the house, we both looked at each other like, why would you say goodnight like that? Then we realized neither of us had said it, and we left her room fairly quickly. We went downstairs to lay on the couch and watch a little TV and come to our senses and figure out where those words could have come from. Then we both got that someone's watching you feeling. Not like, oh, that dude over there has been staring at me, but something will not take their eyes off me no matter what I do feeling. So we decided it's best to leave the house. We went to walk to our front door, but right as we were about to open it, we heard the child's voice again. This time it came from the balcony above us in the entryway. Clear as day, a child said, "Mommy and Daddy." We looked at each other. I may or may not have screamed, and we ran to my car and decided to drive to the one place that was open in our shitty small Oregon town, Walmart. The problem was, as soon as we got in the car, we knew something had come with us, and it was pissed at us for leaving. The second we got into my Honda, there was nothing but the feeling of hate instilled into both of us for no reason whatsoever. Whatever it was filled that car with hate. It's now about 4 a.m. and I have to be at work in 5 hours, so we decide to go back to her house and try to get some sleep and see what happens. We walk into the front door and nothing but quiet. We walk up the stairs, turn right, and suddenly it sounds like a dog is growling from her upstairs bathroom. It takes me a second though, because I grew up with dogs, and all I could think was that it was just mine being weird. 5 seconds later I realize I'm at her house, and no dog has ever set paw in there. Something was fucking growling at me, and I had no idea what. At this point, I'm fucking pissed at whatever is happening because I'm tired and need to go to sleep for work. So I come up with this brilliant plan of talking shit to whatever was causing all these problems. The only thing that sticks out at this point is me yelling, "If you're so pissed off, do something about it." Right after that, I feel something pull my shirt. I turn around thinking my girlfriend is playing a very unfunny joke on me, but no, she was downstairs. Something pulled my shirt. After that, I decided it was time to leave for the night. At 6 a.m., we get in my car and drive from my mom's house. That car ride was much less hate-filled, and all the bad feelings were gone for a while. I went to work while my girlfriend slept at my mom's place, and when I got off, we went back to her house to check things. Everything seemed fine except for one picture of us she had hanging on her wall was knocked to the ground like something out of a fucking horror movie. She was too exhausted to care about my safety at that point, and I was so tired I was willing to let whatever was there kill us so I could just get some rest. 2 weeks later we moved out and haven't had any problems since. I never believed in the paranormal at all until this happened. I still question it. My brain thinks there has to be a logical explanation to all of it, and I'm sure there is, but I know she believes, and a piece of me believes, that there's something else in that house. Number 14. From 3 until 13, I lived in a nice home out near Yosemite National Park. Nothing super spectacular about it. 4 bedrooms, a den, dining room, the norm. Just down a little dirt road, and if you've ever been around these parts you'll know. Just a little dirt road, and if you've ever been around these parts you'll know. Miles away from civilization. My whole childhood I was visited by this girl in white. She never spoke. I would just wake up at night and see or feel her there. I asked my dad, and his response every time was, "The men in our family can see ghosts." My rational thinking of this was that we all had some sort of mild schizophrenia running through our family. It didn't bother me. She didn't look like other people. There was just something off about her. After my dad died, my mother decided to sell the house and went through a realtor. We never once had contact with the buyers, only knew them by name. The buyers had a son who went to the same school as our old neighbors, dear friends of the family, and the son apparently came to school without sleep repeatedly, complaining there was a girl who watched him all night and that he needed to get out. Number 13. So I get home from my job as a server at midnight. One of my roommates was in the Navy and was deployed at the time, and the other one was at his girlfriend's house. I cook myself dinner, and as I'm cooking, my dog starts growling and barking towards the middle of the room at nothing. This is especially weird because she never ever barks. She was a rescue, and I brought her as a sense of security when I'm home alone, and I could never get her to bark at anyone. I dismiss her barking as odd, but I finish cooking and eat. I start to clean and turn the sink on because it takes forever to get hot, but right when I turned around, the sink turned off on its own. Again, I think it's odd, but I don't think it's worth freaking out over. The hair on the back of my dog is standing up straight, but no one is home, and it's midnight, so I'd figure I'd just tough it out, even though I was beginning to get a little spooked. After cleaning, I go into the bathroom. My bathroom was small, with the sink immediately to your right as you enter, with the toilet next to it, bathtub at the end, and toilet paper dispenser directly across the toilet. So I was sitting on the sink, and the toilet paper dispenser was right behind me. After 2 to 3 minutes, I hear a weird noise behind me, so I turn around, and I shit you not, the whole roll of toilet paper was unraveling fast as fuck, like someone was pulling it. I noped the fuck out of the bathroom. The door was closed and it had no windows, so it couldn't have been a breeze. I put a leash on my dog and run out of that apartment faster than Usain Bolt. By the time this happened, it was already about 2 a.m. None of my friends were awake, so I spent the night sitting outside the door of my apartment. When I get back in the next morning, the whole roll of toilet paper was on the ground, and the roll was probably 3/4 full. I'm talking a good 5 to 10 meters of toilet paper. After that day, I've never had an odd experience quite like that one ever again, but one of my roommates did mention that a few times he'd come home and find every door and cabinet in the place open, when he'd specifically remember closing them and leaving them that way when he left. Number 12. A friend of mine was taking a picture of herself and her daughter kissing, and in the background you can clearly see a figure that was not there. She had ghost experts come in and check around the house and found nothing. After some research, they found one of the previous owners was a mortician or ran a funeral home or something. I have known this girl for years, and it would completely shock me if this was fabricated, as I saw how upset she was and the money she dished out for experts. They no longer live there. Number 11. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, my uncle had just visited from the Philippines, showing us a doll that sang the Itsy Bitsy Spider when you pressed a button on her hand. He had brought it with the intention that one of my girl cousins might want it, but in all honesty, we all thought the doll was creepy, especially since it sang the song in a slow, ominous manner. Not knowing what to do with it, we took out the batteries and threw it back in the box that my uncle had put it in right after we left the room. All we heard was a muffled, "The itsy bitsy spider came up the water spout." The doll was singing with no fucking batteries. No one was in the room at the time, which means that no one could have replaced the batteries nor pressed the button on her hand. Number 10. I have a ghost that occasionally visits me in my sleep and tells me things that are either about to happen or things that people are hiding from me. It's a female, and from the looks of what she's wearing, she is either from the 30s or 40s. A few things I can recall off the top of my head. When I was in high school, she told me that one of my friends was going to break his leg playing a sport he usually doesn't. The next day, this happened. She told me that a girl I had a crush on was going to give me her number. It happened 2 days later. She told me when both of my dogs were going to die. She now also shows their spirits to me. They haven't left the house, and they act the same as if they were alive. Now the creepiest one for me is that about 3 months ago, she told me that I was missing a female figure in my life. I questioned her, saying that if I should be married or something, and she laughed and said it was family, and that I should ask my mother. I asked my mother about this, and it turns out she had a miscarriage about 2 years before she had me. It was supposed to be a girl. Number 9. One night when I was 10, I was asleep in bed and was woken up by my bedroom door opening, then someone sitting on my bed. I felt the graze on my leg and the bed sink as they sat. Thinking it was just my mom having something to tell me, I opened my eyes only to see a pale, eyeless boy who seemed to be my age sitting at the foot of my bed with his legs crossed, staring at me, or facing my direction, since he had no eyes. He then reached his hand towards me, and he was holding what looked like a little black box. I freaked out, but as I reached to grab it, he hesitantly pulled back. I reached out further for it and said, "Give it." As I did so, I blinked, and by the time I reopened my eyes, he was gone. The spot of the bed where he was sitting lifted back into place, but the imprint of someone sitting there was still present. I told my mom in the morning, and she was slightly freaked out, but assured me I was just dreaming. Fast forward 5 years. I had my girlfriend over to do homework. After homework, she took a nap while she waited for her parents to pick her up. When they arrived, I tried waking her to let her know. I nudged her as she opened her eyes so sudden, already looking in the direction of the corner of the room where the walls meet the ceiling, lifting her finger and pointed. As fast as she woke, she fell asleep again. I attempted to wake her again. She came to full consciousness, and I asked her what the hell that was about, and explained what she just did. She said, "Oh, I thought I was dreaming, but up on the wall I saw a little boy with no eyes, just there in a Spider-Man pose staring at me." That's when I freaked out and told her the story for the first time, of when I saw what I guessed was the same kid. Fast forward another 5 years, still with the same girlfriend, and by this time we had a 2-year-old daughter. We were living in my old bedroom at my parents' house. My daughter would wake up at the same time every night and start talking. For a while we thought it was just a normal baby thing, until I noticed it was almost the same conversation every night. I playfully asked her one night who she was talking to every night. She responded, "A little boy. He talks to me. He's nice. He's lost and looking for his mommy." I told my mom what happened the next morning, and before I got to tell her what I thought, she said, "I remember when that happened to you, then your girlfriend. I have no idea what that is." By then, neither my girlfriend or I have seen the little boy after our first encounter, but my daughter continued her nightly conversations until we got our own place later that year. Number 8. My great-grandmother lived with my family at our old house. We had built an addition onto the house so she could have her own kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, etc. After her death, we boxed up her belongings, which included her Bible and various other books and knickknacks, and I ended up moving into that addition since I was the oldest kid still living at home. After a month or so after she died, I was home alone. I had just gotten home from school and decided to watch TV in the family room. I settled down, turned on the TV, and proceeded to chow down on a bag of chips. An hour or so goes by, and I hear what sounded like a door slamming in the addition. My first instinct was to see if my brother was at home without my knowledge, since he had a bad habit of slamming doors. I started down the hall towards his room. I never had the chance to open his door. Further down the hall, in the addition, I saw a person head directly towards my bedroom. It was at this point that I had to fight the incredible urge to shit my pants. I knew there was an axe murderer in the house, and it was going to be up to me to stop him. I entered my brother's room and grabbed the first weapon I could find, a plastic lightsaber. I slowly crept towards the addition. The closer I got, the colder the air felt around me. It was the strangest feeling ever. I slowly entered my room and saw nothing. I had seen enough movies to know that the axe murderer was in one of two places, either under my bed or in my closet. I checked under the bed first. Nothing. I then flung open the closet, fully expecting an epic axe versus lightsaber battle, but was thankfully disappointed. I began to creep around the addition, looking for signs of a break-in. I found nothing along those lines, but what I did find creeps me the hell out to this day. On my great-grandmother's couch, the couch she sat on every day that I can remember, I found her open Bible, the same Bible that had been boxed up a few weeks earlier. Number 7. To sum it up, there's a legend about a woman who hung herself from a poinciana tree after being raped by a Japanese fisherman after discovering that she was pregnant. Thus, she is called the Poinciana woman. Anyway, she is said to be situated around the army base we have here. So one night, my eldest sister, brother, and their partners decided to go to the army tunnels, break in, and have a sesh. They didn't stay for very long, because once they were in, they said they had heard footsteps and ran out thinking it was a security guard. They arrived home at around 11 p.m. and went to sleep. My mother, little brother, and I were still awake, however. Mom was drunk, playing music loud from the TV. I was on the family computer in the lounge room, and my brother was getting ready to go to bed. Suddenly, he had ran out into the lounge room and was screaming, "Can you hear that?" Of course we couldn't hear what he was referring to, so we muted the TV, and we went up against the window with our ears pressed, trying to listen to whatever he was talking about. There was a light moan coming from outside the window. It sounded feminine. It was just outside of the window we were at. It circled around the house. We could hear it coming from the window opposite to the one we were at, and then the door on the side. It began getting louder and louder and louder. The wind literally picked up, and it was hurtling around with the sound. It got so loud and dramatic that my brother and I were on the ground with our ears covered, crying and screaming. We have spoken about this after the incident. We both recall being able to hear the sound at the exact same volume, even with our ears covered, almost as if it was in our heads. This went on for about 5 or 10 minutes, when suddenly it just stopped. It was silent, and there was no wind outside. Mom was there with us and recalls nothing happening. She didn't hear a thing. It was only after we moved out of that house, years later, we realized that there was a poinciana tree outside of that window. Number 6. My first home I was born and raised in always felt like something to call home during the day, but at night, it seemed like there was always something around the corner or behind you. I felt it, my cousins felt it, and my parents always ignored it. Weird stuff would always happen, like doors opening and slamming themselves, waking me up, but that wasn't the least of my concerns. One time at night, I was reading a book while laying down on my floor with half of my body in my closet. I don't know why, and the power went off. Immediately, chills ran down my spine. Almost a second later, I hear a deep-toned growling right behind me and ran crying to my mom, knocking over a lot of stuff. It was pitch black. She yelled at me when the lights turned on and didn't believe me. I begged her to let me sleep with her that night. I just didn't feel safe at all in that fucking room. I had no other choice but to just try to think it was all my imagination and sleep in there anyways. I woke up to my head hitting my bed frame and my right leg being dragged into my closet. God fucking damn, I'm getting chills just remembering this. I knew someone was in there and wanted me to look at it, but I didn't. I screamed my lungs out and ran straight to my mom and cried all night telling her what happened. She got mad at me for waking her up and being a girl, My family is rather tough, I guess you can say. That night, I slept at the foot of her bed, shaking, trying to only look towards my mother, because I just had this haunting feeling of someone or something standing right behind me, just staring. A bunch of other stuff happened in that house, but that was by far the most terrifying thing that ever happened to me. Number 5. I've suffered from insomnia as far back as I can remember. I was in the 2nd grade, and it was early in the morning. I think around 5 or so. I had a little TV on my nightstand and was definitely watching Lord of the Rings on VHS. I had the volume up super loud because my ceiling fan always made a ruckus throughout the night. I was super into the movie when all of a sudden, all the sound around me starts to slowly fade away. I remember I became confused and reached to turn my TV up thinking it had broke, but then I realized the sound of the fan had faded with it. The only way I can describe it is comparing it to something turning the volume down on a car radio. I was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense feeling of euphoria. I had never experienced anything like it. I absolutely cannot describe how utterly at peace I felt. I was able to comprehend what was happening, and then it clicked in my head that I was dying. Keep in mind that I'm in the 2nd grade, so this is a pretty intense conclusion, but I just knew. I rolled over onto my back, ready to, and excited to accept my fate. That's when I saw it. There was a large white figure in my doorway, just hovering and pulsating a white aura. I quickly panicked and began calling out for my brother. His room was across the hall. The figure glided to the end of my bed and just sat there, watching. I'm not really sure how much time passed, but the figure suddenly vanished. Sound came back, and the euphoria disappeared. I jumped out of bed and ran into my brother's room, where I practically flew into his bed. He woke up and saw how panicked I was, and he began to panic as well. I was hysterical and just kept telling him it was a ghost. We did what any other kids would do and hide under his covers. After a while, we got anxious, and I bravely made a peephole in the blanket to check the time on the clock, hoping it would be daylight soon. 5:30. The clock read 5:30 in the morning. Then the phone rang, and it rang, and it rang, and it rang. Me and my brother started to panic even more. Then silence. Once again, it began to ring, and ring, and ring. We jumped out of bed and took turns running from light switch to light switch until we had a light path to the living room. Our house was over 5,000 square feet. This was not an easy task. We got to the living room and watched cartoons until my mom woke up. She was livid, yelling at us for being up so early. I told her I saw a ghost, which only made her more upset. My brother, who was always tormenting my irrational fears, got mad at her and started telling her this wasn't a joke and it wasn't my imagination. I started telling her to check the phone because I saw the ghost around 5:30 and it must have been the ghost calling. Kid logic. She went to check the phone and went to the other room for a while. Suddenly she wasn't upset anymore. When we asked if it was said ghost, she said it was a telemarketer. She was so nice about it, she let me sleep in her room the next few days. I thought maybe since it was my brother's birthday that day, she just didn't want to argue, but she never let me sleep in her room. 2 days later, after getting home from school, my mom called me to the family room and told me to sit on her lap and that she needed to tell me something. I obliged. My great-grandma passed away in the hospital at 5:30 a.m. and the phone calls are my grandma calling to notify us. Me and my great-grandma were extremely close. To this day, I get chills thinking about it. I know that there are a few ways to explain the occurrence, but I know for a fact that it was 100% a paranormal experience. My mom and brother still back me up on it to this day. Number 4. My mom was diagnosed with late-stage breast cancer in 2009. It was a struggle, and the doctors didn't expect her to pull through, but she did like a champ. My mom is a fighter, and as she puts it, refused to let cancer kick her ass. Fast forward to 2012, and she decided to undergo reconstructive surgery. The surgery goes well, and she is put into recovery. She spends a day drifting in and out of consciousness, which was expected after a surgery like that. The whole time she is hooked up to a morphine drip to help her pain. After being reassured by the doctors that everything was fine, we decided to go to our homes and shower and sleep. My sister elects to stay just in case anything goes down. Fast forward to the next morning, and my sister is calling me in tears saying that I have to get to the hospital right now. I rush up to the hospital and am pulled aside by doctors telling me that my mom had suffered some complications from the surgery and is in a coma. A half an hour goes by and my stepdad arrives, and the doctors pull him and I into her room. They say her lungs are filling with fluids at a fast rate. They say she is unlikely to recover and we need to make a decision to keep her on life support or pull the plug. We refuse to let her go like that. 3 days go by and my mom starts showing some cognitive activity. By the end of the week, she fully wakes up. The relevant part happens after she wakes up. She looks at my stepdad and I and asks when we came into the room. We told her we've been here all week. She seems really dumbfounded by this and replies that she's only been in the room for a day or two. She then asks where her grandmother had gone. This creeped us out. My great-grandmother passed away in early 2007. When my stepdad tried to explain this to her, she replied that she spent the last couple of days with her talking about the family. She said grandma got really weird and told her that she can't give up because she has children to take care of. According to my mom, around the time that she said this, my mom became aware of us being in the room and her grandma was gone. It was really weird to talk to her about it. To this day, she has no recollection of being in the coma. She knows that she was now, but all she can remember is spending a few days in the hospital with her grandmother talking about the family. Number 3, we moved into a house and everything was really quiet the first 6 months or so. The neighbors told us the people that lived there before had moved after their teenage son died in a motorcycle accident. Then after the first 6 months, my dad died, not in the house, but after that, stuff started to happen. I would have friends sleep over, and one night my friend woke me up because she said there was a young guy standing in the bathroom. So I went and checked and nothing was there. Over the next few years, just about any friends that stayed overnight had said they saw the tall, blonde young guy walking around the house. We did have a few other things happen, like a wine glass that was on the counter suddenly shatter. No one was touching it, it just shattered on the counter. Another time during the winter, we had the heater on and my room was always the warmest in the house, and it was ice cold as you walked across my bedroom to the bathroom that was connected. The creepiest thing was when my friend was sleeping on the couch, and in the middle of the night, he said he woke up to a young guy pushing him off onto the floor. He said the guy didn't say anything, but my friend knew at the time he had to leave, and he did. He wouldn't stay at my place after that. Number 2. So I was about 9 or 10. I went to my friend Allison's house. She and her parents were at her soccer game. Found that out later. Her house was 3 lots down the street and on the other side. The house had a 6-foot fence around the property, opening up to the driveway. Whenever she wasn't home, I would just wait for her in the backyard. Her swing set was totally badass. So here I am swinging, waiting for Allison, having a great time. I'm watching through the kitchen window, through the living room, and out the front door, hoping to see her and her parents walk up to the front door. Then I saw a dark, slowly moving figure thing move across the front room. The next few seconds seemed to last years. I am no longer swinging, still sitting on my favorite swing. I am no longer happy. Deathly still I watch this figure, holding my breath as it glides. No, no, no. The voice in my head shrieks as the pitch black shadow stops. Panic is starting to set in my young mind. Hold perfectly still, I tell myself, intently watching as the figure starts to turn towards me. I see no face or any detail, but I feel it as it faces me. Definitely male, definitely full of hate. Every hair feels like it's standing on my head. Scared shitless and not able to move. I tell myself this can't be real. It's almost some waking dream. The thing starts moving towards me. I let out a loud gasp-like scream. I can almost feel its intention. I am frozen by the hate I can feel. I look past the door to the kitchen to the driveway. If that guy comes out of the door at me, I'll never make it past, I think. I look the other way towards the fence. That side doesn't open, but I can climb it. We always did to get to the field. I've never climbed it great, but I can. Looking back at the window, I see the shadow man slide right through the window. I scream as I run towards the field. Never looking back, I climb the fence the fastest I've ever did. Falling off the top of the fence, I land on my back, jump up, and run as fast as I have in my life back to my house. Upon entering my house, I run straight to my room and enter my closet. This is where I sat for the next 4 hours until my parents finally convinced me to come out. To this day, I still get chills when I recall this stuff. Number 1. So this was several years ago, when I was a total deadbeat and I lived with my then girlfriend's parents. They had a tri-level house, with the basement that contained our living space and my girlfriend and I's bedroom. Upstairs was the living space for everyone else, the dining room and kitchen. The third level had the master bedroom and 2 additional bedrooms for my girlfriend's sisters. I was home alone one night, with her parents off with friends, my girlfriend at a friend's, and her sisters were at an all-night church thing. I elected to stay home and play WoW all night. Where my computer and desk sat, right above my head, was an AC vent. Often I could hear her sister playing in a room from that vent. I was leveling my paladin or something when I heard laughing and giggling come from the vent. No one was supposed to be at home, so my heart picked up. I glanced at the clock on my computer, and it read 1:36 a.m. I remember this all very distinctly. I went to go investigate and headed upstairs. The way the landing sits is at the top of those stairs. You can turn left and either go upstairs or go into the kitchen. I climbed the second set of stairs and opened the first door on the left, which was her young sister's room, which is directly above the basement. Inside, I used the light of my phone to illuminate as best I could. I saw a small figure, what I assumed was a small girl wrapped in a white sheet in the center of the room. Cue pants shitting. This figure, this young girl, stops playing with the dolls and slowly looks at me. It lets out the most ear-shattering scream you can imagine. My skin crawls just thinking about it, and my chest tightens just remembering it. I wish I could tell you what transpired, but I remember waking up at the bottom of the landing, right next to the door of the kitchen. I stumbled into the kitchen to get a drink of water and contemplate what the fuck just happened. I glanced at the clock on the microwave. The clock read 4:46 a.m. We never found the sheet the next day, but the dolls the figure was playing with were sitting in the middle of the room, away from the toy chest they were just in that afternoon. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching. Number 15. Ted Bundy. This man is easily one of the most horrific serial killers in history. When he was arrested in Colorado, he waived his right to an attorney because he wanted to represent himself. This turned out to be the first step in his incredibly simple but clever escape plan. Since he was technically the lawyer of the accused, the judge excused him from wearing any restraints so he could move around the courtroom. So during a court recess, Bundy asked to visit the courtroom library to research his case, which the judge said he could. The judge was also okay with the unrestrained serial killer going alone. As soon as he was left unsupervised, he jumped out of a second-story window and escaped to freedom. 6 months later, Bundy was caught again and the trial resumed, but he still wasn't ready to accept his fate. So he began slowly sawing a hole in his cell's ceiling. Then on Christmas Eve, he hid his books under his blanket to make it look like he was sleeping and escaped. Well, it turned out the chief jailer's apartment was right above his cell. You may think this was game over for Bundy, but the jailer was actually out on a date. So Bundy stole his clothes and walked out his front door to freedom. Of course, he was eventually recaptured and executed via the electric chair. Number 14. Choi Gap-bok. This yoga master had been practicing the art for 23 years, and when he was arrested for robbery, it really paid off. While the 3 police officers guarding him were sleeping, he rubbed skin ointment all over his upper body and slipped through his 6-inch high, 18-inch wide food slot. His escape took only 34 seconds. He was caught 6 days later and put into a cell with a much smaller food hole. The question is now if Gap-bok will accept his fate or if he sees it as a bigger challenge. Number 13. Charles Thompson. After murdering his ex-girlfriend, he was sentenced to death in 1998. In 2005, he felt like he had enough of death row and decided it was time to escape. Thompson smuggled in civilian clothing because walking around in an orange jumpsuit near a prison is pretty suspicious. Next, he scheduled a meeting with his lawyer, and when Thompson's lawyer left the room, he switched into his civilian clothes and walked right out his cell because it wasn't locked. Once he reached the prison exit, he was stopped by the guard at the front desk. Thompson pulled out his inmate badge and said he was with the Attorney General's office. The guard looked at the badge that every prisoner had at the prison he was a guard at and said, "I've never seen one of those badges before." So he let Thompson leave without asking any other questions. Thompson had literally walked out the front door of the prison he was a death row prisoner at to freedom. He was eventually recaptured after deciding to visit a liquor store and getting very drunk outside of said liquor store. Number 12. Frank Abagnale. This con man was known for his elaborate schemes. The best one was his prison escape in 1971. He was being transported without detention commitment papers, which Abagnale saw as an opportunity to escape. He worked with his friend Jean Sebring to make the guards believe that he was an undercover prison inspector and use fake identification to back up his claims. The guards had also received a business card for Sean O'Reilly, the FBI agent in charge of Abagnale's case. The number on it was actually Sebring's, and when the police called it, he backed up Abagnale's claims. The guards, thinking they were smart, let Abagnale out and watched as him and Sebring drove off. Number 11. John Dillinger. After being sent to Lake County Jail, which was thought to be escape-proof due to the mixture of National Guard troops and policemen as guards. Although his escape is still open to debate, Dillinger carved a fake gun out of some wood from a shelf in his cell and a razor, and then took a hostage in the jail. He then stole the sheriff's brand new Ford and fled, although this ultimately led to his death because driving a stolen vehicle across state lines led to his run-in with the FBI. Number 10. Roger Buchel. Stalag Luft III was a Nazi prisoner of war camp during World War II that contained captured Air Force personnel. Buchel led what was called the Great Escape. The escape plan was to dig 3 holes in places that would be undetectable by the camp guards. The tunnels were dug to be very deep at 30 feet below the surface to avoid detection by perimeter microphones. As the tunnels grew, so did the amount of their technical innovations. A pump was built to pump fresh oxygen into the tunnels, as well as lighting that was hooked up to the camp's electrical grid. Even a small rail car system for moving sand quicker was installed. Finally, when the last tunnel was completed, the prisoners made their escape. It didn't go exactly to plan because the tunnel was supposed to reach a nearby forest, but it was just short of the tree line. 76 men crawled through undetected, but a guard noticed the 77th emerge from the tunnel. Only 3 were not either recaptured or killed. Number 9. Elfie Hines. This professional jewel thief became a celebrity in Britain just because of his repeated prison escapes. Overall, he managed to break out of 3 high-security prisons. The first time, he simply unlocked the prison door after somehow memorizing the exact shape of the key and making a copy. 8 months later, he was caught again, and this time his plan was a little more elaborate. Hines filed a lawsuit against his arresting officers, claiming it was an illegal arrest, but this was just the first part of his escape plan. In the courthouse, he asked to use the bathroom. Hines had also arranged for an accomplice to leave a padlock in there. So when the guards removed his handcuffs so he could use the bathroom, he grabbed them both and threw them into the stall. He then closed the door and locked it shut. After a few more stints in prison, Hines discovered a loophole in the legal system that left him a free man even though he was obviously guilty. Number 8. Sławomir Rawicz. This man was a Polish soldier who was arrested by Soviet troops after the German-Soviet invasion of Poland. He was sentenced to 25 years of hard labor in a Siberian prison camp for spying. He was then taken to Camp 303 along with thousands of other prisoners, which was only 400 miles south of the Arctic Circle, to build the entire camp. On April 9, 1941, he saw his opportunity to escape when a massive blizzard hit the camp. Rawicz and his 6 allies slipped away and began their walk to freedom. The men crossed through the Gobi Desert, Tibet, and the Himalayas to reach British India in 1942. That's a walk of about 4,000 miles that took 11 months. Out of the 6 men, 4 died. 2 in the Gobi Desert, and 2 in the Himalayas. Rawicz would eventually rejoin the Polish army. Number 7. Alfred Wetzler. He was one of the very few Jews to ever escape from Auschwitz during the Holocaust. On the night of Passover, him and another man climbed into a hiding place inside a wood pile that was stored to build a section for new arrivals. Then some other prisoners covered the pile in gasoline-soaked tobacco to fool the guard dogs. The two remained hiding for 4 days for the perfect moment to escape, because recapture was guaranteed death. They began making their way south wearing Dutch suits and overcoats they had found inside the prison. They headed towards the Polish-Slovakia border using a page from a child's atlas that was found inside the warehouse. They had also brought with them the first credible report of Auschwitz that led to the Allies bombing several Hungarian government buildings that killed many Nazi officials in charge of deporting Jews to Auschwitz, which ended up saving 120,000 lives. Number 6. Richard Lee McNair. In 1987, he killed a man and left another wounded while trying to rob a grain elevator in North Dakota. He received 2 life sentences for this, but that didn't stop him from staying a free man. McNair escaped from 2 prisons and 1 county jail over the course of a few decades. The first time was from a police station jail. While sitting in a room with 3 detectives, he greased his hands using lip balm and slipped out of his cuffs. Somehow he made it out, but was quickly recaptured by authorities. Then 4 years later, he escaped from a state penitentiary by literally crawling through the air vents. This time he evaded police for a bit longer. 10 months later, he was recaptured and sent to a maximum security prison. While there, he got the job of repairing mail bags. At some point of doing this, he had the amazing idea of getting into one of the bags and mailing himself out of the prison. When the mail bags were taken to a nearby warehouse, he simply got out and left. He was then spotted walking along a railway line by a police officer later that day. The whole conversation between the officer and McNair was recorded, and even though he gives 2 completely different names, has no ID on him, and matches the description of the convict that escaped earlier that day, the officer just gives him some tips about railroad safety, gets back in his car, and drives off. His luck eventually wore out, and he's currently back in prison. Number 5. Dieter Dangler. This American Navy pilot had a special ability. He was able to escape from any mock POW camp that he was put in during training. This came in handy when he was shot down and put into a jungle prison camp during the Vietnam War. While the guards were eating, Dangler and 6 others got out of their hand and foot restraints and grabbed the guards' unattended weapons. As soon as the guards had realized that they had escaped, 5 rushed at Dangler, which he killed 3 of them as the other 2 ran off. The escapees then split into 3 groups and fled into the jungle. Dangler was discovered 23 days later by an American helicopter. He was severely dehydrated and was covered in bites from both mosquitoes and leeches. 7 of us escaped, said Dangler. I was the only one who came out alive. He was the only American to ever successfully escape from a prison camp during the Vietnam War. Number 4. Keith Rose, Andrew Roger, and Matthew Williams. These 3 kept their escape plan simple. In the prison's sheet metal shop, which was probably closed down after this incident, they made a 25-foot steel ladder, a gun, and a copy of the prison officer's key. Then at the end of their gym time, they waited for the guards to be busy and simply unlocked the door and walked out. They cut through the inner fence and used their massive ladder to climb the outer fence. The guards must have been really busy to not notice 3 prisoners carrying a 25-foot ladder. They were only free men for 4 days because the police found them hiding in a shed. Number 3. The Texas 7. This group of prisoners had an elaborate plan to escape from the maximum security prison they were in. Many had nothing to lose because they were serving life sentences. The lowest sentence any of them had was 30 years. At 11:20 a.m., the 7 overpowered 9 civil maintenance supervisors, 4 guards, and 3 uninvolved inmates. One of the offenders would call someone over while the other hit them in the head from behind. They would then tie them up and gag them, hiding the unconscious bodies in an electrical room behind a locked door. When the authorities grew suspicious, they impersonated the guards on the phone, which surprisingly worked. 3 of the 7 then raided a guard tower while the other 4 made calls to the prison tower guards to distract them. Then they stole a maintenance pickup truck and drove off. They were eventually captured directly because of the episode of America's Most Wanted that featured them. The 5 that are still alive are waiting to be executed. Number 2. Frank Morris, Clarence and John Anglin. This escape from Alcatraz was so daring that it was later made into a movie starring Clint Eastwood. They placed heads made out of soap, toilet paper, and real hair to fool the nighttime guards and escape through their tunnels. They led to an unused service corridor which they had used to reach the roof by climbing a ventilation shaft. The guards thought the loud noise of the shaft smashing through the roof was nothing serious. When the noise stopped, the guards figured there was no point in investigating. The trio then climbed from the roof, scaled the fence, and made a raft out of raincoats and contact cement. They hopped on and paddled to freedom. Well, the FBI claims they must have drowned. This is probably because they wanted to maintain the reputation of Alcatraz being impossible to escape from, and since no bodies were ever found, this makes this one of the greatest prison escapes ever. Number 1. Vasily Palakostas. He's considered the Robin Hood of Greece after doing a series of bank robberies and kidnappings for ransoms and sharing his earnings with the poor. He was eventually caught though and sent to prison. He wouldn't stay for long because he had his brother land a helicopter in the prison exercise yard to pick him up. This plan actually worked and Palakostas escaped. The guards thought it was a surprise visit from prison inspectors because no one would be crazy enough to escape from prison with a helicopter. Palakostas went right back to bank robberies and kidnapping until he was caught again. Once again, he wouldn't stay long in prison though after he decided to literally use the exact same escape plan. He was once again picked up by a helicopter at the same prison as the first time and has never been captured by authorities again. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching.
Number 15. Hitman. Another key component of what makes up the world of deep web shopping is the hitman services that are offered by several different sites. Much like the Silk Road, transactions are made using the Bitcoin currency to maintain as much anonymity as possible. One site offers an assassination in the US or Canada for $10,000 and one in Europe for $12,000. Although commonly prices range depending on the person you're looking to kill. These hitmen for hire often sell their services stating that a regular person is $10,000 while a political official or public figure is $100,000 or more depending on their importance. It's strange to think that one human's life has more monetary value than another's, but it's a cold truth in the world of murder for cash. Some sites seem to offer others the chance to profit from their killings by allowing users to bet on when a victim will die by putting money in a pool. The closest guess wins. There are apparently different types of hitmen that you can hire, ranging from cold-blooded, the torturers, and the humane. All titles are pretty self-explanatory, and seeing as this is a business, it makes sense to have a different approach than your competitors. It has been estimated that a mere 15.9% of deep web hired hitmen have been caught. Some hitmen claim to have been in business for over 7 years. Meaning they've been killing and cashing in for that long without ever being caught. And just imagine how many are offering their services. Number 14. The deep web is a recruiting tool. Cicada 3301 is a name given to a secret organization that have on 3 different occasions published a set of complex puzzles to allegedly recruit highly intelligent individuals. While these puzzles have been posted on many different platforms and shared from there on, it's claimed that the deep web is where most of the clues lay. The first puzzle was published in January 2012 and lasted about a month. The puzzles focused heavily on data security, cryptography, and steganography. In February of that same year, Cicada made a post on 4chan stating, "We have now found the individuals we sought. Thus our month-long journey ends." People have made claims that on other sites, some of which were in the deep web, these Cicada leaders posted a congratulations to the winners and explained that their organization was focused on researching and developing techniques to aid the ideas we advocate: liberty, privacy, and security. This is one of the many reasons that people believe the government actually uses the deep web as means to recruit individuals for secret agencies. Many people who tried to crack the codes published by Cicada claimed that not even their best decoding software could get the job done. The US would be interested in people that are able to crack such codes for their own cracking needs, such as messages sent amongst terrorist groups, and for accessing anonymous information posted online in relation to crime. They could also use these experts to secure their own codes and be sure they're undecodable by the common citizen. Number 13. Malware can easily be obtained. This should come as a warning to anyone wanting to explore the deep web. Aside from all the illegal activities and possible jail time, malware can be obtained easier than a common cold. A JavaScript exploit can be used to upload malware into the user's computer, meaning a keylogger can be installed without your knowledge and your passwords will be compromised. This means not only information to your Facebook and Twitter, but more severe information like credit card numbers, bank account numbers, and even personal information such as full name and address. One of the most famous malware used on the surface web, which is also making its debut down in the deep web, is called the Citadel Trojan. While it is capable of being used to carry out many malicious and criminal tasks, it is often used to steal banking information by man-in-the-browser keystroke logging and form grabbing. It is also used to install the CryptoLocker ransomware. However, this vicious malware is just a popular example of the different types available down in the deep web. There are plenty of malwares that people haven't even heard of yet. This is a main reason so many people suggest not to visit the deep web. Number 12. The size of the deep web. When it comes to the internet, many people like to explain it as being in layers, with the web we use in our daily lives being the very top layer of it all. Facebook, YouTube, and Google are all basic top layer sites. Even those strange porn sites that seem like they don't belong on the web are only the tip of the iceberg. A study done by the University of California, Berkeley in 2001 came to the conclusion that the deep web is about 7.5 petabytes large. That's 7,500 gigabytes. A mere 2 years later, in 2003, that amount of information increased to 91,850 petabytes. Furthermore, the deep web is estimated to account for about 96% of all content on the internet, while the top layer is only about 4%. That's about 1 billion pages on the regular web versus about 550 billion on the deep web. So to sum it all up, the deep web is about 500 times larger than the regular web. That being said, if you think the cannibals, child porn, and murder are scary, just take a second to think about all the sites lost in the deep web that no one has stumbled upon or reported yet. Number 11. Silk Road transactions. The deep web is full of different types of black markets. You can find everything from heroin and illegal weapons to pretzels and baby spirits. However, the most popular of all the black markets out there is the Silk Road. The website was launched in February 2011 after a 6-month development period. The Silk Road mostly sells drugs, and its most popular item is weed, of course. In February 2011, it was found that the Silk Road had made about $15 million worth of transactions, with that amount doubling or tripling over a 12-month period. These figures are equivalent to roughly $1.2 billion in revenue and $79.8 million in commissions at current Bitcoin exchange rates. According to information provided by users when registering, 30% of sales were from the United States, 27% chose to be undeclared, and beyond that, in order from highest to lowest, the United Kingdom, Australia, Germany, Canada, Sweden, France, Russia, Italy, and the Netherlands. During a 60-day period, there are over 1,200,000 messages sent over Silk Road's secure messaging features. The Silk Road has been shut down by special projects aimed to lower black market sales about 4 times,
yet each time it comes back with a new name and even more sales. Number 10. The deep web helped the government. In August 2013, the US government intercepted messages being sent amongst senior Al-Qaeda officials that discussed US embassies as their targets. This alerted the US government and gave them time to react. As a result, in sort of a strategic plot, the US shut down 22 US embassies across the Middle East and North Africa as an attempt to remove them as being targets. These messages were joined with threats from Yemen, as well as rumors that Al-Qaeda had been tied to prison breaks in the region that led to the escape of hundreds of terrorists and other criminals. The messages were being sent through some sort of special outlet on the deep web, basically an anonymous email service, similar to Hotmail but without the IP. This use of the deep web emphasizes how it is an aid to terrorists, but also that the US government clearly has major access to it. This event helped contribute to a vast amount of theories surrounding the fact that the government actually knows all of the dark shit going on in the deep web, and simply doesn't care. However, that's a little unfair to say. Every time the US does manage to shut down a site, it just pops back up a few months later. Number 9. Women and their stillborns. Yet another creepy deep website that is exactly what it seems. This website is sort of a special breed amongst the deep web. There's nothing sexually deviant about it, as well as nothing being sold illegally. This site is where women share photos of their stillborn children because they can't deal with the pain, and they are using it as an outlet to find other women going through the same thing. Although it's pretty creepy to think of the photo gallery filled with photos of dead fetuses, this is a very hard thing for a woman to go through, and this is actually a pretty healthy way of coping. While there is a site much like this available on the surface web, there's something that is said to be a little more haunting available on the deep web, which includes home video footage of women giving birth to their stillborns. Again, the site seems to have no sexual connotation attached to it, nothing more than mothers looking for a place to grieve. Number 8. Journalists use the deep web. Although to members of more free societies, the deep web seems like an underground railroad for drugs and gross fetishes, it is actually useful for much more important things around the world. In countries with very heavy censorship or internet laws, like North Korea and Saudi Arabia, the reporters and journalists use the deep web to research what's going on in other parts of the world, as well as to exchange information amongst each other. These journalists and even government officials can use the deep web to access basic everyday news of what is going on that may affect their own country. They usually report such information to others in their profession, or if possible to the people of their own country. The deep web also offers anonymous email services that many of these reporters use in order to communicate with others doing the same research, and even with citizens from freer countries to obtain information. It seems unlikely that a North Korean journalist may email a random person surfing the web just to say, "Hey, how's your country?" But it's the deep web, and stranger things have happened. Number 7. Currency. Since the deep web offers a variety of products that we can't pick up at our local store, a special kind of currency must be used. You, unfortunately, can't use cash, check, or credit to buy drugs and illegal weapons. The deep web operates on a totally different currency known as Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a peer-to-peer system released in 2009 that allows users to either mine this internet currency or to use it as online money. One full Bitcoin equals about $255 US and 230 euros. The deep web uses this form of payment because, well, Bitcoin does not assure complete anonymity. It is much safer than exchanging any sort of account information. This offers both the seller and the buyer protection from the law, as well as from fraud or getting ripped off. Number 6. The Arab Spring activists. The Arab Spring Revolution, shortened to the Arab Spring, was a revolutionary wave of demonstrations and protests, riots, and civil wars in the Arab world that began in December 2010. The Arab Spring was widely caused by a dissatisfaction with the local government, while the wave of the initial revolutions and protests faded by mid-2012. Some still continued on into a conflict known as the Arab Winter. Activists for this intense revolution communicated on the deep web to organize certain events. The activists use vague and anonymous chat rooms, as well as special email services to send out information, such as locations of the next protests, and even more violent things, such as attacks of government officials, depending on who was leading the event. Number 5. Origins and funding. The Onion router was first developed by a non-profit group called the Tor Project. 1.2 million went into the project in 2012. Today, it is considered to be one of the only anonymity browsing systems that government surveillance programs, such as the ones designed by the NSA, cannot bypass. Tor is sponsored by the United States Department of State Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor, the Ford Foundation, Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, amongst other government-backed groups. In fact, most of these government-backed groups are still listed on Tor's site under active sponsors in 2015. The U.S. Department of State Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights and Labor is a special unity of the U.S. government dedicated to promoting freedom and democracy and protecting human rights around the world, and is actually under agreement to continue funding until 2016. Things like this, along with puzzles, scavenger hunts, and a general disregard of all the illegal happenings on the deep web, have led to a huge conspiracy theory that the US government is in control of the deep web. This is partially true considering that some politicians use the deep web to communicate about scandals and plans. However, that larger conspiracies that the US keeps the red rooms open in order to secure a balance of good and evil in the world seems a little more far-fetched. However, with all that has come up, there's no doubt that the US knows exactly what is going on in all of the darkest parts of the deep web and has simply chosen to do little to nothing about it. Number 4. Cannibal sites. Just like black market sales sites, the deep web also seems to be booming with cannibalistic sites. Everything from cannibal chat rooms to cookbooks, you can find it on the deep web. There are sites that are as simple as discussing things such as the user's first time eating human flesh. However, there are other sites where people can actually volunteer to be eaten, or to meet with a fellow cannibal and eat each other. While most of the people offering themselves to do it is for fetish reasons, many of them actually do it for money. There have been stories spread across the web about how people on the deep web will offer themselves up as a meal for a flesh-hungry cannibal in order to have money left for their family. While the exact details about this are unknown, it's assumable that the cannibals hands the money over to the family before devouring the sacrifice. The whole thing comes off as completely medieval. Number 3. Security blogger framed. In August 2013, internet security journalist Brian Krebs was sent a package of heroin in order to frame him for a drugs charge. This all came about when Krebs attempted to expose a deep web Russian credit card fraudster, or Carter. Krebs had created a certain hate for himself amongst the black market community, which helped the Carter, who goes by Fly, to raise bitcoins to order a gram of heroin off the Silk Road and have it sent to Krebs' home. Fly also made a tip to the police, posing as Krebs' neighbor. However, Krebs was one step ahead of them and had already seen Fly's threat about his plans, and was able to prevent any trouble from stirring. Krebs had grown used to such attacks, as he was once a victim of swatting, which is an attack method used by cyber criminals, in which they make a fake distress call from your address. This leads to SWAT teams swarming your home and threatening you. The SWAT attack happened in March of 2013. A SWAT team was called to his home by hackers who apparently took offense at his investigations into various online hacking organizations. Fly, the Carter, was interviewed and said that his main reason for the attack was because Krebs had a tendency to try and popularize carding, although most carders in the community prefer to keep it a secret so that no more people try to become carders, because clearly the less carders the better for both victims and criminals. Number 2. Hidden Wiki. If the deep web had a homepage, it would be the Hidden Wiki. It operates much like our everyday wikis. Anyone can anonymously edit the pages after registering on the site. The main page serves as a directory of links to other .onion sites, although this wiki is visible on the surface web and lists links to deep websites. They still cannot be accessed without the Tor browser. The first version of the hidden wiki was founded sometime before October 2011, and at some point prior to August 2013, the site was hosted on Freedom Hosting, which is another engine used to search the dark web. In March 2014, the site and its domain was hacked and redirected to Doxbin. Following this event, the content began to be mirrored to more locations. Number 1. Mariana's Web. The past year has seemed to be filled with more and more information being released about the deep web, and while it can be a useful place to buy your month's supply of weed or to help a country lead a revolution, it also has its terrifying side full of rape, murder, and satanic video games. If you think the scary side of the deep web is as bad as it gets, you're sadly mistaken. In recent years, another layer of the deep web has been reported. Mariana's Web is the umbrella of all the terrifying things available on the deep web. Well, the deep web seems to have a variety of things, including things that are not harmless at all. Mariana's Web seems to only have malicious content. Mariana's Web is named after Mariana's Trench, the deepest part of the ocean, and that's exactly what it is. It's allegedly as deep as the web goes. While very few people have ventured to such a dark place, it is said to have the worst child porn and gore available. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Submit it at top15s.net/submit. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching.
Number 15. In Toronto, there is a subway system run by the TTC, or Toronto Transit Commission. They often square off certain parts of the subway route, which is pretty fucking basic, in order to do some upgrades or fix some things. Lately, they've been shutting down the subway rides into downtown on the weekends. Anyway, they were doing some upgrades on the track and we were going by pretty slow, making sure not to run over anyone while they scampered out of the way. Out of nowhere, the power cuts out. Now, I should say that I wasn't the only one in the train car. The cars are decently long and I was at one end and some woman was on the other end. When I walked onto the train, it was up at her end where there was this giant bubble of seats empty around her. She was displaying the typical signs of batshit crazy and people sort of avoided her. Everyone else was getting off at their stop, but I still had another couple stops east to go. She was laughing audibly and I tried to tune it out by listening to some music, but it never really worked. It was so chilling that my brain sort of just kept ignoring the music and focusing on her. So eventually I just unplugged the music and sat back, trying not to shit my pants. So anyway, the power cuts out and here I am sitting at one end as far away from her as I could possibly be, and the lights turn off for some reason. She stopped laughing. In fact, she stopped making any noise at all. When the lights came back on about 5 seconds later, when I had sufficiently shit my pants by now, she wasn't at the far end anymore. She was about 3 seats away from me, staring at me. The second the train stopped, I bolted for the fucking door. After she relocated, she didn't make another sound, she just kept staring. Fucking creepiest moment of my goddamn life. Number 14. Growing up, I always wanted to go on a bike ride at night. Something about it seemed really cool to me. It wasn't until I was 13 that my mom finally let me. She told me to wear my helmet, have my phone, take a flashlight, and she set the perimeters for where I was allowed to go. She gave me about 4 miles, which was a lot to me at the time. So right after the sunset, I was off. I loved it. There was no people out walking their dogs, no kids running around, the temperature was perfect, everything seemed to line up perfectly. It was really fun. So fun that I ignored the limits my mom set. You see, where I was biking was all these walking paths. It was one of those grassy areas between two neighborhoods. There's this long path that went at least 600 feet at a 25-degree angle. I was flying down this hill, having an absolute blast, and darted right through the perimeters my mom had set. My mom set these limits for a reason. Everything on the inside was close to houses and people. The outside, more specifically the place where the path I was on led to, was barren. I rode along this path for 10 minutes before I could only see some of the lights of the houses on the inside of the limits. After 15 minutes of riding along this dirt path, I hear singing. It sounded about 30 or maybe 40 feet in front of me. I stopped riding to hear it better. It was a woman's voice. She was singing Eleanor Rigby by the Beatles, but she wasn't singing the words, just the melody of the vocals. Her voice was strange. You know how when you have phlegm in your throat and your voice gets scratchy? That's what her voice sounded like. I inched forward to try and see her. I get close enough to see the silhouette of hair bouncing up and down like she was headbanging. I decide to get my flashlight out. I'm thinking that maybe this person is in need of help or something. Or maybe this is an insane person and the light will scare them away. So I take the flashlight out of my pocket, I point it at her and turn it on. The moment the light hit her, she stopped moving completely. She was facing away from me. She had disgusting hair that seemed to be sticking together in clumps. Some of her hair was ripped off, too. She was wearing a very oversized, bright red hoodie. I was almost too scared to move. I think she was, too. I conjured up as much bravery as I could and said, "Sorry," in a very, "oops, this is the wrong room" kind of way. She didn't respond. I turned off the flashlight and put it back in my pocket. Just as I was turning my bike around, she screams. She screams in an awful, awful high-pitched voice. I damn near shit myself as I threw myself back onto my bike. I hear her voice getting closer to me. I book it as fast as I can. I don't look behind me and I don't stop pedaling. Her screaming grew quieter and quieter until it dissolved into the howling of the wind. Number 13. When I was about 10 years old, I lived on Woodway Drive in the Fox Harbor Apartments in Paducah, Kentucky. If you look up the address, you will see some woods just to the north of the apartment complex. My friends and I played in those woods every day after school and all day on the weekends. Through the few years I lived there, we cleared a small area in the woods and created a fort from various things we got out from the dumpsters. It was our own place that no one else knew about, and it was awesome. One day as we were walking to our fort, off in the distance we saw a man walking through the woods. He was walking parallel to us, but in the opposite direction, sort of like cars traveling on a road, but with about 70 or 80 yards separating our paths. We stopped talking and stopped, dead in our tracks when we saw him. We never saw anyone in the woods, especially not adults. When we stopped moving, he did too. He turned towards us and looked right at us. As I stared at him and was able to make out details of what he looked like, I noticed that he was wearing what looked like a Halloween mask. A generic mask, not Michael Myers or anything, and he was carrying an axe in his hands. We just stood there in silence, motionless for what probably was about 10 seconds. Just him looking at us and us looking at him. Then he started sprinting straight at us. We did the only thing we apparently thought to do, run straight towards our fort. We were probably about 50 yards from the entrance to the fort, and in those 50 yards he gained a lot of ground on us. When we finally made it, he was upon us. All of my friends scurried up a tree and we were screaming, but I was the last in line. By the time I could try and climb the tree, he was standing right there by us. He was screaming like a lunatic and waving the axe in the air. I was scared. I had no idea what was going on and my mind was blank on what I could do. I grabbed a large stick and took a nice big baseball bat swing and cracked him on the face with it. He stumbled back a bit, moaned, and then took the mask off. I recognized the face. It was the landlord and manager of the apartment complex, a man who was about 50 years old. He wanted to play a joke on us and thought this was the most appropriate thing to do. He was a fucking psycho. Number 12. When I was quite young, I was out at the park walking my dog, which is a German Shepherd by the way, when I realized it was getting quite late and I was the only one left in the park. A man dressed in a dark hooded top and a black scarf covering his face jumped the fence that leads into the alleyway behind the park and started marching towards me. But he hadn't noticed my dog, who was off sniffing around or doing whatever dogs do. My dog got between us though, and there was a kind of standoff for a while. My dog was really tense and growling with his hair raised, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if my dog was going to attack the man, so I just kind of froze. After a while, the man backed away, jumped back over the fence, and ran away down the alley. I put my dog back on his leash and went home, but he was still tense the whole way back. I was a little freaked out, but perhaps not as afraid as I should have been looking back on it now. I didn't know what the man wanted or what he was doing there, or what would have happened if my dog wasn't there with me. There would have been no reason for him to go into that park by himself and come towards me like that. I shudder when I think about it. I think if the man had made a move towards me, my dog would have attacked him. Number 11. My sister's bedroom was on the second floor. All of a sudden she screamed and said she saw a hand on her window. We thought she was having a nightmare, so we told her to go back to bed. The next morning we found a ladder up against our house by her window. Number 10. Here is a very creepy thing that happened to me. One winter I was pushing my limits and winter camping a lot, but I had this crazy tent with a fireplace. The limits part was just the fact that I was solo and pretty much a remote in these places. This was rural southwest Colorado canyon country. There wasn't that much snow at all on the ground, but it was 0 degrees Fahrenheit that night. Well, it was a full moon and I was restless, so at about 2 a.m. I got out of my tent with my fire still going and went for a long walk. I ended up climbing up some stuff that was probably a quarter or half-mile from my tent and vehicle, but up above it so I could see down on my tent and campsite clearly. It was really beautiful down there, dimly lit from the inside by the stove's fire and dimly lit from the outside by the big moon. I was enjoying myself and just about to head back down when I heard distant gravel crunching. I had been there since noon that day and not a single vehicle had driven past, so I was kind of put off and decided to stay up there until they drove past. The noise grows louder. It's amazing how far away you can be heard in the canyons at night. Slowly and eventually I can see that it is a car on the same road, so I stay put and watch. It's going really slow. I can see a lighter being used quite a bit. Now, I'm not saying they were smoking meth, but they were smoking meth. And it's something like a 89 Caprice or something. Like the old cop cars and really crappy. So I'm just watching, still in a very wistful mood and feeling somewhat powerful from my perch. They near the bend where they'll be able to see my tent and round the corner. Brake lights. They slow way down and seem to pause at my tent for an eternity. Probably only a minute or so, but now I was on high alert. This was pretty nerve-wracking. I had no kind of weapon on me at all, just a hatchet down by the tent for firewood. But they drive on. I'm pretty relieved, but still shaken, now thinking about what if they come back. So I decide to chill for a little longer and make sure I can see them exit. Nope, They turned around down the road and came back. I watched as they parked a ways down the road and got out and started walking down the road towards my camp. It was such bright moonlight all around that I could see all of this happening somewhat clearly, but I couldn't make out much more than the basic scenes, and there was still a lot of big shadows. I proceeded to watch for quite a while as they approached my tent, look all around the outside, look in the vents, where it probably looked like I was sleeping. The bag was in there with bedding and stuff. Mess with my vehicle, and then walk back to their car and leave. I pretty much stayed up there until just before dawn and only came down when I knew I could break camp and bail. There were footprints in the snow on the outside of my tent, and I kept imagining what it would have been like to have just woken up and not known what happened. Just see the footprints. Number 9. When I was around 12, a neighbor had a party where I met a girl my age. My mom was happy to see me making friends, so we head to my house to play games. My dog was a sweet lab who had never been angry or growled, ever. This girl walks up to him and pet him, and he immediately growls and barks, and eventually cowers close to me. I couldn't believe it, but even by 12 I believed you just don't ignore a dog's intuition. So I take note of the sign, but we go play and then go for a walk. Not 10 minutes into the conversation, and this girl is an obvious sociopath. I realized what I and the dog had felt about her. She was empty and fake, in a very visceral way. She starts talking about rape. Not in a maybe she was abused way. It was like in a doesn't that sound interesting but how do the logistics work kind of way. She specifically wondered how you rape someone while holding a knife to their neck. Her parents invited me to spend the night at her house. I declined. Number 8. I took my ex to Red Rocks one evening. It's a natural amphitheater that is sometimes used for concerts just out of Denver. If there isn't a concert going on, it's just a park that you can run around in. We got down to the stage without being bothered. Then we see a silhouette of some guy not far away. He is creeping around trying to be quiet, but I could make out his shape while my ex could hear him breathing. We go up a few rows of steps and make a big circle around him to get to the steps. The guy is following us. We climb the stairs looking back at him. He would creep from the seats to the side of the wall. He must have thought he was being stealthy and he followed us up like that. We didn't let him know we knew he was there until the last few steps. I had my ex run for it with the car keys while I half ran, keeping myself between her and the guy. At this point, the guy is following us, doing an ape-like impersonation by running with his hands on the ground and grunting. When we get to the car, he is hiding. My ex unlocked the doors while I looked around. We get in and the guy comes from behind another car as I start it. He beats on my windshield a few times, yells something I don't understand, and runs off. He was probably on something pretty powerful. Number 7. I'm a DJ in a local bar. Met many weird and wonderful people in my time, but one stands out in particular. Her name is Alice, and she lives in her own wonderland 24/7. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure she's harmless. She's always happy and dances like she's auditioning for a new workout DVD, but she's kind of the person you don't want to make eye contact with. Creepiest moment with Alice had to be one night I was working. I had the headphones on, doing what I do, and was aware of someone standing to the right of me, not dancing. Instantly got the feeling that you get when you know someone is staring at you. You just have to look back. So I did. What I saw was Alice staring right at me with the strangest smile on her face. I say smile, but it wasn't a nice look. Teeth and gums in full view with a crazy look in her eyes. What the fuck was my initial reaction. Stuck the headphones on again and continued what I was doing, and Alice continued what she was doing too. After a good couple minutes, I removed the headphones and asked, "Anything in particular I can help you with? You want a request played or something?" Her reply will stay with me for the rest of my life. No, I'm good, just showing you my teeth. Number 6. During my first year of college, my brother, who's 8 years older than me, lived about 2 blocks up the street from where my dorm was. This made it super easy to go over and hang out since we've always been close. Well, this particular night, Thursday I think it was, I decided to head home a little early and leave his place at about 11. I step outside onto the street and it is oddly empty. I can only see one other person in sight and he's directly across the street from me. He was making all sorts of weird guttural noises and wigging out, but this being in the city, I see that all the time. So I just head left and think about putting in my headphones to listen to some music. I'm goddamn glad I didn't because the noise from the guy suddenly stops after I walked about 10 feet. The abrupt silence was unnerving and I looked back over at him. He had stopped moving and was staring directly at me. Then he made a fucking beeline across the street for me. I picked up my pace and looked back once I reached the end of the block. He was about 70 feet away now, just hobbling and running like some kind of zombie. So I freak out and start running back to the dorms with him in hot pursuit, and now he's making these slurping noises with his tongue and groaning. As I near the door to the dorm, I hope to God that my security card works on the first swipe, as it never usually does. I jumped the short 4 stairs and zipped my card as the guy is now about 25, maybe 30 feet away and still running. The card reader flashes green and I grab the door, rush inside and slam it back closed behind me. A group of students are just about to go out of the door, but I stop them and tell them to wait. The guy comes all the way up to the door and paces for a little bit outside before slinking back off into the darkness. The thing about him that scared me the most was whenever I looked back or when he was at the door, he had constant eye contact. I never want to see that hungry look in someone's eyes again. Maybe he just wanted my gum. Number 5. My brother came into town on business and invited me to bar hop on his expense account. I let my wife know not to wait up and met up with him once I got off work. We spent the night going from bar to bar, catching up on what had been going on in our lives until the last bar closed, maybe around 2 or 3 a.m. Then we stumbled back to his hotel room and passed out. I woke up the next morning around 7 a.m. and went home. My wife had already left, so I didn't see her. An hour or so later, she called me and asked where I had gone so early that morning. I was confused because I didn't get home until after she had left for work. I explained this to her and she got really scared. She explained that around 12:30 or 1 a.m. she heard a key in the front door and the door opening. She sat up in bed and saw a male figure come in who she assumed was me and go into the living room. She assumed that I had just decided to sleep on the couch rather than come into the room and risk waking her up. So she just rolled over and went back to sleep. A few hours later, around 5 or 6 a.m., she heard someone moving around downstairs again and then the front door opened, and she just watched the person leave and heard the door lock. She thought I was heading out and just rolled back over to sleep again. Number 4. A couple years ago, I had a night shift job at a supermarket. I usually got home at around 7 a.m., but on one night, my manager let me go early at 4 a.m. I got home and found that the screen door, to which I did not have a key to, was locked. It was kinda spooky being outside at that hour since my house is surrounded by dark woods. I called my mom and she came downstairs and let me in. She then proceeded to tell me that at about midnight my sister was downstairs alone watching TV with the lights on. She had gotten up to get something and she heard what sounded like a quick knocking on the door. She walked quietly to the door, waited, and heard the knocking again. She ran upstairs and told my parents, but my dad couldn't see anything outside. About a month later on the local news, we heard that 2 guys had been caught for a series of break-ins around our area and that they were knocking on doors in the middle of the night. What creeped us all out was the fact that these guys had to have been looking into the room my sister was in from the darkness, since the wall the TV is on is lined with 7-foot tall windows all the way down. It still amazes me that my sister, knowing I come home at weird hours, didn't just open the door assuming it was me. Number 3. So, this incident happened to my mom before she had me over 20 years ago. She worked at a local pub. The pub mainly catered for fishermen as the town is on the coast of Western Australia, so she knew most of the people who would come in for drinks or for some food. However, every now and again people from town would come in. She told me one guy used to come in who she'd known from house parties around the place and always wanted to talk to her while she was working, and she would say sorry and just keep doing her thing. One night she finished work at around midnight and walked home, which was a few kilometers away. She lived with a few housemates who were all guys, all good friends. When she got home from her shift, she decided to have a shower. Making her way back to her room, she realized her door was open, which is normally shut. All the guys were asleep, so she blew it off as wind or something. She laid down in bed to go to sleep, but something didn't feel right, and for reasons she can't explain to me, she felt the need to look under her bed. What she saw under the bed was the guy from the bar who had followed her all the way from her work. She tells me that she just stared at him for ages and he didn't move, he didn't even breathe, to the point she thought he was dead. She went out of the room calmly and went to one of the guys' rooms to tell them that she had a dead guy under her bed. They raced in with baseball bats to find the guy halfway out the window. He managed to escape and run away. The police were called, and because they all knew who he was, the cops picked him up the next day. The thing that bothers me the most is what his intentions were with my mom that night. Asshole got a fine and was never allowed back into town. Too soft in my opinion. Number 2. I was once going back to my dorm, which is off campus, by bus. The bus doesn't go directly to my dorm, so I have to walk a half mile to get home. One day I was coming home late, maybe 10:30 or 11, after hanging out with friends for the afternoon. It was late fall, so it was long dark by now. I usually walk home with one of my dorm mates, but she had decided to stay home that night. So I was walking, alone, after dark, in definitely not the safest city in the world. I was a little under halfway there when I heard a scream from one of the back alleys. I think it's just a raccoon fight or something, as those sound much like human screams, until I hear it again. Another scream. Definitely human. I drop my bag behind a trash can and take off running towards the scream. I enter the alley to see a woman lying in the dirt. She turns to look at me, her face bloodied and swollen. She has a look of pure terror in her eyes. Her eyes widen and she glances behind me. I catch a flash of new, fresh fear in her eyes and she screams that he's right behind me. Without even thinking about it, I grab the lid off the trash can next to me and swing around, smashing a man at least 6 inches taller than me and 70 pounds heavier, clean in the head. He falls to the ground, knocked out. I see that an 8-inch knife with a huge blade falls from his hand. I called the cops and stayed with the woman until they arrived. I never saw either the man or the woman again. I take a taxi at night now. Number 1. My name is Ned. I am 33, soon to be 34 years old, and I'm the only child of Ted Bundy survivor Carol DeRanch. Her story takes place on November 8th, 1974, in a Sears parking lot in Salt Lake City, Utah. She was out shopping when a man claiming to be a police officer approached her, saying that her car was stolen. He asked her to go with him in his car to the police station for questioning. Whilst they were driving, the man handcuffed her and tried to kidnap her. The problem was that the man, now known as Ted Bundy, had accidentally only cuffed one hand, leaving her free to escape by jumping out of the car. Ted frantically drove off. Unfortunately, later that night, another young woman named Deborah Kent, the same age as my mom at the time, 18, was raped and murdered by Bundy. My mother was present at his 1979 trial, becoming a damning piece of evidence against Bundy. Bundy was sentenced to death and executed in 1989 at age 42. My mother has never forgotten the experience and was always adamant about keeping me safe as a kid, as she knew of the dangers of the world. She finally told me when I was 16, after I had seen a documentary on TV about Ted Bundy. She has moved on from the experience, but always has it in the back of her mind that you shouldn't trust anyone based on who they say they are.
Got an idea for a top 15 list? Submit it at top15s.net/submit. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching. Number 15, A Sun Salute. A nation mourned the death of John F. Kennedy in November 1963, but no one mourned more than Kennedy's wife and children. Kennedy was shot by Lee Harvey Oswald during a visit to Dallas on November 22, 1963. Kennedy's funeral took place at the Cathedral of St. Matthew the Apostle in Washington, D.C. on November 25th, and hundreds of thousands of people from across the United States came to pay their respects. After the coffin was taken down the steps towards the horse-drawn hearse, John Kennedy Jr. stepped forward and saluted his father's coffin, which was photographed by Stan Stearns. The photograph has become a bittersweet image of a son saying goodbye to his father, and is considered to be one of the most powerful images today. Kennedy rests in Arlington Cemetery, and the eternal flame burns in his memory. John Jr. later became a journalist and magazine publisher in his adulthood, but tragically died in a plane crash off Martha's Vineyard on July 16, 1999. Number 14, Ruby Bridges' first day of school. Segregation in public schools in the South began to desegregate during the 1960s, but problems still occurred and resulted in drastic measures in order to enforce integration. Ruby Bridges was 6 years old when she became the first African American student to attend William Franz Elementary School in New Orleans. On her first day, parents took their children home upon seeing Bridges, and teachers refused to teach if Bridges was brought into their classroom. A few days later, after the protests were dying down, a woman threatened to poison Bridges, which led to federal intervention. President Dwight Eisenhower authorized the U.S. Marshals to escort Bridges to and from school, as well as attend her classes to ensure her safety. A photographer took pictures of Bridges leaving the school one day with her escort, which shows today the absurdity of the mindset surrounding segregation and racism in Southern politics during the mid-20th century. The idea anyone would want to harm a child is both strange and disgusting. Since Bridges did nothing except be granted the ability to be educated, it would be a long struggle to introduce integration throughout the southern United States, but Bridges' story is one of the many which helped the civil rights movement gain momentum. Bridges is now a philanthropist and has a statue of her in the William Franz Elementary School courtyard. Number 13, Fort McMurray's Apocalypse. On May 1st, 2016, a large fire started near the community of Fort McMurray in northern Alberta, Canada. While initially a medium fire, it quickly grew in strength due to the dry and hot weather and high winds in the area. By May 3rd, the fire threatened Fort McMurray itself, and the entire community of 88,000 people were ordered to evacuate. Residents drove through flames, smoke, and raining embers as the winds quickly moved the fire more quickly than expected. The fire also threatened the major oil refineries in the area, as Fort McMurray is the largest oil producing sector in Canada. Miraculously, there were no direct deaths or injuries as a result of the fire, but it soon grew too huge for emergency responders to extinguish it themselves. Therefore, firefighters switched to defensive tactics and focused on protection of infrastructure to prevent further destruction of Fort McMurray. This photo was taken of a Royal Canadian Mounted Police officer as she inspected one of the destroyed neighborhoods, appearing almost apocalyptic. A total of 2,400 homes and buildings were destroyed, and the fire burned around 248,000 hectares, which is greater than the size of Alberta's largest city of Calgary, and nearly half the size of Toronto. On a positive note, the fire resulted in one of the largest amounts of humanitarian aid from citizens in Canada's history, with $86 million in donations made to the Red Cross during the first 10 days of the disaster. If you would like to donate, a link will be in the description below. Number 12, Pope John Paul II and Mehmet Aka. For Forgiveness is something that isn't always easy to achieve, but is also said to bring the final closure between two opposing sides. On May 13, 1981, Pope John Paul II was in the middle of a procession in front of St. Peter's Basilica in the Vatican City when Mehmet Aka pulled a pistol and shot the Pope 4 times. Though critically wounded, John Paul II survived and fully recovered. Aka was charged and sentenced to life imprisonment for his attempted murder and was facing deportation back to his home country of Turkey, where he had escaped from prison while serving the death sentence for terrorism. 2 years later, the Pope visited Aka in prison, accompanied by a cameraman who took several photos of the meeting. Aka claimed he had no political or religious motivation for the attack, but later claimed he was under orders from Iranian Ayatollah Khomeini. The meeting lasted 20 minutes, out of earshot from the photographer, and when it ended, the two men shook hands and the Pope presented Aka with a rosary as a final sign of forgiveness. Aka was pardoned in 2000 and deported back to Turkey. He was imprisoned in Turkey for his original charges there, but the more severe charges were dismissed due to statute of limitations. He converted to Christianity in 2007 and was fully released from prison in 2010. In 2014, Aka visited the tomb of John Paul II, which he placed a flower upon and hopefully closed that chapter of his life. Number 11. Feline Schooner. At first, this photo appears to be a typical graduation photo, but the story behind the person in the image is what makes it truly powerful. Pictured is Feline Schooner, a student at Columbine High School where Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris coldly killed 12 students and one teacher on April 20th, 1999. Schooner was one of the many located in the library, where the worst of the massacre took place. She took cover beneath a desk with Lauren Townsend, Lisa Kreutz, Diowa Perez, and Gianna Park. Klebold shot under their table several times, injuring Schooner and Kreutz, while killing Townsend. Schooner was shot a total of 9 times, but survived and was rushed to a nearby hospital after she managed to flee the library. She spent a week in the hospital recovering from her wounds to her arms, legs, and abdomen. Almost a month after the shooting, Schooner was able to walk across the floor, diploma in hand, and her fist raised in triumph, having survived a traumatic ordeal. The photo was part of a series by Rocky Mountain Press covering the shootings and its aftermath, which won the Pulitzer Prize for Feature News Photography in 2000. Schooner now works in social services and AIDS, dealing with traumatic experiences. Number 10. Into the Jaws of Death. Operation Overlord, better known as D-Day, was the massive Allied invasion of Normandy in 1944. The campaign is considered to be the final turning point of the Second World War, which led to the ending in Europe. American troops landed on 2 sectors, Utah and Omaha. The British landed on 2, Sword and Gold, while Canadians took the beach at Juno sector. Of all the beaches, Omaha was the most heavily defended and also took the longest to secure. The invasion was an amphibious assault, and German bunkers easily overlooked the landing sites, allowing for machine gunners to easily mow down advancing troops. On Omaha, the machine guns were so fierce, the entire first wave was wiped out. United States Coast Guardman Robert F. Sargent was on one of the landing crafts when he snapped a photo of the door open and American troops rushing out into the sea towards the land. The photo almost perfectly shows the lingering danger waiting for the soldiers to reach land. The photo is now a popular image and one of the most highly reproduced of the landings. It also inspired Steven Spielberg to accurately recreate the landing scene in 1998's Saving Private Ryan, with many of the shots reflecting the same atmosphere of the photo. Sargent survived the war and passed away on May 8, 2012. Number 9. Segregation Now. Not everyone in the American South favored integration in the education system, many of whom argued it was against the state's rights. The most notable individual was Alabama Governor George Wallace. On June 11, 1963, John F. Kennedy was in the process of enforcing the historical Brown v. Board of Education verdict, which required schools in the southern states to allow African Americans to attend alongside Caucasian students. Wallace attended a rally at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, with supporters and opponents of integration squared off as students Vivian Malone and James Hood were to be accepted as students. As the two walked towards the front entrance, Wallace defiantly stood in the doorway, blocking their attempts. Members of the National Guard, who were federalized in order to enforce the ruling, attempted to persuade Wallace to move, with General Henry Graham confronting Wallace for several minutes. minutes. Wallace made a speech about states' rights and how the ruling infringed on said rights, but eventually moved as he saw he was making no progress. The scene was captured by several journalists in attendance, and they have become iconic images in the civil rights archives, showing the measures even state officials would take in order to prevent civil rights from happening. Wallace was re-elected 4 times, and after being paralyzed in an attempted assassination on his life, Wallace became a born-again Christian and apologized for his stance on segregation and managed to leave his past racist self behind. Number 8. The leap to freedom. During the Cold War, Germany was divided into a democratic West and communist East, both respectively known as West Germany and East Germany. The current German capital of Berlin was also divided into East and West and was a hotbed of tension between NATO and the Warsaw Pact. After a surge in people fleeing to West Germany, the Soviet Union funded and built a wall dividing East and West Berlin. For the entire wall's existence, people desperately attempted to scale the wall in order to start a better life in the West. While many were successful, others were not so lucky and ended up either arrested or more often than not shot dead by East German border guards. However, the wish for a better life was not only felt by regular citizens. 19-year-old border guard Konrad Schumann guarded the wall during its construction in 1961. On August 15th, his resentment of oppressive rule came to a breaking point. While on duty, a West German police car drove by, and the driver appeared to sense his temptation. The driver stopped and witnesses shouted, "Come over." Schumann saw this as his chance and he ran across the border, jumped the barbed wire fence and into the police car, which drove away in a haste. A West German photographer captured several photos of the event, which have become some of the most iconic images of the Cold War. Sadly, Schumann suffered from depression in his later life and tragically committed suicide in 1998. Luckily, he lived long enough to see the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the subsequent reunification of Germany. Number 7. The kiss of life. Sometimes a photographer just happens to be in the right place at the right time to find a spectacular moment to capture. Rocco Mirabato was on his way to an event to photograph for the Jacksonville Journal when he came across Randall Champion and J.D. Thompson. Both men were conducting maintenance on a utility pole when Champion came into contact with the wires, badly shocking himself and sending him unconscious and dangling from his harness. Thompson sprung into action, climbed up the pole, and immediately began to resuscitate Champion through CPR. Mirabato stopped his car and photographed Thompson giving Champion mouth-to-mouth as he waited for help to arrive. Because of Thompson's quick actions, Champion began breathing again. Mirabato called for an ambulance and Champion was rushed to the hospital, where doctors managed to stabilize him. The photo was published nationwide and even gained international recognition due to the portrayal of everyday heroism. The photo even gained Mirabato a Pulitzer Prize for spot photography in 1968. Champion survived and lived a further 35 years until he passed away in 2002. Mirabato passed away in 2009, and Thompson is still alive to this day. Number 6. The Tank Man. Arguably the most well-known modern photograph in existence, the photo was taken during the student protests in Tiananmen Square in 1989. Chinese students began demonstrating in Tiananmen Square in Beijing, calling for economic reforms and a crackdown on political corruption. Calls for freedom of the press and freedom of speech were also goals of the protesters, and at its peak there were tens of thousands of protesters in the square, with countless more sympathy protests sparking up around the world. On June 5th, leaders of the Communist Party began cracking down on the protests and sent in several divisions of the People's Army to suppress the demonstrations. A column of tanks made its way down the road towards Tiananmen Square as onlookers rushed away to avoid a confrontation. However, one man in a white shirt walked in the path of the tanks and stood his ground, even moving with the lead tank's attempts to move around him. The man was later arrested, and it is unknown what happened to him. People believe he either remains in prison or has died, either from execution or while serving his sentence. The protests in Tiananmen were violently suppressed by the army and resulted between 200 and 300 deaths, depending on the source. Since then, there has been no talks of other protests happening out of fear of a repeat in the protests of '89. Number 5. The Situation Room. Since September 11th, 2001, the hunt for Al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden became a huge priority for American intelligence and military. By 2011, bin Laden had coordinated attacks on almost every continent and appeared to only be getting started. While American Special Forces nearly got him during the Battle of Tora Bora back in December of 2001, bin Laden managed to slip away and several times since. However, valuable intelligence was gathered by the CIA in 2011, which was able to reveal the location of his hideout. After much planning and fact-checking, Joint Operations Command in coordination with the CIA executed an operation to either capture or kill bin Laden from his compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. 79 Spec Ops flew into the hot zone from stealth helicopters and infiltrated the compound, resulting in a firefight with Al-Qaeda fighters. The entire operation was streamed to the White House, with several high-ranking officials, including President Barack Obama, Vice President Joe Biden, and then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, watched from the Situation Room. White House photographer Peter Souza was also present and took a photo of all the eyes in the room fixated on the live feed monitor. The stress can be felt when viewing the photo, with all present on the day knowing how risky the operation was and what its outcome could mean. The operation was a complete success, and the JOC team killed bin Laden and was extracted without casualties. Later that day, Obama held a press conference and announced to the world bin Laden had been killed. Since that day, Al-Qaeda leadership had admitted their strength is falling, and experts believe it's only a matter of time before Al-Qaeda ceases to exist. Number 4. The Long Walk. The troubles in Northern Ireland reached its peak during the 1970s, and the decade saw the most violent incidents during the conflict. The era saw Bloody Sunday, Bloody Friday, and numerous other bombings and shootings. Many of those who died were civilians caught in the crossfire, leaving a haunting legacy on the region. In early 1970, a bomb threat was called into police, and the entirety of Manor Street and Old Park Road in Belfast was evacuated and quarantined. An explosives disposal technician of the British Army was geared with bomb protective armor and made the long walk towards the car which held the device. An onlooker took photos of the scene, and one photo sees the technician walking alone towards the van, with the words "Prepare to meet thy God" on a sign to the left. Truly haunting, the words appear to foreshadow a potential disaster in store for the long soldier, as he silently makes his way to dispose of the device. Thankfully, the bomb was successfully deactivated, and the technician made it back with no injuries. Unfortunately, not much else is known about the photo, or even the identity of the technician, but it has become a renowned representation of the dire situation Northern Ireland faced during the mid and later quarter of the 20th century, with three sides fighting against each other for different gains. While the conflict is mostly over, the pain and resentment still lingers today. Number 3, a 9/11 jumper. This is one of the most iconic and shocking photos taken during the September 11th attacks, taken by Richard Drew, a photographer for the Associated Press. When published in the New York Times, the caption read, "A person falls headfirst after jumping from the North Tower of the World Trade Center." It was a horrific sight that was repeated in the moments after the plane struck the towers. Sadly, this man was not the only jumper, and it's believed that over 200 people either jumped or fell to their deaths to escape the fire and smoke. This man is believed to be Jonathan Briley and was identified by his brother Timothy, though this was never officially confirmed. Briley was a 43-year-old audio technician working at Windows of the World. If it was indeed him, he may have accidentally fallen because he had asthma and may have panicked when smoke began filling the room. This photo remains a horrific reminder of the events that transpired that day. Number 2, the flag at Iwo Jima. The Pacific theater of the Second World War proved to be a hell for soldiers fighting in the jungles and on the sea. Iwo Jima is an island located halfway between the Marina Islands and the home islands of Japan. During the war, the island had an important airfield used by the Japanese Air Force to support and resupply the army. American forces landed on the island on February 19, 1945, and ignited a month-long battle to capture the volcanic island. An American flag was raised during the initial assault, but the Secretary of the Navy claimed ownership over it. This angered members of the Marine Corps, who had raised the flag, and a second one was ordered to be planted on the top of Mount Shirabaki. Sergeant Michael Strank, Corporal Harlan Block, PFC Franklin Solsey, PFC Ira Hayes, Navy Corpsman John Bradley, and PFC Rene Gagnon were tasked with raising the flag, and the moment was captured by photographer Joe Rosenthal. While the men thought nothing of it, the American public saw the photo as a sign a victory, and it became a sensation back home. Sousley, Stank, and Block tragically were killed during the course of the battle, while Hayes, Gagnon, and Bradley were sent home on a bond drive. While the men became celebrities at home, they struggled with their new fame due to their friends that had died in the battle. Hayes suffered severe post-traumatic stress and later died from alcohol poisoning. Gagnon passed away from a heart attack in 1979, and Bradley passed away of a heart attack in 1994. The story behind the flag raising was the subject of the Clint Eastwood film Flags of Our Fathers, and there is a Pacific War Memorial in Washington, D.C. that replicates the photo. Number 1. The Destroyer of Worlds. Nuclear weapons have been a huge fear in the world, and the only time we've seen the weapons used in wartime were in the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan. The Imperial Japanese government and Emperor Hirohito were preparing for a defense of the home islands, while Allied forces were preparing for what seemed like an inevitable invasion, which was predicted to cost 1 million Allied dead. With numerous more Japanese military and civilian casualties, President Harry S. Truman opted to use the newly constructed atomic bombs that were made in the secret Manhattan Project. On August 6th, the Enola Gay took off from Tinlin Island and dropped the payload at around 8:15 a.m. The explosion leveled the city of Hiroshima, and in an instant the city was an inferno, and countless people were dead, injured, and even obliterated into nothing, leaving only shadows behind. 3 days later, the Boxcar dropped a second bomb on Nagasaki with the same effects as before. Both crews of the aircrafts took videos and photos of the resulting mushroom cloud, knowing very well the devastating effects of the bombs, while only guessing at the struggle of the people below. The photos have become a haunting reminder of the destruction such weapons can cause, and emphasize the notion of never again. Between 129,000 and 246 people died in the resulting firestorm and aftermath, which has become controversial since most of the dead were civilians, and leading many to label the bombings as an Allied war crime. Thanks for checking out this countdown. Be sure to subscribe as we upload new videos every week. It'd really mean a lot if you join the notification squad by clicking this gear button, checking this box, and then clicking save. See ya. Number 15. Black Stick Men. In 2009, an online post sparked controversy and discussion when paranormal entities known as Black Stick Men were mentioned. They are just what they sound like, walking stick figures, the kind you would draw as a child, and though they seem to be basically gender neutral, they have the male gender attached to them commonly. The figures have been described as extremely tall, very thin, black in appearance without any facial or bodily features. Their appearances have been documented on message forums and websites since 2008, and unlike shadow people as a whole don't seem to be mentioned as being hunted by paranormal investigators. People just seem to be sharing their stories and experiences, with lack of any photographic or video evidence. Although in 2013, there was a video captured in Russia that featured a large stick-like creature scaling the side of a building. The sightings usually take place along a deserted road or in an alleyway, away from bright lights and crowds. The witness that encounters the stickmen more times than not report being tired. The figures move smoothly as if gliding. They do not make any sound, although the air around them seems to be charged with static. The stickmen seem to not care about the spectacular and do not pay much attention at all to humans unless provoked. The phenomenon is pretty new, and there's not enough evidence to explain what or who they are and why they're visiting. However, it's certain the discussion won't be ending soon. Number 14. Banshee. Has your mother ever told you to stop screaming like a banshee when you were a child? You've probably spent a portion of your lifetime wondering exactly what a banshee was. Well, the banshee is the spirit of an Irish woman that comes into homes and neighborhoods and releases a blood-curdling scream just before someone is going to die. She is often seen wearing a white or gray dress, washing the blood-stained clothes of those who are about to perish. Reports also claim the banshee is very pale and has very long dark hair, which they brush with a silver comb. Alleged sightings of banshees have been reported as recently as 1948. The banshee may also appear in a variety of other forms, such as that of a hooded crow, stoat, hare, and weasel. Although the banshee more often only comes as a warning of death, some lore explains that she will get hungry and will kill witnesses and animals with her high-pitched scream and then suck their blood and soul. She is most often seen as an old hag, but can also appear as a gorgeous young woman. In most lengths, the banshee is either the spirit of a murdered woman or a mother who died during childbirth. Number 13. Wendigo. A half-beast creature or spirit that is particularly associated with cannibalism. The Wendigo, meaning evil that devours, was featured by Elgermond Blackwood in his classic terror tale, The Wendigo. Many legends and stories have circulated over the years about a mysterious creature who was encountered by humans and campers in the shadowy forests of the upper regions of Minnesota. In one variation of the story, the creature could only be seen if it faced the witness head-on, because it was so thin that it could only be seen from the side. The spirit was said to have a voracious appetite for human flesh, and the many forest dwellers who have disappeared over the years were said to be victims of the monster. Wendigos are believed to have once been humans, but after being forced to eat fellow human flesh to survive, they become supernatural monsters that retain little human features once they are possessed. After their transformation, they begin to crave human flesh and feed solely on it. They also attain beast-like abilities such as speed, strength, and immortality. They are taller than humans, standing at about 12 feet. They appear emaciated and have pale green skin, so incredibly thin that their bones are visible, a symbolism of their unquenchable hunger. They are humanoid and are equipped with sharp claws used to rip prey to shreds. They have red eyes with sharp yellow crooked teeth. While many people believe that the legend of the Wendigo was simply created to deter people from committing acts of cannibalism, it's hard to convince witnesses that this is anything but real. Number 12. Succubus. In folklore, the succubus is seen as a female demon or supernatural entity that appears in dreams and takes on the form of a woman in order to seduce men, usually through sexual activity. It's a common belief that repeated sexual interaction with a succubus will lead to deterioration of health or death. A more modern view is that the succubus may or may not appear in dreams, and is often depicted as a highly attractive enchantress. The succubus has become a very commonly depicted demonic creature in recent years, through television, books, and movies. Although the idea of an attractive woman seducing you and taking your life is terrifying, there has never been any reported encounters with a succubus, and they were more likely created as means to deter sinful sexual encounters. Number 11. Hellhounds. Just as dog is known as man's best friend, the hellhounds, a supernatural dog in folklore, are known as the loyal companions and guardians of demons, devils, and some gods. A wide variety of omnivorous or hellish supernatural dogs occur in mythologies around the world. Features that have been attributed to hellhounds include mangled black fur, glowing red eyes, super strength or speed, ghostly or phantom characteristics, massive size, and a foul odor. Certain European legends state that if someone stares into a hellhound's eyes twice or more, that person will surely die. In cultures that associate the afterlife with fire, hellhounds may have fire-based abilities and appearances. They are often assigned to guard the entrances to the world of the dead, such as graveyards and burial grounds, or undertake other duties related to the afterlife or supernatural, such as haunting lost souls or guarding a supernatural treasure. In European legends, seeing a hellhound or hearing it howl may be an omen, or even cause death. In fact, the bearer of death is a term used in describing the hellhound, because they were supposedly created by ancient demons to serve the heralds of death. The hellhound has been seen several times throughout history, and is not specific to any one place. The most recent sightings occurred in Connecticut, Kentucky, Louisiana, Ohio, and Germany, in or near cemeteries. Although hellhounds are more commonly found in ancient mythologies, they are far from a thing of the past. On a recent television show titled Mountain Monsters, one farmer seeks help because he believes he has seen a hellhound on his property and fears for his family's lives. Number 10. Tiyanuk. Basically a demonic, human-eating baby demon. The Tiyanuk is a creature in Philippine mythology that hides in forests and disguises itself as a newborn, even mimicking the cry. Once kind travelers come upon the baby to offer help, it will take a totally different and terrifying form, then slashes its victims or leads them astray. It will even kidnap children. Theories say the Tiyanuk is a spirit of a child whose mother died before giving birth, which caused the child to be born in the ground, creating the woodland demon. Its natural form varies from tale to tale. In one version, it retains the general shape of a baby, but then forms sharp claws and fangs to attack its victim. In yet another story, it is seen supernaturally flying through the forest, still in the form of a baby. The Tiyanuk has become very popular in Philippine horror movies, but it's not at all fiction. Travelers that explore forests claim having heard the cries of a baby, and some have even reported being attacked and led off their path by the little demon. Number 9. Reverse ghosts. While the spirit of a long-dead human haunting their place of death is no new story, very few people know about the other creepy type of ghosts. Most commonly, a ghost is a soul that is believed to be damned to the earth for some unfinished business, meaning that they must have died sometime, right? Well, a reverse ghost is the exact opposite of that. To put it in simple terms, it is a living being that travels back in time to a period where they feel atrocities were being played out against people. However, this human appears as a ghost to the past. An example of a reverse ghost in entertainment is seen in the movie From Time to Time, where a kid is deeply interested in the fate of two ancestors who lived in their family house he resides in. He ends up leaping back to key moments in their lives of the past. Once he's back in the future at the end of the movie, the two ancestors visit him in ghost form despite not previously haunting the house when he was there. Ghosts and reverse ghosts are naturally drawn to each other. The occurrence of reverse ghosts are very rare, and most evidence only comes from stories shared. It's believed that this is related to astral projection. Number 8. X-dimensional beings. Also known as interdimensional beings, these are a type of entity that exists in a dimension beyond our own. These beings are usually reported from stories of personal and unexplainable experience, and although the bulk of these stories center around beings that are basically just humans from other dimensions, there's the rare case of things being more frightening. There have been claims of people being attacked by these visitors, or even abducted and taken to the entity's dimension, which drives them to insanity. A very popular story dealing with interdimensional beings and travel is known as the Philadelphia experiment, an alleged military experiment that is said to have been carried out by the US Navy at Philadelphia Naval Shipyard in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, sometime around October 28, 1943. The purpose was to create the technology to render ships invisible to radar. The project was almost too successful, as the USS Eldridge supposedly went invisible before being teleported into another dimension, eventually reappearing off the coast of Norfolk, Virginia. Many of the crew members died or were driven to insanity and suicide. It has been said that the surviving crew members ranted about transparent beings. Another story dealing with this phenomenon is the story of a man who took a plane trip to Tokyo around 1954. Upon landing at the Tokyo International Airport, his seemingly normal trip had taken a very drastic turn for the weird. When he handed over his passport to be stamped, the man was immediately interrogated as to whereabouts of his origins. While his passport looked authentic, it listed a country no one had ever heard of called Taured. After hours of interrogation and geographical research, the traveler was sent to a nearby hotel until an official decision could be reached. There, 2 immigration officers stood outside the hotel door until morning to assure the man did not flee. However, the next day, they discovered that the mystery man had vanished without a trace. The most troubling was that the only possible exit was through a window with no ledge 15 stories above a busy street. The Tokyo Police Department conducted an extensive search but continually came up empty-handed. There has never been any further information on this man or the case reported, so while not all interdimensional beings cause death and loss of sanity, it's still very unsettling to think that the people around us could possibly be from another dimension, or even worse, we could be, and we didn't even know it until something comes up. Another great example of an X-dimensional being is the very popular Slenderman. Many rumor that Slender is actually a demon from another dimension that travels here to feed. Then again, that's more of a meme than a true story. Regardless, considering the real-world happenings around X-dimensional beings, it's scary to think that we could be switching between parallel Earths without even knowing it. Number 7. Jurogomo. In Japanese folklore, the Jurogomo, which translates to horse spider, is much like the succubus in more European cultures. It is a creature that will appear as a beautiful woman in order to seductively lure a man into her home or web to sedate him, and then wrap him in spider silk and devour him whole. This creature almost seems worse though, considering that Japanese legend tells that the woman will shoot out 8 hair legs and sharp fangs just before she eats her victim. This is a nightmare come to life for all the arachnophobes out there. There have not been any claims of Jurogomo sightings and interactions in the past decades. However, the horse spider has become very popular in the Japanese culture, especially among certain animes. Some girls have even gone as far as buying webs for their rooms, possibly preparing to take their true form as a man-eating spider chick. Number 6. The Spring-Heeled Jack.
The first claimed sightings of Spring Heel Jack was in 1837. Later sightings were reported all over Great Britain and were especially present in suburban London, the Midlands, and Scotland. The Spring Heel Jack was described by people who claimed to have seen him as a terrifying and frightful appearance, with clawed hands and eyes that were similar to fire. One report claimed that, beneath a black cloak, he wore a helmet and a tight-fitting white garment like an oilskin. Many stories also mention a devil-like aspect. Others said that he was tall and thin, with the appearance of a gentleman. Several reports mentioned that he could breathe out blue and white flames and that he wore sharp metallic claws at his fingertips. At least 2 people claimed that he was able to speak comprehensible English. According to accounts, in October 1837, a girl by the name of Mary Stevens was walking to Lavender Hill, where she was working as a servant. On her way, a strange figure leapt at her from a dark alley. After immobilizing her with the tight grip of his arms, he began to kiss her face while ripping her clothes off and touching her flesh with his claws, which she claimed were cold and clammy as those of a corpse. In panic, the girl screamed, making the attacker quickly flee from the scene. The commotion brought several residents who immediately launched a search for the aggressor, who could not be found. The most well-known of the alleged incidents involving Spring Heel Jack were the attacks on 2 teenage girls, Lucy Sales and Jane Oslope. Oslope reported that on the night of February 19, 1838, she answered the door of her father's house to a man claiming to be a police officer, who told her to bring a light, claiming, "We have caught Spring Heel Jack here in the lane." She brought the person a candle and noticed that he was wearing a large cloak. The moment she handed him the candle, however, he threw off the cloak and presented a most hideous and frightful appearance, vomiting blue and white flame from his mouth. Oslope continued to describe exactly what other victims had before her. Without saying a word, he caught hold of her and began tearing her gown with his claws, which she was certain were of some metallic substance. She screamed for help and managed to get away from him and ran towards the house. He caught her on the steps and tore her neck and arms with his claws. She was rescued by one of her sisters, after which the assailant fled. 8 days after the attack on Jane Oslope, on February 28, 1838, 18-year-old Lucy Sales and her sister were returning home after visiting their brother. Sales stated that in the report to the police that she and her sister were passing along Green Dragon Alley. They observed a person standing at an angle of the passage. She was walking in front of her sister at the time, and just as she came up to the person who was wearing a large cloak, he spat a quantity of blue flame in her face, which deprived her of her sight, and that she was instantly dropped to the ground, and was seized with violent fits which continued for several hours. Her sister described Lucy's assailant in the same way others had. The individual did not speak, nor did he try to lay hands on them, but instead walked quickly away. Every effort was made by the police to discover the author of these and similar outrages, and several persons were questioned, but were set free. No one was ever caught and identified as Spring Heel Jack. Combined with the extraordinary abilities attributed to him in the very long period during which he was reported at large, this has led to all sorts of theories of his nature and identity. While several researchers seek a rational explanation for the events, such as a serial rapist in costume, other authors explore the more fantastic details of the story to propose different kinds of paranormal speculation. Number 5. Gnomes and Duendes. Recent scientific discovery has led to confirm that very small humans once existed on Earth. This brings the question that maybe evil gnomes and other small mythical and paranormal creatures may not sound so unreal after all. The folklore and rumor of evil gnomes has been going around since the Renaissance period. They were used in Alexander Pope's The Rape of the Lock. The creatures from this mock epic are small celestial creatures which were prudish women in their past lives, and now spend all of eternity looking out for prudish women. Gnomes went on to maintain a playful air to them, being known often as ugly fairies and being featured in children's books. However, the Spanish equivalent to gnomes are duendes, and they have a far more terrifying lore behind them. They are known mostly in Spain, Portugal, Mexico, South America, and the Philippines to measure from 18 inches up to 4 feet tall. In many legends, the duendes have no thumbs, dress in animal skins and furs, and wear a strange hat. Legends vary amongst regions, and while some believe the duende to be a creature all their own, many others believe that they are the spirits of unbaptized infants that can be either good or bad. It is said they have a habit of tormenting people, usually humans who have destroyed their homes or killed their animals. This legend later evolved into punishing naughty children who disobeyed. Commonly, they are known to be nothing more than tricksters, but in very recent years, they have been seen as very evil and vicious beings. Legends of Duende slaughtering animals, destroying property, and kidnapping and eating children have become more common than the comical tales of them stealing shoes. In 2008, reports of a Duende terrorizing a town in Argentina became very popular throughout media. A Duende was allegedly recorded by a teenager named Jose Alvarez in the city of Guames. Alvarez and his friends were recorded speaking when the camera pans to the distance to see something wearing a cone-shaped hat doing a little dance. The lore about defending yourself against Duende is inconsistent. Many people claim that religious items have no effect on them, while others report that a rosary will keep them away. Since Duende are similar to the fairies of European lore, it is possible that iron might be useful, as fairies fear iron and will flee from it. Either way, keep an eye on that little figurine in your neighbor's yard. Number 4. Bigfoot. Known as a cryptid, ape, or humanoid-like creature, Bigfoot is said to inhabit forests mainly in the Pacific Northwest region of America, going by other names like Sasquatch, Yeti, skunk ape, or Yowie. This creature has been seen in isolated woodlands and mountain areas all over, and the descriptions given by spectators have stayed relatively consistent. People have described the creature as a man covered with long brown, auburn, or even white hair, reaching a height of about 7 or 8 feet. Bigfoot has also been said to have very large feet, which often leave behind deep and large prints. A strong foul odor, a disliking for humans, and a terrifying howl have also been reported by those who have claimed to see this mysterious being. Stories of Bigfoot came about before 1958, even before a name was designated to the wild ape man. As far back as 1847, Paul Kane, a famous painter, reported stories by the native people about Skukoms, a race of cannibalistic wild men living on the peak of Mount St. Helen. In more modern times, Bigfoot has become a star of popular culture, being portrayed in a humorous way in TVs and movies. However, there's a dark side to Bigfoot that comes from the stories shared by witnesses. Campers, hikers, and even Sasquatch researchers have reported being attacked viciously and even stolen from what they claim to be the famous Woodland Man. There have even been a couple cases where campers have been attacked and brutally mauled to death by what investigators refer to as an unknown beast. Of course, there are plenty of believers that blame these deaths on Bigfoot. Although most scientists are quick to narrow sighting down to nothing more than misidentification, that doesn't change the fact that there are plenty of research teams en route to finding Bigfoot. From large teams and organizations on the trail to independent adventurers looking for a thrill, there are plenty out there that might bring us evidence in the future. Number 3. Lady Meday. Another terrifying female creature found commonly to the various Slavic countries of Eastern Europe. She makes herself evident in the middle of hot summer days and takes the form of a whirling dust cloud and carries a scythe or shears. She will stop people in the field to ask them difficult questions or engage them in conversation. If anyone fails to answer a question or tries to change the subject, she will cut off the head or strike them with illness. She may also appear as an old hag, a beautiful woman, or a 12-year-old girl, and she was useful in scarring children away from valuable crops. Although most doctors have confirmed that Lady Meday is more of an oddly shared hallucination before sunstroke, it's still strange to think that so many people would have such similar pre-stroke hallucinations. Furthermore, many people have reported seeing Lady Meday at night, wandering around areas where she claimed her last victims. Number 2. Skinwalker. In some Native American legends, a skinwalker is a person with the natural ability to turn into any animal he or she desires. To be able to transform, legend sometimes requires that the skinwalker wears a pelt of the animal. In most cases, this pelt is not used in modern times because it is an obvious sign of them being skinwalkers. Although a skinwalker is most frequently seen as a coyote, wolf, fox, eagle, owl, or crow, the Navajo version of the skinwalker is said to have the power to assume the form of any animal they choose, a decision based on what specific abilities are needed. For example, witches may use a bird form to travel in pursuit, escape, or otherwise. Some Navajo also believe that skinwalkers have the ability to steal the face of a person. The Navajos believe that if you ever lock eyes with a skinwalker, they can absorb themselves into your body. Alternatively, some Navajos believe that if you make eye contact with a skinwalker, your body will freeze up due to fear of them, and the skinwalker will use that fear to gain power and energy. Skinwalkers are also commonly associated with being witches.
However, not all witches are skinwalkers. The main goal of this being is to absorb the energy through fear. They don't always kill their prey, but there have been cases where they allegedly mutilated and devoured their victims. Number 1. The Wingless Angel. This being is more of a rumor, but either way it's terrifying that so many people have experienced seeing the same thing. As many as 240 people actually claim seeing the exact same thing. Such a sighting took place over several days in June 1905 in Voltana, Spain. The accounts consistently describe a woman dressed in white flying through the air without the aid of wings. Some witnesses even go as far as to describe her hair color and body type. The woman sometimes flew against the wind, and one witness said she might have heard it singing as it passed overhead. Although there has been no photographic evidence pertaining to a wingless angel case, she is just one of the many unexplained flying people found over the years. There have been accounts of creatures and what seem to be human beings flying in the air without any sort of assistance from wings or equipment. In fact, around March 2000, a very trusted and experienced skywatcher named Salvador Guerrero caught a photo of a dark humanoid figure flying in the sky in Mexico. This sparked several very similar sightings in the region, as well as in Arizona. Aliens from another planet, beings sent by God to protect us, are just another strange science phenomenon caused by plane debris. It's really up to the viewer to decide, but witnessing these things on your own has got to be a strange experience. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching. Number 15. I wake up to find my 3-year-old standing by the bed, staring at me, inches from me with a huge grin on his face. He just stares and grins. "What are you doing?" I finally say. "Nothing." Still grinning. At this point, I realize he's got his hand behind his back. "Are you holding something?" "No." I look away. He's hiding our largest carving knife behind his back. Number 14. My 3-year-old nephew was at my cottage. He asked me numerous times about the girl over there, while pointing at one of the back bedrooms. The place is small, and there is definitely no one there, so I just dismiss it as a really active imagination. Then some friends are visiting, and they have a daughter around the same age. She has never met my nephew. Twice in one day she asked about the pretty girl, while pointing at the exact same room. Definitely caught me out, and I didn't know what to think. Then at Christmas, my family was over at my place, and my nephew points at a picture of my wife and asks if she's coming to visit us here, or does she just stay at the cottage. My wife died 10 years ago. Number 13. So a friend of mine was 6 years old when she told her mother that the lady who used to live here told me that she hates the wallpaper and that you're covering her note. My friend's mom just thought it was make-believe rambling and forgot about it. Well, 12 years later, when the mom is redecorating and taking down the wallpaper in the attic, she finds a suicide note scratched into the wall. The friend's mom freaks the fuck out and calls my friend and starts asking if she remembered anything more about the woman who spoke to her. My friend starts to recall the woman and starts to freak out, saying she only remembered talking to her in the attic. Number 12. A friend of mine and her husband bought what is considered an old house around here, Western Canada. Not many houses over 100 years old. They were renovating the basement one day while I was visiting. I was down there alone with their son, who's barely 2 at the time and could not speak in full sentences. He took my hand and led me over to a brick chimney-like thing with a rusty metal door on it. He looked up and said, "That's where dead babies go." I was horrified. Firstly, because, like I said, the kid could barely talk, let alone say something like that. I doubt he even knew what dead meant. I'm positive that no one would have told him that, and there were no older kids around that would have said that as a joke. Still creeps me out to this day. Number 11. My brother grew up being terrified of water. I'm 4 years older than him, and during the nightly battle for bath time when he was about 3 or 4, I asked him why he's so scared of water. Being a water baby, as my mom put it, I just don't understand. He looked at me, and I remembered this word for word. I was on a big unsinkable ship. We hit the biggest iceberg, and then it was really busy, and then I got really cold and wet. I went to a warm, bright place and waited until my next family came. My mom heard it and decided bath time was over. The creepy thing is that my brother was born on April 15th, 1992. The Titanic sunk April 15th, 1912. Number 10. When I was about 4, I would remember talking to Mr. Peterson whenever I was at my grandmother's house. He looked like a hobo from the Great Depression and had a guitar and sang the old-timey blues. He told me that he died when he fell off a train he was riding while drunk on moonshine. I stopped seeing him when I was about 6. Anyway, 6 months ago, I found my dad's old acoustic guitar and started playing, and my little cousin told me, "Mr. Peterson is proud of you," and then left. I don't know what to think. Number 9. While changing my daughter in front of the open closet door, she kept looking around me and laughing. I asked her what was so funny. She said, "The man," to which I replied, "What man?" She then pointed at the closet and said, "The man with the snake neck." I turned around and nothing was there. I'm afraid to look into the history of my house to see if anyone hung themselves in that closet. At least she wasn't scared. Number 8. My kid's Catholic school is over 100 years old. There's a basement under the gym that's used for storage. I was subbing once, and during recess, one of the kickballs goes down the stairs. A little girl was standing at the top of the stairs yelling, "Just throw it up to me." I went over and asked who she was talking to, and she replied, "That big man down the stairs." I went down and nobody was there, and it was the only way in. I asked some of the other kids if they have seen the man before, and they said, "Yes, but sister told us not to talk to him." I asked them to describe sister, and they described a nun, and there haven't been nuns at the school in 40 years. Number 7. When my son was little, maybe 3, he used to do this weird crawl where he would slide his forehead along the floor. That was pretty creepy in itself. Then one night, he crawled across the hallway into my room like that and stood up a few inches from my face and made a weird meow sound. He got into bed with me and went to sleep. Another time, he was freaking out about a monster in the basement, so we went down and saw nothing, of course. As I turned out the light and headed upstairs, he said, "He's behind us now." I might have peed a little. Possibly the creepiest thing he did was one day I scolded him for misbehaving, so he hid his head under his blanket. I pretended I couldn't find him by saying, "Where is my little Carson?" He slowly lowered the blanket and with a dead evil stare said, "Carson is gone. I am Rick. I'm certain he's possessed." We never knew any Ricks as far as I can remember. Still don't. Never figured out where he picked up that name. Number 6. Okay, backstory time. When I was a kid, Mr. Rand used to come into my room 4 or 5 times a week. He'd talk to me and tell me stuff and how he was killed in World War II. See, Mr. Rand was a figment of my 4-year-old imagination. Anyway, one day I was 9 or so, Mr. Rand stopped showing up. Fast forward to about 3 years ago, and my son, who is 5 at the time, walks out of his room one night at about 11:30 and says there's a man in the room. Fast forward to about 3 years ago, and my son, who is about 5 at the time, walks out of his room one night at about 11:30 and says there's a man in his room. I flip out and run to his room to find nobody, to which he says, "Mr. Rand says you can't see him anymore, but he's okay." Number 5. I'm not a parent myself, but a friend of mine has a 4-year-old son who lives with his mother. One time, he would have been nearly 4, another of the mother's housemates had a litter of puppies and was in the process of trying to find homes for them. The kid put one of them in the front loader washing machine with some laundry and managed to set it on the spin cycle, then went back into his room across the laundry to play. My friend, the kid's dad, was visiting at the time and heard the machine going. He went to investigate, then saw the puppy and realized what had happened. He figured that the kid just didn't know what he was doing and quickly removed the dead puppy to spare his son being traumatized. The kid saw his dad walk past the doorway, went to check the washing machine, and then asked him, "Where is the dead puppy, Daddy?" Number 4. My mom's dad died 10 years before I was born. I was about 6 or 7 when my parents divorced. The day before my mom told me they were divorcing, apparently I was at the kitchen table drawing or something while my mom cooked tea. She said I stopped instantly and looked toward the front door as if I'd heard something. I stared for a long time, then giggled, turned towards my mom and said, "Granddad says don't worry, everything will be okay and he won't let anything bad happen." I then began humming and went back to my drawing. My mom says it's the single creepiest thing that's ever happened to her, and I have no memory of it happening. Number 3. When my daughter was 3, one day she said to me, "Don't you remember, Mommy? Before, when you were the daughter and I was the mother, they came and chopped all our heads off. Chop, 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 chop. The whole village." She made vicious chopping motions every time she said the word chop. I was so taken aback, all I could think to say was, "Fortunately, sweetheart, I don't remember the head chopping." Her response was, "Well, it happened, and I remember it really well." Number 2. My daughter said to me that there is a woman who watches her watch movies in her room and sleeps on the ceiling above her bed when she sleeps. She also says that it does not like me and wants to eat my heart. My kid watches Elmo and fucking Dinosaur Train. Where in the hell did she get this from? Number 1. When I was young, like maybe 2 years old, my grandma was in the hospital dying of cancer. Obviously, I had no idea what was going on, but apparently one day my mother and aunt were watching me. I suddenly looked at them and said, "Only one grandma." They kept trying to convince me otherwise, that no, I had 2 grandmas, but I kept repeating that line over and over. Then the phone rang. It was my uncle calling to tell my mother that my grandma had passed a few minutes ago. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching.
All of the following stories are from the Ask Reddit post, McDonald's employees, what is the worst thing that has ever happened in the play place? Number 15. It started as a fairly average Monday morning. A couple of kids got into a small fight, but we usually don't step in unless it's anything serious. Anyway, it's getting kinda late and I only had an hour left. 2 kids got into a pretty big argument, lots of hair pulling, pushing, etc. I was feeling pretty tired that day, probably still hungover from the night before. Didn't really bother to do anything because it looked like their parents had noticed anyway. One of the kids was fairly older than the other one, and the mother of the younger kid was pretty pissed off that her kid was being bullied. The mother of the older kid was your typical lazy parent who doesn't give a shit about what their child is up to, and insisted it wasn't her problem. Now the mother of the younger kid looked extremely pissed off before they had even began to talk. I could visibly see her face growing redder and redder as each second passed. She told the other mom that she should bother to raise her kid properly, and said that her daughter should give her child an apology. The mother just shrugged it off and turned away. Apparently the mother of the younger girl didn't like that, because within seconds she grabbed her by the hair and slammed her face into one of the plastic slides. The rest of the kids simply watched in horror as the mother proceeds to push the woman headfirst into the ball pit while desperately trying to kick her in the head. The last thing I saw, she jumped up and tried to elbow drop her pro wrestling style. Quickly got my manager, who called the police. The mother was thrown into the police car, and I'm pretty sure they had to get an ambulance for the other woman. Needless to say, the play place closed early that day. They didn't reopen it for almost a week. Number 14. I worked at McD's in the late 90s, and we had around a 400 or 500 pound woman try to get into the play place. She got in and up to the middle level of the 3-level play tower and got stuck in a tube. We had to call 911, who had to get a crane and unbolt the tube and lift her and the tube out, then cut the tube off of her. She looked like a pig stuffed into a giant yellow straw. Our play place was out of order for 4 months while we waited for replacement parts. I couldn't believe that she thought it was a good idea anyway. The whole tube was bowing while she was stuck in there for almost 4 hours. The fire department used a ladder on the ladder truck to brace the tube because they were afraid it was gonna break, sending her crashing to the floor 15 or so feet below her. Number 13. I'm not an employee, but my aunt got stuck in the spiral slide once.
Yeah, my aunt. She was like 40 at the time. I'm not really sure why she decided to go down the slide, but she did, and she didn't fit. They had to shut the play place down and call someone to pull her out. Number 12. I was a teenager, assumed 17 because I did reckless and stupid shit all the time when I was that age. Never anything really sinister though. Anyways, I was eating at the McDonald's off the 5 freeway in Carlsbad back when it still had a play place. There was hardly anyone at that location at the time, and I had a group of friends that needed impressing, of course. The plan didn't come together until I was collecting our trash on our tray. The trash went into the bin, but the tray stayed with me. I ran into the play place squealing with excitement, my friends shouting questions at me as I disappeared into the structure. I'd like to point out that I was fully sized, so trying to touch as little as possible was difficult. The entire kiddie mansion smelled of piss. That was okay though because I had made it to my destination, the swirly slide. With the tray in hand, I situated myself at the top of the ride like someone trying for the Jamaican bobsled team. I never really thought about what would happen, I just thought it sounded awesome. I flew down that slide at about 1,000 miles per hour. The end of the slide, the part of my ride I neglected perhaps on purpose, was aimed directly at the glass wall of the establishment. 1 second I was in a tunnel of hellish excitement, the next I was flying into a sheet of glass. No, it didn't break, but I knocked myself out, and the window was fucked. It didn't shatter, but definitely needed repairs. When I came to, I looked inside to see the cashier, their customer, the manager, and the only person standing in line staring at me. My friends were already halfway out the gate when I realized I should leave. Number 11. Had this fat kid get stuck in the play place, and when I was sent in to pull him out, I got sued for reckless endangerment of a child and inappropriate contact with a child. I seriously wanted to punch the parents. Fuckers got me fired and held me in court for 3 months. Number 10. I worked at McD's way back in the day, 13 years ago, and before I started, a kid climbing on top of the equipment fell off and broke his arm. A photographer came to the store to take photographs of the equipment for the pending lawsuit. The store manager gave the okay, and the guy went out to do what he came to do. The owner of our franchise came in, found out that the guy was outside on the playground, and went out to confront the guy. After a few heated comments, the store owner starts to shove the photographer, telling him to get the hell off my property with kids watching. All the kids came running into the store screaming and crying while parents tried to dodge the now full-out fist fight on the playground. 2 grown men screaming and punching while kids were screaming like Jesus was on them. I didn't last long at that job. Number 9. My sister had to clean piss that went from the top of the slide to the bottom. She started at the top like an idiot and lost her footing. Number 8. There was a kid's birthday party and they were having a group photo taken in front of the play place. At my brother's suggestion, I went to the top of the play place and photobombed their photos by pushing my ass against the porthole. One of the parents had those instant print cameras and the kids were crowding around looking at it. I sneaked a peek to check out my photobomb and my ass turned out majestic. I still like to think that the photo is framed somewhere to this day on someone's mantelpiece. Number 7. I worked at McDonald's 6 or 7 years ago, and once a child pissed at the top of the play place. The stairs are split level the whole way down, so it became a cascading waterfall of urine. This is where things start to get weird. McDonald's is an equal opportunity employer, and we had hired a mentally handicapped lady to clean the dining area. She was the first employee alerted to the situation by one of the children. This mentally handicapped lady immediately scolded the child and told him to clean it up and gave him a bar towel. This child did exactly what he was told and began crying as he became drenched with piss. He ran out of the play place and explained to his mother what had transpired. The mother, furious, stormed to the counter to demand a manager. She was ready to sue McDonald's and settle out of court for a large undisclosed amount. The cleaning lady was dismissed. I should also mention that yours truly had to clean the play place in the end. Fuck. Number 6. Some little kid shit in the twisty slide, but it was in the middle of the slide, so the kids at the top couldn't see it. So kids would slide down unknowingly into a makeshift shittin' slide and get shit on their backs, faces, back of their head, hands, etc. It was horrendously disgusting. Worst day of my life. Number 5. McDickhole's employee here. No play place at my location, but I'm gonna vent about mostly irrelevant things so you have some insight about working fast food. Lunch rush, 8-hour shift, hungover as fuck working the register. People ordering Happy Meals. Not specifying which Happy Meal, just saying a Happy Meal. Me, which Happy Meal would you like? Parent bends down to their child to ask. Child mumbles, hides head in shame. Meanwhile, the line is growing longer as customers become more disgruntled. A bead of sweat begins to form on my brow as the mother tells her child to tell me which meal. An eternity elapses before mere infant utters its first incomprehensible words. Once again, child whispers something in Gaelic. Sorry, I didn't quite get that. Small baby babbles, parent will not clarify. Time to guess. Orders a large sweet tea, 3 McDoubles, and a large fry. She's watching her weight, so she asks for no salt on the fries. Sees no irony in this. We have to make a whole new batch of fries for this request. She stops talking. Will that be all for you? She says yes. But what she's meant to say was no, because she continues to order more food almost as soon as I press the pay now button on the register. Orders more lard. Alright, will that be here or to go? Looks to child. Gazes towards dining room. Looks up for something, anything, she just wants a sign. For go. My brain has now melted. Blood trickles out of my ear. There's no for go button on my register. So I make a guess once again. There's no way I've gotten this order correct. I accept defeat. Alright, that'll be $23.67. The woman's face drops. The room is absolutely silent except for the racing beat of my heart. I thought sweet teas were $1. They used to be $1 all over the country. Her rage is building as I stutter. They used to be, now they're $1.19. The extra 19 cents is blood money in this business. Nostrils flare, a pissed off sigh. She now wants me to change the price even though I'm clearly a minimum wage employee, not the CEO of McDonald's. You people are robbing us blind. Woman has mistaken me for a commissioned salesperson instead of a cashier. She now proceeds to go through the price of every item she ordered to only find that yes, indeed, our register is capable of simple addition. She hands me 23 ones and a bucket of change that somehow only amounts to 65 cents. I'm sorry, I still need 2 more cents. Rolls her eyes but forks it over. Alright, your order number will be 267. The order has taken all but 2, maybe 3 minutes tops, but now the orderly line has turned into an impatient lynch mob. They feel hunger, not for McChickens or those precious McNuggets, but for blood. I, on the other hand, thirst for liberation. My lips manage to bend awkwardly into a smile as I say, I can help whoever's next. A large man walks over and says, "Are you guys still serving breakfast?" I respond saying it's 2 p.m. Alright then, I'll just have a shamrock shake. It's December. Number 4. Some kid climbed all the way to the top of the slide and took his goddamn pants off and slid down the slide. Problem is, he shat the whole way down. There was a fucking trail of shit spanning the entire second half of the slide. We only found out because some other fucking kid slid down that slide and came out covered in chunky liquid shit and began crying uncontrollably. Number 3. Kid vomited and proceeded to pick up fistfuls of chunks and throw them at other children, who then vomited. We closed the play place for like 2 weeks to have the whole thing heavy duty cleaned and sterilized by a hire out company. She yelled, "I'll show you clean," ripped the hazard tape off the door, broke the lock on the door, and proceeded to put her finger down her throat and barf all over. That was right before I quit. The last thing I heard, she was trying to sue our owner, stating that the chemicals in the play place, which she broke into, made her sick and she was hospitalized. Number 2. I will now tell the story of the best thing I ever saw in Playland. This was at Burger King, not McDonald's. In the South, these things are simply called Playland. A few years ago, me and my kids were eating at Burger King, and of course we had to eat in Playland because kids. Burger King had at this time installed talking garbage cans in there. This was probably intended as a way to get kids to throw out their own trash so employees wouldn't have to do it so much. Whoever designed those things knew nothing about children. Pushing your garbage in past that spring-loaded flap, which says thank you on it. The trash can would say thanks for the garbage or something like that. You know, things a talking trash can would say. Any parent could tell you what would happen next. Children know that trash cans cannot actually speak, so each successful child, having been congratulated by the trash can, would do the obvious thing and put his head inside the trash can to see who's in there. Then the spring-loaded thank you flap would swing shut and grab the children by the neck in a manner of a squirrel trap. And they could not get their heads back out. There would be flailing and muffled screams, and they would have to be rescued by their mom. This would happen over and over and over again. Kids of a certain age will put their heads into a talking trash can even if they just saw the last kid get garroted by it. It kind of makes them even more curious. Just one kid after another getting choked by this evil instrument of torture. Thanks for the trash. It was the best thing I'd ever seen. Kids leave, new kids take their place, new victims for the magic trash can. I never got tired of it. Next time we went to Burger King, they weren't there anymore, but I hope someday they will come back for another try. Number 1. So my brother and I, about 12 and 10 respectively, scarfed down our meals and started exploring the play area. Now this wasn't your average play place. It was huge, and they had these weird child-sized, hardish stuffed animals attached to the floor with Velcro. I didn't know who came up with them or how they were meant to be played with, but they resembled a harder, lighter punching bag in texture. Back to the story though. Our stepmom sat below finishing her food while she glanced upwards every now and then to make sure we were okay. My brother and I soon parted ways in the massive structure. Sometime later, a random kid and I squeezed past each other while crossing paths in one of the tubes. As soon as we were clear, he glared back at me and growled, "Touch me again and I'll slit your fucking throat." Now this child couldn't have been any older than me, so you can understand my shock at hearing this uttered by a child that was no older than 10. As if he had a weapon. He was gone before I could process what he said, and I didn't retort. Oh well, back to playing. I guess some kids are just crazy. Sometime later, my brother and I met at the top of the spiral slide. Being that he got there before me, he went down first. As I'm sliding down the spiral, I hear an argument unfolding below. As I emerge from the bottom of the play place, the scene becomes clear. Psycho Kid was all up in my brother's face, screaming unintelligible threats. I guess the little shit took his time getting off the slide and my brother slid right into him. The kid is getting more and more aggressive, screaming louder and getting physical, shoving my brother's chest like the little bitch thugs always do when they're trying to intimidate. My brother, who, I'll point out, is a head taller than this fucking delinquent, is keeping his cool and trying to tell the shit to fuck off. The kid's dad is nearby, and get this, the hick-ass greaseball mumbles, "You tell him, Jimmy," in between mouthfuls of burgers. A couple things went through my head before I acted. The kid's unfortunate excuse for a father couldn't care less if the world ended tomorrow. My brother can't as well beat this younger asshole without some chance of repercussions. My approaching stepmom is a good 5-10 seconds away on the other side of the play area, and I need to reassert my dominance over this hillbilly spawn. Whose best experience with violence probably comes from WCW or the WWE. He didn't see me coming. I ripped a nearby giant duck from its Velcro binding and brandished it by the tail, charging towards this violent little brat. I don't even think he turned around at all. The first blow hit him square in the back with all my weight behind it. He tumbled onto the floor in front of my brother, gasping for air. I guess I knocked the wind out of him, but I wasn't finished. "Slit my fucking throat, will you?" I shouted with every swing. He was crying for his daddy, but by that time my stepmom had already dragged us away. She was about to end the trip early before we explained the situation. In the end, she decides not to punish me, gives a heavy sigh, and chalked it up to another case of small town madness. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching.
Number 15. A few years back, I worked at Walmart as an assistant manager. I was working a 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. shift, and the overnight manager called off sick. So I stayed until 4 a.m. so someone working mornings could come in early and we could have it covered. Anyway, it was February in northern Illinois. The temperature outside at 2 a.m. was about 6 degrees. At about 2:30, I get a call over the walkie-talkie to come up to the pharmacy and that "you've got to see this." I went up to the pharmacy and see two younger guys. One was dressed in a lifeguard's outfit complete with a thick coating of sunscreen on his nose. The other was dressed in a complete walrus costume. I have followed these guys through the store to make sure that they weren't going to do anything stupid like pull fire alarms, and caught up with what everyone was doing stocking shelves. I lost contact with them because they weren't bothering anyone and just went about my business. About half an hour later, I make my way up to the front registers and ask the cashier if she had seen the lifeguard and the walrus. She said that not only did she see them, but they made a purchase. The lifeguard found some sunscreen in the clearance aisle, and the walrus got a pack of salmon from the seafood department. They paid with cash and went on their way. Number 14. I was a customer service manager, or CSM, for 3 or 4 years. CSMs are in charge of the cashiers, stockmen, and surprisingly customer service. Most of it was fine, nothing special. People wanting to return things, I'd approve unless it was grossly old or against policy. Then there was this guy. This guy was in his 40s, probably, and at least 400 pounds, and he stunk. Anyway, he came to return underwear, used, obviously used, with skid marks and everything. He said the waistband didn't last. Well, yeah, they were size 38 and he needed a 50 at least. I denied their return on sanitary grounds, that we couldn't return used undergarments for any reason. This was true. I made a mental note to bleach the counter when he left and turned to leave. I then heard the counter creaking. I turned to find 400 pounds of that guy trying to climb the counter to attack me, while wheezing that my 220 pound 6'2" skinny ass had insulted him, and he was gonna make me pay. Somehow he made it over the counter but landed face down on the other side. Still a bit shocked at what was going on, I put my foot on his back to keep him from getting up and called for management assistance. He was escorted out by the management and barred from the store for life. I got an extra 15-minute smoke break. I returned from break to find that guy's underwear still on the counter. No one wanted to touch them. I used the longest pair of tongs I could get from the kitchen area and threw the underwear and the tongs in the garbage compactor. By far the weirdest thing that has ever happened to me. Number 13. Alright, so I was working the register in the garden area of a small store. It was always really slow, and I don't think half of the other workers knew it existed. We had a ton of regular customers that we saw all the time. It was almost the opposite of what you think when you think Walmart. Anyway, it was in a very ethnic area of Southern California. Not a lot of English was thrown around. There was this one guy that was pretty fresh off the border. He was always super jazzed when he came in over all the shit there was to buy. He had been coming for a couple weeks. I don't think he ever spent more than $5 in a purchase. So one day, I see him come around the corner with the biggest jar of pickles I think we could legally sell, and this guy looked so goddamn amped about it. He slid up onto the counter and just stared at me. I was like, hell yeah man, that's how shit's done around here, and mentioned for him to bring it around so I could hit it up with the price gun. He had an awkward angle on it and drops it straight on the floor. Pickles start flying fucking everywhere. He looks at me like he just shot my dog or something, and then just starts blitzing for the exit. I mean, this guy was dipping so damn hard. I can guarantee it's the fastest he's ever ran. I come around out of the little register area and watch him lay rubber through the store. The exit in the garden center was like 10 feet away, but this guy heads for the exit on the other side of the store. I see him make it a good 70 or 80 yards and then turn the wrong way and run into the clothing department. It's a dead end and he realizes it immediately. He was like a deer caught in a coffee shop. At first he tries to duck behind the clothes racks, decides that's a terrible decision, and starts jetting in the other direction for the door, and after a good 45 seconds makes his great escape to freedom. No one knew what was going on. The manager starts freaking out thinking there was a shooting or something, and I'm just standing there watching it unfold. I'm not sure how to react to it all just yet. I turn around and look at the other customers in my line, and we have all came to the fairly unanimous decision that it's the funniest thing any of us will ever see, and no one ever knew about it aside from us. Maintenance came and mopped up the pickles, and it was never mentioned again. Number 12. I don't work at Walmart, but I went into Walmart to get something for my son. I asked the younger fellow in the game section if they had a wheel for the Wii U since my son had just gotten Mario Kart for his birthday and loves it, and asked for a wheel with the extra birthday money he had received. He walks me over to the section with all the controllers and starts beeping away on one of those handheld beeper price things. He drops the handle to his sides, looks up in the air, sighs loudly, and starts mumbling. Then out of nowhere shouts, "Fuck Linda, fuck you. You can go fuck yourself, you are so stupid." He turns to me and says the stupid cunt I work with has no idea how to do anything. He throws his what I can assume is a few $100 device on the ground and it breaks into pieces and storms off saying, "I'll be right back. I'm gonna go call that stupid bitch and put her in her place." I backed away slowly and left. I went to Target and got it. Number 11. Someone returned a mango to the store saying they didn't need it anymore. Was returned cut up into 3 different slices and stitched back together with Scotch tape. Number 10. I used to work at Walmart in Northeast Tennessee, so I've seen my fair share of weird. People often show me the People of Walmart site, and I have to explain this was an everyday occurrence at that location. We had this particular family. We called them the incest family. Not very creative, but not the point. They would come into the store at least once a week. It was a middle-aged woman and what had to be her 2 brothers. They all looked exactly the same. Big Coke bottle glasses, messy matted hair, and poor hygiene. The female, I use this term loosely, would kiss both of the other guys on the mouth while walking through the store. It was a strange relationship. They all held hands and were close and cuddly with each other. The worst part is, they smelled. I mean smelled. We're talking cat piss, vomit, and Britney Spears fantasy all rolled into one. They would walk through the Walmart on a crowded Saturday, and the ocean of people would part like Moses was standing on bottled water and holding his staff above the crowd. The places they walked would remain that way for a minute or so until this horrid odor disappeared and normal breathing could be had. I'm years away from that place, yet that memory still haunts me. I once had to sell them an answering machine, and that interaction is why I shower twice daily. Number 9. Cousin was back on stocking shift around the dairy place with all the yogurt and milk and cheese and whatnot. A few kids came by, about 12 or 13, and were getting jugs of milk, probably inspired by gallon smashing, and were looking around cautiously, but since they had people everywhere, the kids couldn't really do it and have the same appeal as gallon smashing had. These kids altogether probably had 5 or 6 jugs of milk, and my cousin comes by and asks them if they need help with anything. Time passes and the kids move to another aisle with their jugs while my cousin subtly follows them. In an aisle with no one around, a kid with a jug throws it onto the ground, and obviously the jug explodes and this kid slips into the milk. My cousin calls for a supervisor and tells them they'll have to pay for it. Well, since they're kids, they didn't want to, so they booked it. The kid at the front had 2 jugs and legitimately slipped, which made them both explode, and all 3 of the kids fell and were covered in chocolate milk. My cousin said it's the most justifying thing he's ever seen. Number 8. One time this woman saw some ice cream in one of our ads, and we didn't actually carry it because we aren't a super center. Needless to say, I almost got punched in the face. She couldn't fathom the idea of us not carrying this raspberry ice cream. She was talking like, "What? No, it's in your ad. Why? Where is it? It should be right here." After explaining in fine detail the reason we didn't carry it, she got right in my face and yelled at me at the top of her lungs. Her boyfriend just stood there and watched without emotion. She was most definitely cracked out on something. Number 7. It was Saturday afternoon around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was sort of just moping around like usual. I was a customer service manager, so anything that involved a crazy customer usually went through me first, and today was no different. A middle-aged lady came up to me and asked if I could page a certain customer because her elderly father was out in the truck and was screaming out of the truck door for someone to come find his daughter. Well, I paged and didn't get a response in the usual amount of time, so I went outside to see if I could give this guy some help with anything. I didn't make it past the first set of doors because I saw a commotion, and it took no time to figure out what the issue was. The elderly man was attempting to get out of the truck ass first and was, what appeared to be, taking off his pants. The lady that came in to ask me to page was apparently not the only person that had been concerned with this elderly gentleman screaming, because there was now, I shit you not, a police vehicle already there with its lights on, and there was an ambulance on its way into the parking lot. No one knew exactly what to do, so the emergency responders simply asked if he needed assistance and if he was safe and unharmed. The man, if he did in fact hear, made no acknowledgement of their presence. He continued to pull his pants completely around his ankles and shit what could only be described as a chocolate fountain turned upside down out of ass. It was a massive load of doo-doo and was basically liquid syrup and chunks of undigested items. At this point, an additional ambulance had arrived and 1 fire truck. He shit for what seemed like ages before simply pulling his pants up, no wipe mind you, and slid back into his rightful place in the passenger seat. Not a single fuck given. The police went over to the window and made sure he was okay, and the paramedics went in and found his daughter, who was completely oblivious to the paging that had been occurring until she was already checking out. My manager at the time was standing next to me and turned to me and told me to run and grab the body fluids blood kit and some bleach off the shelf and go take care of that with the janitors. Both the maintenance person on the clock and myself refused outright. We both told her we were paid nowhere near enough to go clean that pool up. She must have known we were serious and simply grabbed the kit and did it herself. I felt bad for her, but I couldn't do it. It was hot outside, and I can only imagine the smell would only make me add to the mess. Number 6. Former Walmart employee, hope that counts. Not nearly as weird as some of these, but I watched a disgruntled employee spear 5 or 6 TVs with the forklift-like picker used to pull pallets off the top shelves in the back. He said he was sick of the job and had done everything he could think of to get fired, but wasn't having any luck. It was near Christmas, and they apparently needed people so badly he didn't get fired over this either. After coming back from a talk with the manager, he finished his shift, now banned from using anything bigger than a pallet jack, and when his shift was over, he said, "Fuck it, I'm not coming back. If that didn't get me fired, I don't know what will." Number 5. One time I was coming off break and passed 2 older men. They looked a little odd, but I could only glance at one of them at first, which caused me to stop and turn around. 2 men in what looked like their mid-50s with tan skins wearing Bavarian barmaid dresses complete with shoes and pigtails were walking through the store shopping. I made eye contact for a moment and got the most serious look from one of them. They were acting like it wasn't unusual at all. To this day, I'm not sure what was going on. There were no events in that area at that time where people would be dressed up. Number 4. Tail end of the academic year near a local sketchy university. 20-something comes in to return a futon. It's clearly been in use for several years, despite their protesting. At the time, if you pitched enough of a fit, a manager would put anything on a gift card for its current store value. Off the top of my head, I want to say $50, but it could have been $100. Anyway, this thing was disgusting. Every imaginable stain was clearly visible. To do this kind of no receipt return with no visible barcode, someone had to get a UPC and then the supervisor had to use a key to override or approve the return. This happened around 10:30 p.m. when your second shift is usually wrapping up. Gotta be gone by 11. Anyway, the cash office lady was on her break, so all the cashiers were milling around while I waited on someone to get the UPC or override the return. The whole time the cashiers are making fun of the futon and busting on its condition. All the while the customer is silently sitting there fuming as they take stabs at the mystery stains. The cashiers had no clue the customer was the individual associated with the futon. Anyway, the final cashier rolls up, takes one look at it and is like, "Are we taking this back? Are we taking this back?" I'm like, "Yeah, pretty much," to which she loses it. She goes off mentioning the most suspect stains. About this point, a manager walks up to key in the override. I complete the transaction and give the customer their gift card. All of the cashiers lose it, just laughing and pointing. The college kid storms out furious. Totally worth it for the store to eat the futon for this kid to be embarrassed. Number 3. Saw a drugged out woman take a shit right on the little girl's toy aisle. Then she turned to some little Asian girl probably no more than 5 years old watching her and yelled at her, "Yeah, you want eat that up, don't ya? 'Cause your mama ain't putting food on your table no more." Number 2. I work at the customer service desk, so I've seen some pretty messed up stuff. But the following story is the most insane thing I've seen this week. A few nights ago, I was in a pretty bad mood. I had just found out that I am 1 science behind on graduating, so I have to take an extra class this fall. I'm pretty good at settling myself down, but if something goes wrong in that time, well, it spins me back up again. The lines are long, people are upset, but the night hasn't gone too terribly bad. There are 2 of us working the desk and 1 at the money center. A lady, possibly the grandmother, is carrying her little granddaughter, maybe, who is about the age of 2. She's doing a simple return and she actually had the receipt. For the majority of the duration of her little transaction, the little girl is yelling at the guardian that she needs to go pee-pee, but the grandmother, not wanting to stand in line again, insists that she holds it. All good so far. We get to the portion of the transaction where she receives her money and signs a slip saying the return is valid. The child then begins to pee. For whatever reason, this kid, no, not a baby goat, isn't wearing a diaper, so the urine begins to collect in a child-sized puddle on the desk. Instead of keeping the AOE to a minimum, the grandmother, in an act of desperation, swings the child in a broad circle to the right, causing pee to windmill around the desk and into the patiently waiting customers in line behind her. It was like a protractor but with pee, the nana being the pivot. Instead of offering to help clean, the lady runs out of the door with the baby and her cash, and she didn't even sign the receipt. Who cleaned it up, you ask? Well, due to the urgency of the situation, I collected a mountain of paper towels and an ocean of disinfectant and had to clean it up myself. Number 1. I worked at Walmart for about a year, but was not technically a Walmart employee. I was part of a company that handles the books and music. Anyway, I usually try to keep to myself and never really talk to anyone. Every now and then there'd be a stray employee that would browse through the books, killing time I suppose, while I was stalking. This one guy would come by maybe once a week, chat for maybe 10 minutes and leave. He was a little weird, but never really creeped me out or anything. Mostly we just talked about what books we like or what was coming out soon. One day, he tells me that his ancestors are Cherokee Indians. At this point I'm thinking, yeah, sure buddy. Where I'm from, everyone claims to have a Cherokee background. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and freckles? Yep, gotta be Cherokee for sure. That's not the point of my story though. This man proceeds to explain to me that the other side of his family are wood elves, and that the wood elves had a close relationship with the Cherokee Indians. He proved this point to me by showing me how pointy his ears were. I could not think of a single thing to say to this guy, so I just kinda smiled and nodded in some sort of agreement. Walmart can be such a weird place. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching, and a big thank you to Kenneth, our new editor. Number 15. So I get this job working at a convenience store in a shady part of town. They didn't care about my age and paid me under the table. So I was working the 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift, and this place is in the ghetto. This means I was working the fucking hell shift. One night in particular was more outrageous than the others. That would be Deer Man. At about 3 a.m. this man walks into my store. He's wearing absolutely nothing but a deer hide. Now this wouldn't be too crazy if it didn't seem like a freshly skinned deer hide. Like naked dude, deer hide hanging over his shoulders like some sort of demented Superman with the fucking deer head on his head, antlers and all. He walked in and told me he had to find Santa. He was gonna save Christmas, and to do that he needed a free case of beer. When I told him no, he started stomping his feet and pointing his antlers at me. Finally, I gave him a case at half price. He made a horse sound and walked out. I was completely dumbfounded. Number 14. I used to work overnights at a popular gas station here in the Bible Belt. I am not from this part of the country, mind you. Also, it should be noticed that I worked alone. Anyway, one night, two 20-somethings come in at around 3 or 4 a.m. The van they ride up in is in terrible shape, no front plate, one headlight out, etc. As I'm doing my regular cleaning, they are wandering around. I keep my eye on them and realize both have filled soda cups twice since they arrived. On top of this, I see them stealing What Would Jesus Do wristbands and necklaces and shirts. These are $20 a pop. I note it for my manager to look into on video the next day. They come to pay for the drinks they have, having been very sketchy and asking for all kinds of free handouts. I was already on edge and ready to see them go. I ring them up for 2 sodas plus 2 refills each, roughly $3.50 instead of $2. They flip out. One lady was black, the other white. Black lady starts calling me racial slurs and insists on my bigotry due to me overcharging her. I ask them to please leave and never come back. They point out on camera how they stole from me. As they leave, the piece of shit van they have isn't starting, and I had enough time to walk around it and record the license plate number, all while being berated. Van finally starts and they crank into reverse, going the entire way out onto the road in reverse without turning on the headlights. It causes someone to hit them. The person is livid and calls the police. Cops show up and ask my statement. I give them a rundown and ask if they had any What Would Jesus Do stuff on them, as they said they shoplifted it. They did indeed, and it was going on the list of charges. Sweet justice to me, and the cop laughed for a good 5 minutes about the whole thing. Number 13. I work as a night audit. Usually it's run-of-the-mill crazy, and sometimes it's just special. This old woman calls down to the front desk around 11 p.m. demanding that I turn off the cameras. At first I thought she meant the cameras in the hallway, and I explained that I can't. They're there for security reasons. Nope, she was convinced there were cameras installed in her room. I end up assuring her that I've turned off all the cameras in her room, and she hung up. My coworker just laughed and shrugged, and I sighed. I thought for sure I was gonna have a crappy night. Oddly enough, it was quiet, so I just assumed the old woman was just sleep calling or something. In the morning, just before shift change,
The old woman comes down and starts just yelling and screaming at me about how I stole her soul with the cameras in the room and demanded that I sell it back to her. Just to make her shut up, I say okay. She smiles politely and then hands me a $500 Monopoly bill and thanks me for being such a nice young girl. She drinks her coffee and eats breakfast like nothing has happened. Number 12. I'm a manager at a cell phone store. One night when I was particularly busy, an elderly lady walked up to the counter. She was visibly upset to the point where I thought she may have a nervous breakdown. She takes a deep breath, appears to compose herself to convey a horrific story to me, and says, "No matter what I do, I cannot get a dial tone on my cell phone. I've tried for hours. I have had this phone for years and I cannot afford another one." I inform her that I can take a look at her phone to determine the issue and hopefully resolve it for her without her having to purchase a new phone. She solemnly reaches into her purse and pulls out the phone. The first thing I notice is that it looks nothing like any of the phones that we carry, and then I see across the top of the device it says Toshiba. Trying to keep my composure as well as not to embarrass her seeing how distraught she was, I said, "Ma'am, that's her remote control for a television." She immediately becomes infuriated and yells, "You don't have to be such an ass about it," snatches her remote control from the counter and storms out through a store full of customers. Number 11. I was working third shift in January in Iowa. About 4 a.m. a guy enters the store only wearing boots and boxers. He asks for water. I point to the coffee machine, and as I was beginning to explain that he would need a cup of ice because the water is extremely hot, he puts his mouth to the spout on the coffee machine and starts chugging. He finished and left the store and starts running down the street. About 30 seconds later, a cop car pulls up with the car lights on and came inside. I just pointed in the direction the guy was running down the street, and the cop said thanks and drove after him. Number 10. I was proposed to by an elderly woman about 10 minutes before we closed. As I was ringing her up, she suddenly pulls out a ring, looks at me and says, "Nice cashier boy, will you marry me?" Her son, who was with her, came up and apologized and told me she had dementia. As they were leaving, she told me to keep the ring so I could give it to a nice girl one day. Number 9. I worked a late evening shift in a convenience store years ago. I remember the day I quit like it was yesterday. A customer came in, looking in pain and walking funny, and asked for the bathroom keys. He ran to the bathroom awkwardly with his legs pressed together, stayed in there for about 5 minutes, then came back, said thank you and left. Later I went to the bathroom, opened the door, and there was shit everywhere. On the walls, on the mirror, on the floor, even on the fucking ceiling. I shit you not, yes, pun intended. To have shit on the ceiling implies that he literally flung his poo around. I called my manager and quit on the spot. Number 8. I used to work at a homeless shelter on night shift. Saw a lot of odd happenings during those years, but by far the strangest thing was at night I thought I witnessed the beginning of a zombie apocalypse. Ned, a 35-year-old alcoholic, got up to have a smoke. I let him out into the courtyard and went to do some chores. This was at about midnight. So about 10 minutes later, I go look outside and Ned is gone. This isn't weird because, as noted, Ned is an alcoholic and it was still bar time. I sit at my desk and start doing paperwork when I hear rustling outside. I look up and I see Ned in the window with blood on his face. I open the door and ask him what happened. That's when he growled at me and ran forward with his arms out, so I slam the door and back away. Ned fumbles with the knob and growls some more. Another guy at the shelter comes by the office and sees this and slowly backs away. Ned then stopped trying to get in and began running around the yard growling and trying to climb a fence. I call 911 because I don't know what the fuck is happening. The dispatcher is so confused by my description that she says she will send police to talk to me. The cops show up and Ned runs at them growling. He hurls himself over the fence to do this. One cop pulls his gun while the other pulls a taser. Neither fire. I'm watching this from the window with the other client. The cops are yelling at Ned, who all of a sudden gets up, walks towards my door, grabs a cigarette butt, and lights up. The cops approach him with their weapons still out. He looks at them, smiles, and says, "I didn't do it, man." Turns out Ned has a seizure disorder that causes him to run around rather than fall over and shake. But to me, dude went full on zombie. Number 7. I worked night security for 2 years. One night, at around 2 a.m., an unnaturally thick fog rolled into town. I was sitting on a bench next to a big hill that drunks usually walk down. However, tonight, through the mist, came Jesus Christ. or at least a guy dressed like him. Everything. Robe, crown of thorns, sandals, sash, all the fixins. He simply walked by us, said, "Peace be with you," and disappeared into the mist again. It wasn't Easter or Christmas weekend, so it really made no sense why someone would dress up like that. Number 6. I worked the night shift at a 7-Eleven for years. One night, a woman came in to get coffee and she was crying. I made the mistake of asking her what was wrong. She started crying harder and told me a demon had touched her sweater and her angel wings had burned off. She started hysterically crying and told me she had to find a priest to bless her and her sweater. This was around 2 a.m. She was inconsolable, had tears running down her face, and asked me, "Do you think my angel wings will grow back?" I tried to sound as optimistic as possible when I said, "I hope so." Number 5. A couple pulled up to get some gas after the bars closed. They were both drunk and arguing. The guy had gotten out and started to fill the car with gas when the chick came out of the car, snatched the nozzle, and sprayed him down in gas. While he was screaming and freaking out, she calmly opened the passenger door, reached into the glove box, and got out a small box of matches. She then started to flick them towards him off the box so they would be lit and sailing towards his gas-soaked body. He ran off up the highway and she was in hot pursuit. Number 4. A few weeks ago, I had this strange older guy come in. The thing was, he didn't just come in, he danced in, moonwalked in a way. He asked for a small package of Belmonts and I said, "Small in stature or in numbers?" I suppose he was charmed by this because afterwards he stuck around to chat with me. He gave me his card and said he was a lawyer, then did some weird coin flipping tricks and left. Number 3. A couple walk up to me that seem to have just started dating. They're in that stage where they can't keep their hands off each other. They buy a pack of cigarettes and are practically screwing each other against my booth as I ring them up. As they walk away, I notice a white car pull up to them, and the couple and the driver begin talking. I begin the procedure to close the gas station. I exit my booth and notice that the 3 people aren't talking, but arguing. It becomes obvious that the driver of the car is the ex-girlfriend, and she was dumped so the guy could start dating the new girl. The last bit of conversation I hear is the guy saying, "Fuck you, if you're not gonna handle this rationally, we're done talking." The guy and girl start walking away. Girl in the car says, "Don't you walk away from me, you son of a bitch." She then floors it, missing the couple by a couple of feet at best. She then spins around in the parking lot and makes another attempt at it, barely missing one of my gas pumps in the process. She then takes off. I called 911 and security. She was charged with 2 counts of attempted murder. Number 2. 10 o'clock at night. I was informed by a cashier that a woman had been on one of the payphones for over 3 hours. This was before cell phones were common. I shrug it off. We have other payphones available. No one was complaining. She wasn't causing a scene. If she or the other person wanted to continue to pay for it, that's her problem. 11:30 comes rolling around. We close at midnight. Noting that she's still on the phone, I mention to her that we'll be closing in half an hour and that she'll need to continue her call from somewhere else at that time. She nods. I walk away. Midnight rolls around. We have a cop on duty on weekends who's making a sweep of the store to make sure no one is still inside that doesn't belong there. I walk over to the woman and tell her she's gonna have to leave because we're closed. She tells me to go fuck myself. I inform the cop of the woman. He walks over to her. "Ma'am? Ma'am, it's time for you to leave now." She turns her back to the cop and continues talking. He then walks around to face her again, and she does the same thing. He's now agitated. "Get off the phone now." She shoves her hand in his face, turns her back again, and keeps talking. He grabs the phone and hangs up. She proceeds to jump on the cop and beat the shit out of him, which results in her getting arrested. Number 1. Was patrolling a federal building one night around 2 a.m. There's a flight of stairs that seems about 2 stories tall that leads from one area of the buildings down to the courtyard in front of the main building. I saw a guy leave one of the federal buildings with a briefcase and what I thought was a computer, but it turned out to be a skateboard. He proceeded to try to rail down the enormous amount of stairs on the handrail. He made it about 60% of the way down and then fell. He looked like he was mangled as he rolled down the last part of the stairs, briefcase still firmly in hand. I ran over to see if he was dead, and I got about 20 yards from him and he jumped up, bleeding from his face and limping, grabbed the skateboard and whatever fell out of his pocket and just got into a cab that had just pulled up and drove away. There was a trickle of blood all the way to where he got into the cab. After getting to the bottom of the stair area, he must have fallen down at least 200 feet of concrete stairs. It was insane, and I just kind of sat there and looked at it for about 20 minutes or so before going about my business. They had a video of it in the camera room inside, but only at the bottom of the stairs where it showed him get up and walk away. It was unreal. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching.
Number 15. Alright, so these are 100% true. I'm not claiming it's supernatural shit, but I personally can't explain it. So about a week ago, my parents and little brother left to go overseas for a month, which left me at home alone. All was good. I had a few parties, but 2 days ago, shit started getting weird. It was around 5 p.m. and I was chilling at home alone when I decided to turn most of the power in the home off. Microwave, dishwasher, etc. It was now around 10 p.m. so I decided to go to bed. My house is 2 stories tall, my bedroom is downstairs, everything else upstairs. So I fall asleep around 11, and when I wake up and go and eat breakfast at around 8 o'clock, I look over and see the dishwasher's turned on. Strange, because I definitely turned that and the microwave off. I passed it off as an error on my part and continued the rest of my day. Now it starts getting really creepy. I have some friends over till about 11 p.m. just drinking, then we call it a day, and I went to bed when they left. I woke up at around 8 a.m. to the sound of footsteps upstairs, wooden floors. At first I thought it could be my older brother visiting, but then I heard my computer turn on, which I know for a fact he doesn't have the password. Why would he do that, I thought? So I stood at the bottom of the stairs just waiting to see if he was gonna come down, because I know he knows that I was home alone. Like 10 minutes pass and I go upstairs and nobody is there. Doors locked and everything. But the computer was on. What the fuck? Now I was a little scared. I go back downstairs to get dressed and I keep my iPhone on charged next to me on my nightstand. And when I went back down, it was halfway across the room with a crack on it. Number 14. When I was a teenager, I lived in my father's basement. He would frequently go on business trips and I would be home alone in the house for up to a week at a time. One evening in spring, I was up alone watching TV at around 2 a.m. when I heard through the open windows what sounded like 2 distinct sets of footsteps outside, walking from the front yard, around the side, and into the backyard where they stopped. It was then I realized since all my lights were on, I couldn't see outside, but the outside could see me. I immediately panicked, shutting off my TV and lights. So now I was alone in my basement with no lights on, with what I thought were 2 prowlers sitting on my back deck. I do not know how long I was frozen in the darkness, but after I didn't hear any more sounds for a while, I quietly crept upstairs to try to get a better look into my backyard. Thankfully, all the lights upstairs were already off. Unfortunately, with the way the bushes and patio umbrella were set up, there were large blind spots where it sounded like the footsteps stopped. I considered calling 911, but when my father would eventually find out, I knew I'd be forced to stay with my aunt when he went out of state, so I stared at the deck waiting to see movements for at least 10 minutes before I began convincing myself that my mind was playing tricks on me. I decided to go investigate outside. I grabbed the closest thing to a weapon I could, an old shepherd's axe, went out my front door, and crept around the side of my house, crouching beneath a bush. I finally mustered the courage to swing the axe into the bush and shout, "Hey!" Nothing would happen, right? No one was there, and I'd have a good laugh. May it be an embarrassed one, when I realized I was just being paranoid. Instead, I immediately heard the sound of deck chairs scraping on the wood, and 2 sets of human footsteps running off in the opposite direction. My heart stopped. I felt like I blacked out for a second from the adrenaline rush. I ran back around the side of my house in the direction I came. What was I to do? There was no time to think. I made it to my front door, swung it open, rushed inside, slammed it shut, and stood there in the darkness, practically hyperventilating. I stared out into the street, waiting to see someone leaving the property, but no one did. It was then I realized that now, I wasn't safe inside my house like I thought it would be. I was trapped. So I ran out the front door into the middle of the street where I could scream if I saw someone. Surely by now I should have called the cops, but I wasn't thinking clearly anymore. Now I was facing my house, but I still didn't see anyone, so I glanced to the left down the street. Nothing. Then I looked right. 2 male figures were walking away from me, a block and a half down the street. Just as soon as I noticed them, they turned left at the T-junction onto the main road and disappeared out of sight. For some reason I ran after them, and when I turned the corner no one was there. They should have nowhere to go, and they would have only made it about half a block if they were just walking. They must have had a car waiting there. I was 13. Number 13. My aunt was home alone when she heard someone open the door and walking in the hallway. Since her husband, my uncle, was not supposed to get home in a few hours, she went downstairs to see if someone was there. She did not see anyone, but outside the door she saw footsteps in the snow leading to the door, but not away from it. This got her nervous, and on a second glance, she saw an unfamiliar pair of shoes in the hallway. She ran up and called the police, and when they came, they searched through the house. They found a homeless man hiding in the storage room, holding my uncle's shotgun. But luckily he had not found the ammunition. It was hid in another place. He was arrested, but according to my aunt, it is the scariest thing she's ever experienced. Number 12. I was home alone, age 12 or something, and I heard the sound of glass shattering from my parents' room. I cautiously walked in to see what was going on, thinking that maybe the dogs had knocked something over, but instead I was met with the silhouette of a guy climbing in through the window. He didn't notice me at first, and I was dumbfounded for a few seconds. Then I shouted for the dogs. We had 2 boxers at the time, one of which was a very aggressive guard dog, and they both came running. The guy looked up and saw me, but immediately jumped back out of the window. I was honestly hoping the dogs would chase him through the window, but they stopped in the room and just barked at him. I eventually let them back out to check it out, but the dude was long gone by then. My parents got home a couple hours later to a frightened kid holding a broom handle as a weapon with both dogs sitting around me. I didn't sleep well for the next few weeks. Number 11. When I was about 10 years old, I was at home when my mom went to the shops. I'd been in the living room watching TV before deciding I wanted a drink and headed to the kitchen. From the door of the kitchen, I saw a tall, thin outline of a man outside my back door and could see the doorknob turn. He put his hand through the dog door but was unable to reach the knob. He went after a few minutes, so I removed the key from the back door and put it on the kitchen table. I sat on the stairs in front of the front door until my mom got back, terrified. Number 10. One day while doing my laundry, one of my lights blew out in my basement. My basement is set up so that the laundry room is split from the other side of the basement with a wall and a door. In order to get upstairs, you have to exit the laundry room and go through the other part of the basement. So the light blew in the other part, not the laundry room. As it was the only light on that side, it was pretty fucking dark. I finished the laundry I had to do while dreading the walk through the dark basement. I exit the laundry room, get halfway through the basement, and I hear a loud cackle. Imagine a sound people make when they imitate a witch. Take that and imagine that the witch had been smoking for 50 years, making her voice deeper and hoarser. That is what I heard, clear as day, right behind me. I did not hesitate to bolt for the stairs. I waited until my father got home and then changed the bulb. I have yet to hear the cackle since, and I've not told a single person in the house about it. Number 9. During the summer, I tend to sleep on the couch in my basement because it's always nice and cool down there. So I was downstairs one night watching ESPN at about 2 in the morning. We have hardwood floors upstairs, so whenever someone's walking on them, you can hear it in the basement. Well, that night, out of nowhere, I hear what sounded like my dogs walking on the floor above me. Problem is, my dog is sitting next to me, and I was home alone. Still don't know what the fuck that was. I've also heard whispers coming from the living room one night as I walked out of the room. That was fucking scary too. Number 8. Took a picture on my old webcam, and there was a black humanoid looking figure standing behind me. It absolutely scared the shit out of me, and some other strange occupancies have happened since. I have a black cat, and it was walking into a room, and I saw it morph into the shadow of a human in one of the bedrooms. I went in and the cat wasn't there. The weirdest, which I don't know at this point is real or not, is when I once went downstairs and all of the cabinets were wide open and the front door was open also. I was home alone. Number 7. Well, a few years ago when I was a sophomore, I was home alone one night, a Friday I think. Now note, I live in the country, practically with my only neighbors being this old couple next door, a middle-aged couple, and another couple with a 4-year-old. It was approximately 11 p.m. at night, and I was playing Xbox. All of a sudden, I hear a smack, smack, smack rapidly on my window above my head. Naturally, I freaked out and jumped up to see who or what did that. Opened the blinds and no one was there. No animal or anything. I tried to play it off as maybe raccoons or maybe rocks in the wind, but 3 hard smacks on a window don't make sense for rocks. To chill off, I went to the office on the computer to do stuff, and not 5 minutes later, smack, 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 on the window right to my right. Now I was fucking scared, and got a flashlight and couldn't see anything out of the window, and I called my mom to tell her, and she told me to lock the doors and call the cops if need be. So I was goddamn terrified at this point and went upstairs to try to sleep or listen to music. Just as soon as I was ready to sleep, I heard wham, wham, wham on the side of my house and practically cried while holding a knife until my parents got home. My dad and mom couldn't find anything outside other than some footsteps and a crack on the house siding from what seemed to be a big hammer. Never found out who or what that was. Also forgot the part where we found pictures of the house and a small sledgehammer in the woods. So yeah, that makes it 100 times worse. Number 6. I was stuck in a bathroom in a creepy house my family was staying at. I was home alone. You had to force the door into the jamb to get it to close and latch, only to find out that the knob didn't work the latch. I heard the side door slam shut downstairs. I thought my dad was home. I called to him. Dad? Dad, I'm stuck in the bathroom. I heard him walking on the hardwood, through the kitchen, down the hall, stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Dad, I'm locked in, I yelled. I immediately heard him run up the stairs and stop at the top. Once more I exclaimed, I'm locked in the bathroom. 4 more steps to the other side of the door. Dad? Boom! The door swung open and slammed into the wall. I stepped into the hall. I looked around. No one was there. No one at all. I politely said thank you and went straight to bed. Number 5. This happened a few years ago to me when I was still living in my childhood home down in California. I had just inherited my family home, so my cousin decided to move in so she could attend a college nearby. My cousin and I were both working at the Lego store at the time, but I only worked mornings and my cousin worked nights, so there were many nights where I was alone. A couple of weeks before this happened, I'd been taking stuff out of my car when I realized a strange brown van with no back windows parked across the street. As I put the stuff in the trunk, the man in the van started making weird noises at me. I turned to see if I could get a look at his face, but his black Giants baseball cap was pulled down really far. Thinking he was just a creepy guy, I flipped him off and went back into the house. About 2 hours later, I went outside to go somewhere, and he was still parked across the street. Not thinking anything of it, I hopped in my car and headed to my friend's house. As I was driving, I looked in my rearview mirror and saw the same brown van following me. I turned on a whole bunch of streets and he followed me down all of them. I turned onto the road that my father-in-law lived on and parked, thinking if the guy tried anything I could just run in there and be safe. When I pulled over in front of my father-in-law's house, the van slowly drove by. I looked into the van and saw the man put his hands into a gun position pointed at me, like the index and middle finger out and the thumb pointed up, and said bang really loud. After that he hauled ass and drove off. Now I had always been a little leery of staying home alone. My house had always given me the creeps because of how poorly lit it was. When I was alone at night, I usually just stayed in the kitchen because of how bright that part was. I was watching a TV show on my computer when all of a sudden I hear a banging on the front door and the handle jingling. It startled me for a moment until I looked at the time and saw it was around 10 p.m. and knew my cousin would be getting home from work around this time. I got up and opened the door, but no one was on the porch. I shouted my cousin's name out, but still got no response. I called my cousin's cell, and immediately she was like, "Oh hey, I'm on my way home from work right now." Before I could say anything else, there was 3 extremely loud bangs on the door that connected the kitchen and the garage, and the knob was shaken violently. I slammed the front door closed and locked and chained it, and ran from my room. My aunt called me while my cousin called the police, and I stayed there until my cousin arrived. When she came and got me, I was led outside to talk to the police. I was trying to explain what had happened, but the officers along the side of my house were distracting me. I walked over to where they were, but one of the police officers held me back. They opened the gate and saw that the door to the garage, which we always leave locked, was wide open. All of the officers in the area pulled out their guns and went into the garage, but no one was there. Afterwards, the police told me it was probably just some kids messing around, but if I ever get scared at home, just to call them and they'll send someone out. About a week later, I was watching something in the living room with my cousin. As I was passing by the window next to my front door, I realized there was a guy wearing the same baseball cap as the guy in the van standing outside on the sidewalk, staring at the house. When he noticed me watching, he immediately locked eyes with me and slowly gave me the creepiest smile I'd ever seen. I turned and yelled for my cousin to come see this, but when I turned around, he was gone. I will say though that the baseball cap in question is really generic, and lots of Giants fans wear it, so I can't say if it was the exact same guy, but it felt like it was. 3 days after that, I was home alone at night again. I was on edge, but I was trying to ignore it, telling myself that I was going to be okay. I was baking cookies in the kitchen when I thought I heard a knock on my sliding glass door. My whole body tensed up and I slowly turned towards the door. The lights in the backyard were off and the kitchen ones were on, so the glare on the window made it impossible to see if someone was outside. Everything was silent for a few seconds before someone banged on the door again. I wanted to scream but felt paralyzed in fear. The person ran on the deck from the sliding glass door to the 2 windows in the living room and started knocking on them as well. They came back to the sliding glass door to knock and started trying to open the door. I finally came to my senses, grabbed my keys and ran outside into my car. I locked myself inside and dialed 911. We sold our house shortly after that. I still have a hard time staying home alone, even though I'm 2 states away now. Number 4. It was like 2 a.m. I took my clothes off and went to sleep. A minute later, something hit me in the head. It was one of my socks. When I take them off, I throw them in the corner of my room, so someone threw it back at me. But there was no one in my room. I was home alone. May not sound so scary, but it was for me. No, there was no fans in my room, and no wardrobes or similar around my bed. I have no explanation for this. Number 3. I remember a while back, when I was around 11 or 12 years of age, I was looking for my Nintendo DS. I looked everywhere, under my bed, behind my pillows, on my shelves, in wardrobes, and even inside of my bed cover. I completely took off my bed covers, which were white, compared to my black DS, which would have been easily visible. I looked everywhere. I was pretty annoyed, and aloud I said, "Ugh, I can't believe I lost it again." I then quietly went to the bathroom. I was gone no longer than 60 seconds. I came back into my room and saw my DS opened right there in the center of my bed. I was spooked to say the least. All I could muster was a timid thank you to whoever found my DS for me. Number 2. I have a sleep talk recorder app on my phone. Basically, it only records when it hears sounds. So when you wake up, you have a bunch of 8 to 20 second sound clips. Usually, they're the sound of me rolling around in my sleep. But one night, I was home alone. Parents were out, brother was at a friend's house, and when I woke up and listened to the recordings, I heard 1, 2 in what sounded like a German man's accent. There's no way I could have made that sound. Here's the recording. Number 1. This was about 5 years ago. My family was a week away from going on vacation to Virginia Beach from our place in Canada. We usually go there for a week in the summer to enjoy the beach and surrounding area. This takes place before we leave. I was home alone hanging up laundry out in the backyard around 9 a.m. and I leave the back door unlocked because what's the worst that can happen? My backyard has gates that are already locked, so I'm waiting for another load of laundry to finish in the washer before I hang it outside and decide to go play some Xbox in my basement. At around 9:30, I hear my back door close. My house has one of those alarms that beep whenever a door opens or closes, so I heard that too. I thought it was my sister coming back from her neighbor's place. Maybe I'll ask her if she can hang up the next load, but why would she use the back door? What's going on? Oh shit, is it? It was. I ran upstairs to see this dude standing in my hallway, shorter and skinnier than I am. I'm 15 at the time, around 5'10", 160 pounds. He's older, about 5'8", 130, 140. This is our exchange. What are you doing here? Is Anna here? There's no Anna here. What do you want? I was outside and Anna texted me and said I could come in, but the front door was locked, so I tried the back. I think you have the wrong house. He asked if it was 120 street next to mine. I said no, this is 120 my street. He said, oh sorry man, I must have the wrong house. We shake hands, he puts his shoes on, exits through the back, hops my gate. which he breaks and tears off in his car. I ended up calling the police and told them the story of what happened. Their investigation came back with the information that there was indeed an Anna at 120th Street next to mine, but she was 6. Got an idea for a top 15 list? Be sure to leave it in the comments below. Be sure to subscribe for future videos. Thanks for watching.